Seriously, I can't be bothered waiting the extra 37 seconds. This'll do. Not that it makes any difference either way. Apparently, I'm the only person who has come in. But just me and my very broken hard drive. I spent the weekend trying to get going. Well, not get going, but actually trying to just retrieve the data. Turned out it was actually quicker to actually download everything again. That was fun. Oh, hello. I heard the boop of hello.
Hello. How are you?
So, I'm good. Did you have a good day?
Oh, hang on a sec. What's going on here? Sorry, I've got two things going at once here.
Oh, hello.
There we go. Let's just do that. I'm not entirely sure how long I will be here because it's all catching up with me. There we go.
Bonsoir.
He's got a
Oh,
big
look at
orange
him.
one.
All sexy lighting.
And coming out the left. And not the right.
Who?
You.
Am I? Oh, fucking hell, hang on.
Oh, have you got the same XLR cables as me?
No.
I've got a present for you, Kent.
You haven't.
I don't think he's in the chat yet.
Hang on.
You know Pseudo Reboot, who you see in the chat?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So his real name is Mark.
Oh, okay.
And Mark came to see me on the stand, and he brought you, me, and Longhurst gifts.
Yes. Really?
So I'll show you, and then I'll bring yours over because I'm bound to be coming to see you at some point fairly soon.
Yeah.
So it.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, I know. That's the first thing I noticed, actually. Sorry.
Well, he gave me 3 bags of sweeties, and he said,
Yeah.
"Take your pick." And I said, "Well, I know for a fact that Kent likes mint aero because it's just like he's weird and that's weird." And so yeah. So you got that.
Okay.
I got
I'll
the same
take-
mug. I got the
Yeah.
same mug.
What'd you get?
I got some Galaxy Minstrels.
They're nice. They're nice. The dogs won't leave me alone when I got a packet of them.
But this was the best one. He's not here, but I'm sure he'll see it
Go on.
at some point. So Longhurst, his sweeties were M&Ms,
Oh, okay.
which I'm sure he'll like. But he gets a special mug because he's a special person.
Oh, I see.
He's a special person who plays a video but doesn't put it on screen. That's very special. So he gets, and you'll like this, Matt.
Right.
Hang on. Is that any better?
No.
Fucking hell. Hang on.
So are you watching, Matt?
2 seconds, mate. I'm just trying to fucking. Oh,
Look,
how's that?
No.
No?
No, it's still very left.
Fuck's sake. All right. I'll sort that out in a minute.
So no.
There's more. There's more.
on.
Lego.
So that'll be winging its way to
Well, thank you,
to
Mark.
Stroud.
Love it.
I need to find something to properly pack. I bought a sand on sand mug, so I put that into that, but that's not gonna. Yeah, so I'll send that to him. So massive thank you to
Why the
Mark,
fuck is
aka Pseudo Reboot.
You were only sitting a couple of seats along from Nick, weren't you?
Oh, at the meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. There was me, and then there was Chris Midiera, who does a lot of work for Nick, and then Nick was there. Yeah, we because we said to him, like, "What are you doing this evening?" He goes, "Well, I don't know." I said, "Well, you coming out with us?" So he said, "All right then." So
In the enemy camp.
we're all friends together.
No,
You're
not
synth
really.
Mafia.
Not really.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
the Synth Mafia gathering.
Oh, I watched the video today on YouTube. Well, actually, it was Fiona that pointed me to it. She goes, "Yeah, come on. She goes, "There was a video I was watching last night while you were upstairs fecking around with that computer." I went, "Oh, yeah. And she goes, "Look at this," right? And she calls it out. And it was this guy who, quite knowledgeable as far as I can tell, was an American chappie. I think he runs a synth shop, a music shop, talking about is the vintage synth market dead? And
Is this guy with blonde hair?
No, grey.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, maybe that.
Oh, okay, right.
Pale hair.
Yeah, pale hair, and yeah, it's like my pale hair.
I think I've seen him.
Yeah. Anyway, and he was saying about he was using the Juno 106 as an example
Right.
of the prices varying from sort of a reasonable. Hey,
Yeah, you got one too.
Evening,
doing an
gents.
Ian, brilliant. Yeah, from going for about between £900 and £1,200, £1,500, up to as much as $5,000. I'm going, who's buying 106s for $5,000? I mean, asking $5,000 and paying $5,000 are two violently different, opposing things, right?
Absolutely.
And I'm going, but he was talking about the 106 being an entry level keyboard, that you learn on. I'm going, no, it wasn't. It was never built as entry level.
Not at that time, no.
No, I mean it was like 780. Well, call it 800 quid when it hit the when it hit the market, and it was like barely £500 less than a Jupiter 8 at the time. But I wouldn't have called that entry level. Was back in 1980, 81 was it? No, 84 was it? It came out.
What? Which one? The
106.
Yeah, it was 84.
About 84.
84, 85, yeah.
Entry level was, if you were lucky, was a Casio battery operated little fella or something. That's
Bottom
entry level. That's what your first synth, that kind of thing.
One of them.
Yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. So I'm going, yeah, it's not really an entry level. It's been used on records. I mean, you don't use entry level synthesizers on records as a rule.
But I suppose different people have different concepts of entry level.
Yeah,
don't
but he was just vaguely talking about how prices have got mad, and watching prices fall means that the market is dead, and it's not. I honestly don't believe this. I think the prices falling is people are waking up a little bit. And going, yeah, you know what? I want that real, true analog sound. Behringer have helped things along. You can get close for peanuts, And if you're not concerned about knobs coming off in your hands and stuff like that, fine.
There's
a reason they're cheap.
They've devalued the market.
Absolutely.
For better or for worse, they have devalued.
They've made it more sensible.
I was asked a question yesterday. We were only there yesterday, weren't we?
Was it? What are
It
you
was
doing
only
in my
yesterday.
stand and why have you been here 5 hours?
Was it
that-
about
Sorry?
that French maid?
No, the
uniform
question
again?
was, are Behringer reliable?
For what? Fucking up, lying, saying something's
things.
coming out and then it not come out.
Oh well,
In what context
actually,
do we?
it's like Matt, you're very left
He's
side.
very lefty.
I'm
yeah.
trying
know
to
that?
work it out, and I
All right,
Yeah.
mate. That's why.
fucking suss it.
Yeah.
He's gone proper Jeremy Corbyn.
Every
Nothing's
time he
ch-
speaks, I keep going.
So I've only got one Behringer synth, which is the Model D, and that's the build quality's good.
Now you see, this is the thing, and a lot of people go to the Model D as an example, but I will say to you that the Model D is the exception to the rule.
Is it really? Right. Okay. See,
Yeah.
I don't know because I've never. I mean, the only other thing I've got is a very plastic Model X and a few mini mixers which seem okay, but don't get
Yeah.
much hammer.
I mean, the Behringer stuff that's under is over somebody else's badge. You dispel it because it's not really Behringer, is it?
That
It's
was
just
the
their
Euro.
name in it.
The Euro mixers were with those, weren't they? They weren't.
Well, the 32X thing.
Yeah, because that was
Is
is that
Midas.
Midas?
Midas.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is. It's a Midas desk. It's just got Behringer written over the top.
yeah, yeah.
Fair dues. But no, the Model D, out of all of the clones that they did when they were
Yeah.
messing in that market,
Yeah.
that was the most accurate one that I think they've nailed. Because the Pro
Right,
One
So yeah. Okay.
is close, but it's not close. Same
So
with
it is the
S8
exception.
and stuff.
Right,
It is.
okay.
I think it's the exception, and I think.
Because I like it. I think it's great. I think
Well, was it the first of their clones?
It probably was. I
It's
don't
near
know.
the
I
front
bought
end,
mine
isn't it?
second hand.
Yeah, I
The
think
only,
it's
the only
Yeah,
The only
so if
hassle
you were
with
going
it
to do
is
something, you need to make a big impression,
Yeah.
and they put much more effort, shall we say, into
Yeah.
that one. And its build quality is actually quite good.
Right.
But I'm hearing from customers phoning me up and say, "Oh yeah, no, the knob came away in my
knob's
hand with the
breaking,
stem."
yeah.
And I go, "Okay, right, all right, mate."
Well, I'm sure that could happen to a 1,500
Well,
quid,
I was going to say,
700
You hear
FS.
people talk about, oh, I had one of these and it broke, or I had one of these and this fell off. Every manufacturer is going to have problems like that.
Yeah.
Do Behringer have more than the average? I don't know. I mean, Behringer obviously sell quite a lot of stuff.
I would say
so-
they probably sell more, so you're going to have
average-
a few more.
Yeah.
Well, at Grassroots, right, I worked on a Behringer thingy the other day. What the fuck was it? I can't remember what it was. But it's a little Behringer-y thing, and it has little toggle switches. And some of them were jammed. You go, oh, okay. And really tried to move them, can't move them, they're jammed. I went, okay, we'll take this apart. So once I got all the knob caps off and everything like that, I take the front panel off, and what's happened to the toggle switches is the toggle part and the like the screw bit where a nut would go has come away from the casing that contains the switch. And the reason for this, they're really, really, really cheap switches, and what they do is the top part is a press fit into a thin metal plate that wraps around the switch, whereas a expensive, or not expensive, but should we say more reliable Bonds switch is robust, and it's all that metal is kind of like one piece and doesn't separate and break. And although they're saving money on those switches, 50, 60 clicks of one of these, or give it a quick one. Say you're using it in a live environment, you smack it like that, and blah, blah, blah. That's it, it's broken.
Yeah.
So that's no fucking good to anybody, is it, really?
Absolutely not. I mean, I have to say, when I compared, obviously it's quite a while ago now, but I compared the Korg 700 FS to my Korg, the switches on that, which were on metal spikes on my original, these are, I mean, for a 1,500 quid synth, I was expecting metal spikes, they're not the plastic, because one of them arrived broken.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think I said in the review, that's disappointing on a 1,500 quid synth. Because if you gig with that, and I'll never gig with it, so I probably won't break it. But if you gig, it's be very easy for it to get knocks and actually get broken.
Yeah.
You know.
But as you know, the likes of Espen Craft have pointed out.
Oh
to
yeah,
us,
it's all yeah. They're all-
But the thing is,
I wish people stop using his name.
Yeah.
Can we give him a nickname that only we know?
Dairy
That'll do. I know. Really, that'll do.
cheesy slices.
The reason you pay $3,500 for, say, one of these, or any other synth that's $3,500, is metal chassis,
Yeah.
quality
Yeah.
components. You generally pay for what you get.
I mean,
And
Yeah,
Behringer,
absolutely.
Behringer, they've got to hit. If they're going to hit a price point of £169 for what is it? That new thing, the grind.
Yes,
Yeah,
but is that a false economy, Robbie? I mean, do you pay 169 quid for something
it's the
that
world
may
we live
or
in.
may not last 6 months,
It's
or
what
do
we
you
live in.
pay
It's buy
230 and it lasts 5-10 years?
Yeah, but the mentality of a lot of people, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying that the mentality of a lot of people is that, I'll buy something for 170 quid, and if
Yeah.
it breaks, it's not a vast, it's not a big stretch to go out and buy another one for 170 quid. Whereas if I spend
Exactly.
350,
Yeah,
400
exactly.
on something and it
Yeah.
breaks, well then I need to.
I mean,
to get in.
I always thought Moog synths were overpriced. I've said this before on here and on Ramsey's show and that, and whenever I've looked at them, the value for money element.
Epsom Daft. I live near there.
The and I'm not talking about the Muse. I'm talking about previous iterations of Moog synths. Really, they always seemed overpriced for me. I really liked the Grandmother when it came out, but I thought the price was just daft for what you got.
In fairness, Moog have always been overpriced, but it was a deliberate.
I'm sure it was. Yeah.
No, it was a deliberate thing.
Yeah.
If you're going to try and be the Rolls Royce of the
Oh,
synth
yeah.
world,
Oh, yeah.
you've got to have
Yeah.
Rolls Royce prices.
Yeah, I get that, but from a value for money point of view, it's not great.
Well, that's the thing, because the world
So
moves
so maybe
on,
so,
and
so maybe
Moog's
Mr. Cheese.
pricing didn't.
So maybe Mr. Cheese Slice is right.
Yeah, but it's
That's
like
it.
I said to
Cheese
Fiona,
slice.
I said you could
Cheese
have
slice.
an opinion on something, and you say it to one guy, and they go, "Yeah, I'm 100%,
That's got it.
agree."
That's it. It's staying.
Innit?
Cheese Slice
Yeah.
is staying.
Yeah,
Um,
and they
I mean,
100% agree. You say it to
Come-
the next guy, and he goes, "No, that's
But when
bollocks."
you-
And then the next guy, yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah.
So,
when you think about Moog, and I don't doubt that, you know, when the person or people sit around the table and say, right, you know, this is how much it's going to cost us to make, this is how much, you know, the dealer, distributor marks up, this is how much the dealer marks up. We need to, you know, I'm sure that even if it's not even spoken at that table, someone thinks, well, we're Moog. Okay, so
Yeah.
people expect us to be.
People
in
will
certain
pay
price range.
this, yeah.
And people will pay this. I don't believe for a second that what Mr. Cheese Slice said was because he said, what did he say? He said that they actually have teams of people who sit there and decide how much people will pay for this.
Yeah, that's complete
bollocks.
crap. You know, that is
Um,
great. I mean, let's.
But if I can just finish my point.
Yeah, go for it, Rob.
Moog has an expectation, and people will be prepared to pay it because it's the brand name Moog, and that's the same with lots of things. Apple, Ferrari, you know, any sort of premium product in its marketplace will command a higher price. However, you look at the Moog One, and that was a perfect example of something that was very highly priced, and had some, you know, wobbles along the way. I think, you know, most people will say that now, with the final updates or the updates that they've got at the moment, that it's a pretty stable machine that delivers on a lot of what it promises. The Moog Muse, whilst one of the more expensive synthesizers, is cheaper than the Polybrute
Yeah.
12. It's cheaper than the Third Wave. Is comparable to others. It's cheaper than the Oberheims. They've been very aggressive with their pricing. When they told us how much it was going to cost at that little thing
surprised
in
me.
Berlin, we all the room went.
whoa,
It was like,
Yeah.
oh,
yeah.
that's good.
I mean, I have to say, I didn't play the Muse, not on purpose, but I just didn't play it yesterday. But the 12, I mean, the 12 Amaze, I wanted not to really like it as much as I did because I'm not looking to buy one. But I absolutely, there was two things I absolutely was blown away with. I was blown away with that, but I was also blown away with the Rhodes piano.
Yes.
You know, and I know it's 10 grand, but I have to say, and I'll never be able to afford one. But the feel of that, I haven't played a Rhodes for years, but I could have spent all afternoon playing that.
Yeah. I mean, that is a properly.
Yeah.
It's unquestionable, that price. I know it's a very high price, but the build quality,
Yeah.
the amount of engineering and quality components that have gone into that, and Dan and his team's commitment to building this as local. You know, a lot of it's made in Leeds. A lot of it's sourced from places in and around the area. I think he said, one of the few things that doesn't come from Leeds are the keys, and these are made by the same German company that makes the Steinway keys. So they've gone for quality.
Yeah.
That's what you expect.
You could tell that just playing it for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I was
it's
only
a
on it for about 10,
gorgeous
15 minutes. I mean, he left me alone for ages, and then he came and just showed me a few things. I went, whoa, this
those
is amazing.
effects.
Yeah,
Funny
the
enough, I was
effects is
talking-
what he showed me.
Funny enough, I was talking to Dan yesterday.
Yeah. I didn't get to see him. He said, "Oh, come and say hello," and I just didn't get a chance. Sort of stuck on the stand for most of it. That was
Do you know, like when you're scrolling on your YouTube and you're scrolling and you've got all those videos down the side,
yeah.
and nearly every time I see this video, or there's actually a couple with exactly the same sort of the sort of attention grabbing kind of logos on the front and everything, and it went, which should I get, the Muse or the Polybrute 12? And I always go, shout out audibly, this is how sad I am, both. Because, and they go, which is better, or it says, Muse
suspect they're just
or
different,
Polybrute
aren't
12, and you go,
Just different.
yeah,
Depends
it's
on
like,
what you want.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you can't compare those. They're
There's-
not in the
there's
same
crossover.
ballpark.
There's crossover.
Of course,
but
yeah, but
they are
everything will,
they
if
are
you look for it.
individually different and will
Yeah.
serve different people's
But
purposes.
and they have different purposes. Yeah.
It's like saying, do you want the Hydra Deluxe or do you want the M8X? In our cases, both.
You had to get both. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Talking of hydrocins, what the fuck? Orange
Yeah.
Explorer. It's not so much
Well,
the color. The color. I
If
like
the price
colour,
was the same, it'd be
but
fine.
the price is like
Yeah,
$300.
that's
mental.
well, I said
Yeah,
on,
but you
on
put
Randy-
those 8s on there, and the Asian people are going to buy it. So it's a lucky synth.
well, it's like I said in Ramsey's show yesterday. I said it's the Trump edition.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure what. Do you know what I got? That Rowley email come through, Rob,
Yeah.
with the teaser video.
Oh, I've seen that. The
yeah.
piano's on.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it going.
Thank you, Mark. Sweets that came with my
The type of build-up that teaser video had suggests to me it's not going to be exciting.
No.
Well, I can tell you, I know what it is.
That's all you can tell us, though.
That's all I can tell you. I
Yeah,
know what it
because
is.
they're very litigious.
I was going to say, Rolly just decided to cut to the chase and partner with Fleshlight and just put some sensors in there, and then you got your music.
Oh, that
Now,
it
that
were
would
that
sell.
exciting. Oh, that it were that exciting.
Yeah, that has a
I'm
market.
scheduled to go to the launch on Tuesday. I'm not sure I'm going to be feeling 100% because although I did get a nice lie-in this morning, it's been a hefty weekend and you can hear my voices on the way out.
yeah.
Mrs. has picked something up, so I'm just thinking. But
It wasn't my call.
to be
I got
honest,
rid of mine.
after I got the press release,
Yeah.
let's just say my enthusiasm for attending the event dropped somewhat. Because I'm okay, yeah, right. But no, you'll see what it is, and you'll form your own judgments.
Hey, speaking of Fleshlight stuff, Kent, did you say earlier you had a knob come in your hand the other day?
What? Sorry, I just got a bit of
Ag-
whiplash
again.
there from that.
Again, yeah.
Oh, did I miss a word? Come off. Sorry, come off.
Yeah, I think you might have missed one or two words out of that sentence. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I did have a knob come in my hand.
Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah. Well, otherwise it messes the carpet, doesn't it?
Also, the other comment about the Juno 106 being entry level, it's because it's so basic. It's just a basic synth. That's kind of entry level.
Yeah, but it was never actually.
Not a price.
It wasn't billed as an entry. It was
No.
billed
But
as
it's so
a.
goddamn simple. It's
Well, it's not that much more simple than the Juno 6 is. But what the idea was.
That's
it
what I
was
mean.
to-
The 106, 660, they're all pretty. They're the same
Yeah,
engine,
but
basically.
the idea was this one was going to be far more useful for touring with and stuff. Because back then, musicians used to be able to play live for money.
Yeah.
I know
I
it sounds
remember that.
mad now, but yeah. And so
Well, I hate
a
the fact they
lighter,
added
smaller
MIDI to the
keyboard was
106
ideal.
and took the arpeggiator away because that was one of the beauties of that thing is the arpeggiator. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the event of the digital sequencer was sort of like a lot more readily available by then, and it had MIDI, so perhaps they go, yeah.
But it just had a mojo.
Let it go.
Just a little standalone thing with an arpeggiator and that sound. It was great. You know?
Yeah, but it's like everything else. I mean, I had a guy here. Oh, this was years ago now, and he dropped off his 106, wanted it restored. He says, "Oh, I've had it, since bought it since new back in 84, 85, wherever it was." And he goes, "All right." He says, "No, I know this synth inside out." He says, "I know everything about this keyboard." And he goes, I went because I was in a petulant mood. I can't remember why. Something had happened previously, and I was in a shitty mood. I went, "Yeah." He went, "Yeah." He goes, "Nothing. I can get any sound I want from it." And I'm going, Mellotron choir. I'll wait. Yeah. Kind of thing, right? And no, and I went, "Yeah. Oh, so what size are the nuts to hold the transformer on?" "Oh, I don't know. I've never opened it." Get out of my face, boy. So I was just sort of like that. Fuck off. People who say I know my synth inside out. No, you fucking don't. I know your synth inside out.
You will
Now,
do, yeah.
Fuck off, peasant.
I'll be honest with you. I hate the idea of taking the top off synthesizers, and that's why I know Kent Spong.
Yeah. because I'm the one stupid enough to do it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, you're not the only one.
Well,
Well,
I know you. Yeah,
well-
but I mean,
Me to an
I
extent.
wouldn't
Although
even,
that
wouldn't
is now
bother.
working.
Oh,
I
there you
wouldn't
go.
bother. You know.
Yeah.
And I once did make, when I had the DW68 8000 it was, I very stupidly gave it to a mate to change the battery on, and he really screwed it up. And that was the last time I ever got a mate to do something like that.
So Ken, you're not a mate anymore.
No. No, you know what I mean. A local mate in Yorkshire. I mean, I would always take my stuff to a man I know who, while he's still not retired.
Yeah.
They won't let me retire.
I know they won't, mate.
Yeah,
Five-
you want to get your feet wet, take every goddamn key out of a 61 or higher key set
Nope.
and back together after you cleaned it. What a nightmare
Nope,
that was.
not going to happen.
Been there.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. But you
I've done
find
a Fairlight
techniques that allow you.
keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
painful.
It's fun.
That's a surgical procedure. Just
No,
get
it's
those
not.
fucking keys out.
It's fun for
Yeah,
some people, but it's not fun for everybody.
No, there's another one that's a night, it drives me fucking mental. Which one is it? It's the keyboard they put in the Poly 6, the memory mode.
Oh, the Pratt Whitney.
Yeah, the one where it clips in
Yeah.
to the framework at the back, but you have to, when you're pulling them out, you go, don't snap, don't snap, don't
Yeah,
snap.
yeah,
okay, don't snap, don't snap, don't snap.
Snap.
And in the end, I found that what you do is you push it down and just pull it. Just
Yeah.
fuck it.
Yeah.
Well, if it breaks, it breaks. Bang, 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 pull them all out. They never break. No. And when you're putting them back in, fuck in there, you little cunt. And they're fine. But it's when you because you get the spring right, and you go, spring over the nodule, back, down, over, cross, in, boom, done. Once you know it, it's a piece. It really
What's one you
is.
said where the springs go flying out? Which one is that?
ARP Odyssey, ARP 2600, Pro 1. You're just about getting the spring on it, go, toing! Everybody goes dead quiet and waiting for it. Dinky, 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 somewhere up on the shelving, it's landed on the cooker or gone in the sink or something, or it's stuck in the. Oh. I did one where I was working on the rug in the workshop, and I've got all the spring. I've taken all the springs out, washed all the keys, and now I'm putting them all to get back together, and then connecting all the cat whiskers to the keys, mounting them in, grab a spring, flip it over, get the long nose pliers, get it over the top. Yeah, I'm trying to get it in there. Dink. Yeah, it's gone in brilliant. Went to get the next one, and Nelly had come in, said hello, laid down, got up again, buggered off out into the garden, and about 20 springs are missing. They're all stuck in her coat, right? And she's distributing them
Like
all over the
foxtails.
garden,
Yeah.
right? Now I have a backup plan. I have a lot of those springs in a glass jar on the shelf that I've, from older keyboards that never actually made it out alive. And I had to go through all the springs and put the red ones on the white keys and the blue ones on the black keys because they're a different tension. So you can't put the red springs where the black key is, otherwise your black key's too aggressive. So you have to use the blue springs, which are slightly less tension on them. And oh mate, it's just, dogs are the bane of my life. You should have seen what Lily done this afternoon, not an hour ago. We were trying to have dinner, and she went up onto the coffee table with her front paws, pushed the mat slightly, which made my coffee fall off the breadboard and into my dinner. Okay, so I'm not eating that dinner then.
She's evil, that dog. That
She
dog
is.
is evil.
She is.
No,
But you look at it, butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. Mate.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. She is. She's evil.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is.
She is the
devil incarnate.
Antichrist.
Yep.
Antichrist.
Yep. So, she's the sort of person that you take into a museum of religious art, and that dog would be looking up and go, so who's the geezer on the sticks? Honestly, that's what she would be like. She's so antichrist, it's unbelievable. She's ninth circle of hell that dog comes from. It really does.
Kent, that's why you have to use your door. Keep them out.
Well, the thing is, she found that she can open doors. You know those 2 puzzle games she bought, Lily, that you put the biscuits in.
Yeah, I saw that.
And there's all these very difficult. One is far more advanced than the other one. She nailed the easy one straight away. The advanced one took her a bit longer, but she nailed it. Now she knows there are certain doors in the house where if she puts a paw on it and pushes, they unlock and open.
Yeah, my dog figured that out too.
Yeah.
She's got to
And
lock
she
the
know-
door, then they can't get it open.
Reverse the door handles.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because it's those ones you can put joint, and she does it hard enough that the door opens by itself, door handle or not. She's a
You don't
little
have locks
move.
on the door handles?
No, wish we had.
Only on the bedroom.
Yeah. She stopped pooing on the landing and peeing on the landing, and she stopped
Great.
peeing on the bed. We've got all of that under control, so that's moving on. But she still has this thing about stealing shoes and taking the liners out of the shoes and leaving them all over the garden. She doesn't chew them or anything; just takes them out and distributes them all over the place.
Wow.
Anyway, Ken,
Darling,
this CS80 you're acquiring.
trying to. Negotiations are going on.
What,
Let's say
buying?
ongoing.
Buying.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, not buying, acquiring through sexual favours or whatever it takes, basically.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would have said, do you need a hand? But after that, I'm not.
No, you're fine to, I'll consider it a donation.
Oh.
Talking of sexual favours,
Yeah. What you want?
met Pip for the first time in the flesh yesterday.
Oh, stop it. Is that the
Ty-
first time you've met her?
First time I've actually met her.
She's
We
lovely,
spoke
isn't
a lot,
she?
yeah.
She's absolutely brilliant. Yeah,
Ty's punching well above, isn't he?
yeah he is actually. But
Mate.
I mean, we said that at Dom's wake.
But then Ty was in, it was great.
Yeah,
to
you wanna be
finally
careful.
meet him in person.
That photograph you put on PSN, he looks like a fucking contract killer.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, that's true. He
Didn't
does.
he? He looked like
yeah.
it was just.
What
a
did I
model.
put? What was the the comment I made was, cool, hasn't Heston Blumenthal got old?
Yeah. It was lovely to see him. I've
Yeah.
seen a pair of them actually. It was great to see
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I phoned him while he was there.
I mean-
what
Well, I
are
know
you
he spoke
doing
to
there?
you.
You haven't got fucking time to be there. Get home.
Because he said to
Get back
me,
to work.
he said, how long's the EMOM thing? Because I only want to see Jim. I said, well, it's an hour. Oh, I'm not hanging around for an hour. I said, well, you've got to get a little ticket. You've got to get a little ticket to come in. He said, oh, I'm not. He said, there'll be all sorts of crap on. So I'm there, right? I'm there. I'm watching the acts, right? And I know that because I actually saw Jim just before. I said, "What's that? Are you on the last?" He went, "Yeah, I am." Yeah. So when we got to the third girl, I texted him and said, "Hey, Grumpy, Jim's going to be on in about 5 minutes." And he literally, apparently they were about to eat. He left Pip with the food, and he came in to watch Jim play.
Wow.
Yeah, bless him.
He got that thingy, didn't he, in the end?
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought you might.
he got.
It wasn't expensive either, was it?
It wasn't for what it was.
300 and something?
300.
What are we talking about?
Add another zero on.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
The System
Not
100.
TC.
System 100,
Oh,
101
no.
and
I
102.
thought he bought something else.
Oh, he bought quite a bit.
All right, yeah. Oh, no, I wasn't. Sorry, we were talking across
His
purposes.
paddle, we all thought he was fanning Pip, but his paddle was just going.
Wasn't Robert
He was
bidding against him just
Yeah.
to go up the price? The
Just up the
bugger.
price.
I didn't go into that. But,
I wonder if anybody there knew that Soundgas were bankrupt.
I was tempted to mention it a few times, but I just
Yeah.
kept my mouth shut.
Yeah.
is that common knowledge then? Because I didn't know that.
It
It's
depends.
now
If you go to
It
a
is
company's
now.
house,
It
if
is
you
now.
go to a company's house, yeah,
see.
Soundgas took out a massive loan last year. Somehow managed to wank it away, and they're done.
So they've done a rollie.
Yeah, they are done. They are done. Hence that
Wow,
auction.
really?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. There was some nice stuff on that table.
Yeah,
There
absolutely.
was some really nice stuff.
Yeah,
You know.
but
But you know, if I have a lot of weird stuff, right? That makes
Oh,
it
there's some
special.
weird stuff, yeah. Some
Yeah.
very strange
yeah.
Japanese things.
well, they got Ty showed sent me two
How'd you go to?
photographs. What?
Oh, they have a Taisha Gotos they usually sell too. Those are kind of unusual.
Yeah, he
Oh,
bought
yeah,
one of
yeah.
those.
Well, he sent me 2 photographs of this 101 and 102 where the scratches were and stuff like that. And going, could you? Yeah, this is before he's buying it. He said, could you get rid of those? I went, well, yeah. I've had to in the past. Yeah, sure. And I'm thinking, is that what you're worried about? Have you noticed how all the nuts are rusty? And because it's
Dump these
supposed
rusty
to,
nuts.
it's supposed to be like, you know, all serviced, you know, kind of restored type thing. And going, fucking don't look it, mate. I'm going to have to take that all apart and do it properly. Going to have to. Because otherwise he won't be happy with it.
The Space Echoes looked in good, Nick, though. 3 Space Echoes.
Yeah,
that
do
they
you know how
had.
many fucking Space Echoes they got?
Oh, well, there was 3 out. There was 3 out.
Well, they got about 30 odd.
Yeah.
They were buying them up like nobody's
I
business.
would say they looked in really good nick.
Yeah.
I know they've obviously been restored. You can tell that. But
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, James has been very busy with them. He must be sick to death of the sight of them.
Oh, by the way, Tom from our not from Arturo, from Sound. No, not Soundgas. Jesus fucking Christ.
Arturia?
Tom from Sound Source Distribution. Source Distribution. Fuck, see that my brain's fried. Source Distribution. Tom, Arturia Parts.
We hadn't noticed.
I will send you the contact details. But
Oh, right.
I said, he said, did Kent remember me? I said, he does. He doesn't remember lots these days, as our Kent, but he vaguely
What's my name?
remembers.
He did say that, yeah.
He vaguely remembers. And it was basically he was somewhere where he was working for the Oberheim distributor, and they sent you tons of Oberheims to go through and stuff.
Oh, right, okay.
There you
Yeah,
go. That's how
okay, connection, mate. Ah, right, okay, cool.
But
Oh, he ended up there, did he?
He reckons they've got enough spares
Yeah.
to build every single Arturia synth ever made
wow.
in stock. So,
Wow.
Yeah. So I've already put my order in for that new power socket on the mini brute.
Yeah.
So-
Well, depending on how much money Robin wants to spend, I could even get him the 2 knobs, or I can get him a whole set of knobs for 3 different Arturias. Depending on how much he wants to spend, obviously.
Yeah.
Because what they did, you know, the formula that we have for getting the sticky off of the knobs and slider caps
Yeah.
only works on the earlier
All right.
Arturias. The later ones, they've done something. Either the plastic is different or the stuff that's on it's different. And the test piece I put in for a... what was it? A Arturia Mini Freak? I think it was a Mini Freak. Instead of the gel, the stuff turned into like a sticky
Yeah, but the mini Freak
jelly.
doesn't have the sticky key problem.
Oh, it's not
They
there.
changed. They changed. The,
It's written on the envelope what it was.
yeah,
but
they changed
alright,
it all.
But whatever it is, it didn't react the same way. And what happened was the knob melted and went grey. Yeah. Exactly the same process as what I did with...
I
with
thought
the
isopropanol
mini
was kind of the universal fix.
Oh, these
Him again.
these wouldn't like it.
Seen him somewhere before.
Really? Yeah.
Hello.
You said you weren't coming.
I know,
Yeah,
but
you
I
did, you
bored
said you
Sarah
were
to
going.
death. I
Yeah.
bored her to death. She said, get on
Peter.
the pub and debrief with your mates. I'm going
Yeah.
to my card room.
Peter,
I did.
you're not going to believe
I did
this,
listen to
mate.
Jen.
Right,
Go on,
Pete,
go
you're
on.
not going to believe this, right?
What have you done? now?
Andrew used to work for Emu.
You never.
Yeah, straight up.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
I know.
Absolutely
I
unbelievable.
I can't get over it.
I think he must have left when I started with him. Yeah, but there you go.
Hey!
But now Robert's turned up. I'm fucking off. So I will see you later.
It's Vangelis. Hi, Vangelis.
It's Frank.
We missed you yesterday, Robert. Where the bloody hell were you?
Speak for yourself.
Sorry.
He doesn't have a cigarette going. He's got to have a
I'll tell
cigarette.
you who I did miss. I miss Robert, obviously, but I'll tell you who I did miss yesterday. There's a regular fixture of hilarity and joyfulness was Simon. Simon Forsyth.
Oh, yeah.
He's
yeah.
normally there with Tom. Tom, by the way, sorry, you could probably talk about it when I go, but TC 5000.
Yeah,
Really?
literally.
It's honestly, I walked around the corner because somebody said, "Is Tom there?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm sure." Hang on a minute, I couldn't see anything big white facing out to the front doors like he normally does for the normal. You know. So I looked at him and I said, "What's he got?" Oh, look, for a minute I thought he brought a Colossus because it was a cabinet.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought, well, that doesn't look like it. And as I came around the corner, I thought, My next thought was, oh, he's brought an ARP 2500. He must be having like a fallow year or something, you know. And he's just brought an old synth. I'm thinking, hang on, that's not a
closely.
2500. And as I get closer, Tom sort of like stood there, and I say, what the fuck? And he's like, oh no. But yeah, and then about half an hour later, actually it was a couple of hours later, Dina Perlman's like, Rob, let's talk. I've got to talk to you. What to tell you all about? So yeah, that was it was an amazing thing. It's not modular. Fuck,
It's
an ARP 2500 is not a modular synth.
It is with
It
pins.
is.
No, it's not.
No,
It's not
Rob,
a modular
actually,
synth.
No,
Rob,
there's a
it
slider.
is.
It's
Rob, it
not
is.
a modular
Pin
synth.
matrix.
Rob,
Not a
mate,
modular synth.
Rob,
No.
it is, mate.
No.
What?
Sorry,
It's not
it
Euro
is.
rack, but it's modular.
You know,
No.
it's not Euro rack. It's modular.
No. I don't accept that.
I know you don't accept it,
Oh,
and,
listen.
and we are on the same page about Euro rack.
And
We
I
are on
took-
the same page about Euro rack,
Is
but
a Moog 3C modular? Of course it is.
yeah.
I took Ty to see it.
He was
'Cause I
like
said-
Tigger, wasn't he? Bounce, bounce, bounce.
He literally, he got to the stand and he was like this. He was actually like this.
I pictured him being like, "Okay, I'll take 3."
Yeah, but he has that vibrating cock ring that Pip controls.
Well,
from a
yeah,
distance.
because I said something to Pip. I said, "Have you got one of those Bluetooth things?" And she
Yeah.
goes, "No, but I have." Oh, badumtish. I will see you soon. I'll be back later.
Go do it,
Okay.
Ian.
And it's not modular.
A 2500 is a modular. I know
No, it's
this
not.
because I know everything there is to know about modulars.
If you're routing with wires or pins, it's a modular. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, no, it
Basic.
is.
The thing is, this
VCS3 is
TC5000 is not using
VCS3 is modular, yeah.
right. This TC5000 not using crossbars though. It's using a pin matrix. Yes.
Yeah, pin matrix.
Yes.
It's just
Right.
no cables. It's a pin.
Yeah.
Now,
Still
being a pin
modular, yeah.
matrix,
I'm with you
you've
on
got
that.
more chance of it being low noise because an original ARP 2500 is awful. Awful. Especially on its audio path. It's really quite grim. So,
By the way,
pin
Kent,
matrix.
in the Overring upgrade before the company went bankrupt was a vibrating cock ring version. So
Yeah, but there you go.
I like the way Robbie's just pulled this grenade, chucked it
Yeah.
into the room, and fucked
Yeah.
off.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
course.
That's what he does. But there you go.
So how did you get on with the show then, Kent? Any troubles? Any copyright strikes?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think there was a few wobbles, weren't there?
I think the best thing to describe it
Should've called.
was a shit shambles, I think.
It was all right. What was wrong with you?
Oh,
I haven't
some,
watched it yet.
some people saying it was the funniest show they've seen
Brilliant.
out of all of them.
I have to agree, it wasn't boring enough.
Yeah, the thing was, when they say, "Oh, yeah, it's the funniest show I've seen," yeah, you go, "Yeah, but it wasn't intended to be." That's the problem.
Well, that's the funniest shows when they're not intended to
Yeah,
be.
exactly. I mean, at one point, Andrew was calling me Robbie.
Yes, I remember. And he didn't get it for a minute.
Yeah, when he goes, "Oh, what do you think, Robbie?" And I'm looking. Where the fuck is he then?
Yeah. Is he
Or
still-
he'd come into the show, but it wasn't showing up on my page or something. So I'm going, okay, oh wait, what the hell is going on, man? So that was a giggle. It was a giggle.
That's good.
But we were going to have a guest on. Guests with us,
Okay.
and it didn't work out.
Right.
It's going to be week after next now. Fingers
Okay.
crossed. But then for a moment there, we were going to have Michelle on for a while.
Oh, okay.
But poor old Mish couldn't make it because she was
Right.
tied up with it was some sort of family dinner thing, so she wouldn't be able to be there, and because she's still kind of in our time zone rather than the US time zone.
Oh yeah, of course.
So it would have fallen roughly about the same time.
Right.
And in the end, Andrew hits me up and I go, "It looks like it's just us." And he goes, "Yeah, but
us."
what can go wrong?" I mean, well, where do you want me to start? You know?
Well, the live stream bit worked.
Yeah. Well, he gave me one job, which was to watch the chat and just blue star, if there were any questions or anything.
Yeah.
And I forgot to do that anyway.
Oh well.
And not that it made much difference, but there you go. So, but I
Well,
don't
you
think we
had,
had
you
any
had
donations.
700 views on TikTok while you were talking to Robbie.
That's not what you told me.
No, it's not.
You
He
sure it
started off. He started off at four,
Yeah.
four, and then it jumped to 700 by
Yeah,
the time
as
it
people
finished.
start texting their mate, yeah, come and have a look at this shit show.
4 people while we were talking to you guys, 4 people contacted me wanted to co-host it. I'm thinking, bugger off.
What, bring a little professionalism, perhaps?
Absolutely not.
They just wanted my jacket. That's all it was all about.
It was your jacket that did it. Actually, your jackets, I will say. In fact, I
that's
forgot
great.
to steal that.
You haven't seen
After the
Bristol
show
yet?
finishes, and he ends the stream and everything, and I'm checking to make sure he has actually ended the
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah, that's always
Right, and then he goes, "Well, that went all right, didn't it?" I mean, what part are you talking about? which bit was it went all right? He goes, "Oh, we had lots of news." I said, "Well, that's the thing is, we went through a lot of topics, but there was very little substance to all of the topics."
He lifted them out, did he?
And and some of the ones he were reading out, I hadn't even seen in the list. And so he goes, "So what do you think on this?" And I'm going, "Oh, well, if pigs could fly, and yeah,
Boys, seriously, get out.
That's what it's all about, there.
yeah. Why don't they make hair nets for trees?
No.
Keep the gardens clean, My
Not only that,
one's off.
I'm trying to put links in the chat, and I don't even know half the normal websites of these fucking things. So
Yeah.
Going
But did
forward,
you
guys
notice
should
the
send a list
links?
to the admin so we can put the links in the chat.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you were putting the links in the chat, they normally come up in blue on my screen.
Yeah.
And they were coming up in black. And I'm going, can people even click on that?
Some of them I couldn't quite find easily
Yeah.
because they're just obscure things. So like,
Yeah.
a list ahead of time would always be easier if you guys have it. So.
Ken, how are we going with saving the data?
Pardon? Oh, this.
Oh, you-
Oh, no, given up. What
What did you
happened? The data recovery software.
Well, yeah, what did you use?
Stella.
Did you
Stella
try
Data.
easy?
I tried many. Most of them wouldn't even find the drive, but Stella found the drive.
Okay.
And then he goes, "All right, I need to scan this." I went, "Oh, okay, scan." And then 49 hours later, it was on 9%. And it
That's
stopped.
normal with that size.
Yeah, but then it found that it had completely stopped. I mean, the drive wasn't even spinning. I'm going, oh, do you know what? Do you know what I'm going to do? I've got a 6 terabyte drive downstairs that I had earmarked for something else. But I thought, no, bugger it. And I brought that up and I downloaded everything again. Or at least most of the preliminary stuff. I've downloaded approximately, I suppose, getting on for about 8 terabyte of the 17.
That's not bad.
Not bad. But
What does Ty use for his giant volume of stuff? Just a NAS, or does he have something more?
I think he
fancy?
probably has a NAS. Yeah.
You need that at least. For all your
Yeah.
stuff.
I've got a nice-
Well, that's on the cards now.
Good.
I've been offered a NAS by Andrew. And I
You can
went,
join the 21st century.
yeah,
work
but
really
the,
well.
the built-in redundancy makes me smile.
Of course.
Because I'd
You have to be ready to swap drives when they start failing.
Well,
so.
I've already had to do this twice. This was the second time I've had to do this. And that expensive, oh yes, it'll last you forever drive didn't.
They
I was
never
like,
do.
no, I've had
I
enough.
used
of
an
it.
EasyAS for quite a long time.
Mm.
And I never had a problem with that. Now, my 8 tera died last week.
Yeah,
And I recovered 95%.
well, that's
And
not
then it
too
was all
bad.
partition. All deleted. I don't
Yeah.
know how.
But I was talking. Who the hell was I
Impressive.
talking to about it? I was talking to somebody about it. It was somebody. Oh, I can't remember. But basically, they said, "Oh, that Stella software. It gets to the end of its scan. It can take for quite a long time. But when it gets to the end of the scan, it goes, do you wish to recover this data?" And you go, yes. And you push the recovery button, and it goes, that will be 89 quid, please.
No push.
So, I went, And he said, and you really got to make sure that you find the tiny, tiny little square that's got a tick in it. You have to press that, otherwise they charge you the 89 quid every month.
Wow.
Oh,
You should have gotten a DD copy thing from
That sounds
on
scammy,
Google, like a
doesn't it?
script, so you
Very
just
much
use
so.
use the low level stuff that works.
Yeah. Well, I did check with Google whether it was a scan thing, and a scam thing, and apparently it isn't. It's just that they have quite an aggressive sales policy. So-
well, it's like the Windows things, isn't it? Where we fixed all your drivers, and it's now going to cost you
I've had
50
that.
quid.
yeah,
I've had that. Yeah.
yeah. It's almost stand and deliver in a digital format, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, but and in
But
the end,
did you
I
try?
don't-
Did you check any professionals? How much they charging for gig?
oh, stupid money, mate.
Bro, I mean that is ridiculous. That is like a 200 quid per 1 gig.
Robert, your audio's breaking up, mate.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it was just that.
That's strange.
But I've got all my, shall we say, essentials. Now, it's funny enough, all my Arturia software, and funnily enough, my Spitfire wasn't on that drive. It's actually in the Mac Studio. I'm not quite sure how it ended up going there, because I'm sure I pointed it at the external, but nonetheless, it's on the main one. So it was mostly Contact, which is enormous with all its libraries.
Fucking hell, Magnus Pike's turned up.
Yeah, it's absolutely enormous. Remember him?
Thought you really had then, Matt, before he's dead, isn't he?
So it just annoys me that I got this 22 terabyte drive and it's literally a bleeding ashtray now.
Was that solid state? Or was it?
Christ, no.
No, I was going to say.
Spinning 22, isn't it?
Yeah, it would have been a mechanical drive.
Oh, yeah, it's
What,
mechanical.
720 RPM or faster than that? 'Cause
Pass.
it's- Yeah.
The one thing that was interesting, I didn't know this.
Probably
It has
7200.
it has the facility for firmware update and all this sort of cobblers on it.
Oh, okay.
And because somebody suggested that I put a in one of the forum thingies that I went skipping about in and said, update the firmware, and then perhaps it will remount, because the Mac Studio was seeing the drive. It goes, oh yeah, there's the drive.
Oh, okay.
And then the elements part, which is where all the data was, is greyed out, and you click on it and go remount the drive, and it goes, no, I can't do that, mate. So, but then on this other forum, they're saying it was actually Macs that are doing it to the drives,
That wouldn't surprise me.
and they were supposed to have had it sorted out in Ventura, but it turned out it wasn't, and then they were supposed to have it sorted out in Sonoma, and they haven't.
Have you tried plugging it into a PC? Just in
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
it
it
didn't
saw
work.
the drive
Drives,
but
then.
refused to mount it.
Is it just particular drives?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Right.
And so they were saying, there's something that goes on, but there was a load of people in there under this thread about anybody who'd updated to Sonoma 14.5, is it? And now the external drives are unseen.
That's really interesting, that, because I have got two very small, they're fairly small portable drives. You know, the things you can just stick in your pocket type things. One of them works fine since I upgraded to Sonoma, and the other one doesn't work, can't see it at all. Works fine on the laptop,
Yeah.
but Sonoma will not read it. So that's
Yeah.
I mean,
But they say it's something that the Macs are doing
that is interesting.
when it comes to shutting down or booting up, whatever it is, and then this junk builds up in the boot sector, and then the drives becomes useless.
I wonder if
So theoretically, if that is the case, if I was to take that drive, say, take it downstairs, put it on Fiona's Lappy, Windows Lappy, boot it into DOS, and just go, right, repartition the front end, and completely wipe the drive. Theoretically,
should be able to
I've got a
use it
working
again.
drive again.
Yeah, yeah.
But could I use it on the Mac Mini again, or would I be in
Well, no, you
to
could
try
do
it?
that and then reformat it on the Mac.
Yeah, you have to do that, because actually I've had to do that because my Jane's auntie's recently died, and they've given me a quite a reasonable hard drive, and I needed to wipe it because it was just to use it for backup of her PC.
Yeah.
So and I first of all reformat it on a PC because it was only done on a PC, and then I reformatted it again on a Mac. I know Mac's looking at me, but that's why I ended up having to do, because the Mac wouldn't see it at first.
Yeah.
I'm
It
gonna-
needs to
I'm gonna
be
try and-
blank, yeah.
I've had to run them through a PC before I can format them on a Mac before. So
You have to format it in NTFS on the Mac on the PC. Then the Mac thinks it's new.
Yeah, the Mac.
Yeah,
the Mac.
that's exactly what it
If you
did.
do it with FAT, it doesn't work because the
No,
Mac
it
can
didn't.
read FAT. You need
Yeah,
to do NTFS, and then the Mac
yeah,
thinks, "Oh, this is a
yeah.
new drive," and then it's away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what did. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because like the one I've got was I formatted it on Fiona's Lappy
Yeah.
to NTFS because I haven't formatted anything in FAT32 for donkeys.
You only get to about 100, don't you? 100.
And then brought it up here and I didn't do it encrypted or any of that bollocks, and I did it in
APFS.
APFS. Thank you. I can never remember the thing for
Apple
it, but,
proprietary format system or something like that.
right.
Yeah.
So it should, straightforward format and all the rest of it. So
In a pinch, you can use XFAT. You don't have to
Yeah,
always.
XFAT.
Yeah,
Yeah,
XFAT works.
yeah, I mean there was loads
Because
of
that
different.
was the things over four gig, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it
there's
will.
5 or 6 different little format languages you could do it in if you wished, But yeah, so I could save the drive, but am I plugging it back into the Mac?
Do you really want to
Fucking
go?
ain't.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Was it partition the original, or was it one big drive?
no, I partitioned it into. There was a 2 terabyte
Right.
backup drive for the Mac Studio.
Yeah.
So I could do backups to that. So if the Mac went, it'd bump it across. And I must have done something wrong because that drive is completely empty. Right. So
That might have been what the problem was. If it was more than 2 gig, it was trying to back up, it fell over itself. And
Neil Wharton's just said, don't use APFS on spinning drives. It's only designed for SSDs.
is it really? This is information I could have been very useful to me,
very useful.
armed with 8 months ago. And I wouldn't have gone for it then. But there were people in these forums saying that they had drives that they were using with their Macs using NTFS quite successfully.
Yeah.
But getting this problem eventually at some point where it just wouldn't mount anymore.
They were probably using an extension on the Mac that would
Neil,
make
but
the
you never
Mac
asked.
Yeah,
able
yeah,
to read NTFS.
Yeah,
I did that like 10 years ago.
yeah. So, and now Andrew, God bless him, has given me, or he's giving me a 48 terabyte NAS drive, which it would just about fit all my libraries on.
Yeah.
But the thing about that, of course, is when a drive goes down, you just get another drive and replace it.
Depending on how you set it up.
Is it-
how you
well,
set
Well,
it up,
will be set up in such a way that no matter which
is
drive
it just-
goes,
you'll have a redundancy.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Mine's like that. I've got 2 drives, and then if one goes, I just replace
there's a
it.
total backup of all the
Yeah.
data
Yeah,
amongst
yeah.
all the other
I
drives.
was doing this 20 years ago with the Vampire Rat,
Yeah, you
There you
were.
go.
Yeah.
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 But I've never really
And
got
you also
into
get
this.
a cloud backup of some kind, but your network sucks, right?
At the moment, it is about as useful as damp string.
Except for the
I
show.
know,
You can put this
honest
out,
to God.
so.
Yeah, well, no, this is the thing. So far, I've been lucky, right? Fingers crossed. When I'm doing a show on a Friday, the speed goes from about 35 to 385. Quite consistently on a Friday,
On a
and
Friday.
most of a Saturday as well.
That sounds like you've been throttled locally.
Something's going on, right?
You know,
There's always
is,
something
is,
going on.
is a neighbour nicking your bandwidth?
Not that I'm aware of. I've checked. Nobody seems to be using it, but
Something's
But they said,
happening.
oh, there's work being done in the area where they're upgrading to
There's a man in your exchange pulling wires out.
that kind of thing. So, so Fiona's going to talk to Virgin tomorrow, but I said maybe it's time to just jump ship because we've been with Virgin for like 2 decades.
I keep putting the prices up, Virgin.
Yeah, well, I was honest to God. I don't normally do intakes of breath.
Yeah.
I have to work with very expensive equipment, and that sort of stuff doesn't bother me anymore. When people say, "Oh yeah, it cost me 90,000," yeah, did it? Cool. But when she turned around to me, she goes, "Yeah, we're actually paying about £250 a month on our Virgin." I went, "What? 250 quid?"
Yeah, they've been known for this.
What are they doing? Pumping gold down the
They
fucking
just-
cable or something?
Whenever it comes up for renewal, they just automatically put the price up.
Exactly.
In a piss.
Yeah.
So,
Apparently, so did a lot that I'm with, but I'm going to have to. At the
So
end
if you
of the
keep
year, I'm gonna have
jumping-
a fight to keep
Yeah.
the price down.
if you
I
keep
went back with
jumping
BT.
company, they will offer you a good deal every time you go
Yeah.
from one company to the other. So you just keep
Yeah.
hopping.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Well,
Change the deal.
yeah, exactly.
So the extra fee gives you a reach around once a month. So
Well, like, I think Robbie's using PlusNet, is it?
All right.
And he's
Yeah.
getting quite a good download and all the rest of it. And I mean, let's face it, he lives out in the wilderness.
Yeah, yeah.
Fucking Norfolk, for Christ's sake. You know, where there'd still be dragons. And
Yeah.
so as far as the coverage for PlusNet seems to be quite good and quite consistent across the country.
The only
So-
thing with these third-party suppliers,
Yeah.
they have to join the queue when it comes to open reach fixing anything. Where if you're back with BT, they do look after you because they are
I've had
kind.
very,
Yeah.
very experienced BT, business
Well,
and,
there is
and
that, yeah.
domestic. That,
Yeah.
You know.
Can you
Yeah,
stop
but-
talking about high-speed internet, please? Because you're
Sorry
pissing
about
me
that,
off.
Matt.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, but your neighbour's got it. You were saying how far up the road is it?
Other end of the road.
Well,
It's
funny
because we're in
enough, we
Yeah.
got
cul-de-sac, two
got
blocks
yet
of flats.
another one of those Virgin emails come through again. Except this time I opened it and looked, and Rob would go bin, and it said, "Oh, for an extra tenner, I can have was it 1.2 gig bandwidth?" I went, "Oh, okay." For an extra tenner, on top of whatever I think we're paying 25 quid or something. So the rest of that, all that bill is the phone, which is almost no outgoing calls, nearly all incoming. But it's her
wrong
and
there.
her
There's something wrong
fucking
there.
TV channels. That's what it is.
Right, okay. Right.
And she's got, of course, she has all the sports channels because for some reason rugby is broadcast
Rugby union.
via smoke and it's broadcast
yeah.
via smoke and mirrors, isn't it? It doesn't.
Yeah,
It never hits the big channels
That's
properly,
right.
Not unless
or you just get the highlights, which is like fuck off. So, so she has all these sports 5, 6, and 20, 940 or whatever it is. All these bleeding sports channels where the rugby will show up, and it costs, it all adds up. So.
I was going to say, Matt, I live in Silicon Valley, and I have limited options for high-speed internet, which is really stupid.
That's a bit weird.
Really?
Wouldn't have thought so, would
It's
you?
regional. It depends on where you are. I mean, literally, like several blocks away, it could be no problem. I have only one provider I can get, and it's kind of half-assed.
Well, here's something that surprised me, and it makes me laugh. When I take the iPad into the bedroom with me, and settle down for the night, and I'll put on Radio 6 and something, put on a comedy show or something to listen to on the radio, and it keeps pausing to load because the range on the hub is pretty shit. But I broadcast to you on Ramsey's show yesterday from the garage, and it was working.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. It was like, but if I go upstairs, which is literally
Well, you went out on the street a little bit. You started to cut out there.
yeah, the coverage. If I walk out of the
Yeah.
door of the garage, it sort of like goes bye.
And your garage is all that metal around it, so you're
Yeah,
getting shielded in the garage.
I mean,
Yeah, and
the coverage, the Wi-Fi coverage here is weird because in the house, it's fine.
yeah,
Right? It's best obviously on the first floor, in the back bedroom for some reason. Especially if I'm having to use mobile. But here, Wi-Fi is really, really poor. So this is why I've got a direct cable.
That's what we did. Hang on.
Yeah.
Go to Haley's and all round her house. If she tries to FaceTime me, I guarantee you it takes 4 or 5 attempts for the thing to connect. I can go
want
down
these.
halfway down her garden. Yeah, halfway
TP
down. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
that's what Haley's got, and there's shit at hers.
Well,
They're
yeah.
halfway down her garden, which is 120 feet long, and I can still get perfect Wi-Fi. It makes it just insane.
I have wondered about putting a mesh.
Yeah, that's what
link
that
in
is.
here.
We've got it all round. It doesn't reach the office. I've got wire to the office, but
Yeah,
That
I mean,
don't need-
it's fine
yeah.
for why. But it would be nice when I'm using a laptop or an iPad in here as well as
Yeah.
wired.
Yeah,
Actually, I've
absolutely.
just put another spur in here so that I can actually just wire direct to the laptop when I'm using that in here.
Yeah. It's weird because when we used to have the old cable internet, which I think was like whack, 20 meg or something like that, full whack. And it was in the little black box, upright box, right? But I could get coverage in the workshop all day long, no problem.
It was solid, just
The new super duper one craps out as I walk out the back door.
Yeah.
It's
bonkers, isn't it?
You'd think it'd be better, not that much worse. So I don't know. But I've got other things that have been bugging me today. You know that track that I play, that thingy, that ditty I play on the keyboard now and again.
And have you recorded it?
No, because it's somebody else's.
Oh right, oh no, okay.
You know the thing, and I go, it's from Dunkirk.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah.
Well, I think it was it was Friday afternoon. I'm in the workshop, and I'm working on these two, a Jupiter 6 and a Up 2600. And I put my Dunkirk CD into the player. I go, I'll listen to that while I'm working. And it plays the entire CD. And when it finishes, I went, that bit of music wasn't on that CD.
Oh, so it is yours.
So I went onto YouTube in the afternoon and had a quick look before the show. I go, oh, that bit of music doesn't come from Dunkirk at all. Oh, so did I write it and forget it? Or it is somebody's? Because if I wrote it, I'm fucking having it.
Yeah.
Put it on YouTube and see if you get a copyright strike.
Well, that's one way of finding
The
out.
thing to do is record it and then you Shazam it.
Yeah, this is it. Find some sort of app and sort of like hum it in or whatever, and then see what comes back.
Yeah.
Because I could have sworn that was a Zimmer tune or something, but
Well, play it to Hans and see what he says.
I've already done that. I sent him a clip on Messenger. I said, "Is this you?"
And he said,
He's now using it, Ken.
And he goes, "I don't know. I get somebody else to write all that now." He'd probably say, but no. And see if he recognises it. Because I'm going, where has this come from? It can't be mine. It can't be mine because it's too nice.
No,
Why?
Oh, that's rubbish.
No, it's too nice.
I'm not accepting
Oh,
that,
stop.
Mr. Spong. I am not accepting that.
No, it's a beautiful chord. I mean,
You
there's,
play really
there's
well,
nice,
and you-
but there's nice chord progressions. But this thing is beautiful
Yeah, well, some
and emotive. And I
I
go, I didn't write this. Fuck off. No.
I'm not having that. As your record label owner,
Mind you, I tell you what. If I find out that I have, I'm going to be like a dog with two dicks for about 6 months. I tell you.
get it recorded, get it to me. I've told you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you release it, and then the copyright
my
strikes coming in.
Olympus.
Hey, well, yeah, I tell you, if it's yours and I get the copy, I would love to actually contest it.
Yeah.
And I will contest it because I tend to. If I know it's, I only tend to do it with my own stuff. If I know it's mine, I contest it.
Yeah.
Every time.
But you know, sometimes when you play something in, well, not in this particular. I mean, it's quite an unusual case where you're playing something you can't remember if you wrote it or not.
Yeah.
But there's a feel, there's a pattern, there's a flow that you would recognise, and although some of it very much says me, generally it doesn't feel quite.
Yeah, but didn't
something-
Paul McCartney have that with Yesterday?
He did, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And it's funny actually because there was quite a lot of in the 2010s, 2012s. I'd written stuff for Katie and the Question, so it's pop songs, and we were in a restaurant one night, and a lot of this stuff got played on American college radio at the time. And Jane, I'm at the loo. Jane comes back and they've just played your song. I'm going, what song? She went, they've just played your. She said, I don't know what it's called. It's that song you wrote. And she even went. She was so convinced. I mean, it might not have been, but she was so convinced. She actually went up and said, "What's the song?" Oh, we're just playing so radio station. You know. And I mean, I never heard it, so I have no idea. You know, I'm just thinking, well, if it's mine, I want the royalties. I want the PRS royalties, the PPL royalties for playing it. You know.
Oh, this bloody thing.
It's gone all dark.
You've gone dark, mate.
Yeah, no, it's just because I fired up a webpage. Oh, this keyboard drives me insane. It really does. you have to wait about 4,500 fucking years for it to reconnect. Let's try now. Because I typed in Hotmail into Google here, so I can have a look at my email quickly. And of course, the keyboard hasn't connected, and what I've got is ill. And I've hit enter, and Google's come back with all the things related to ill. It's like, that's not what I wanted at all, mate. Right. Oh, God. Sign me in. Really? This should be a giggle. I'll leave all this to the woman.
The woman.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it's going to send it to Fiona. Oh, do you know what? Fuck off. There you go. That's the best. That's how you cure software problems, okay? Just a little tip there. You just go bollocks to it and hit the little cross.
Manny's just said he's off for a bit. Stay classy. Yeah, right.
No, I'll tell you what. Hang on a sec. Let me go and get the iPad. I want to read this thing out to you. It's fucking mind blowing. Where's the carpet? Oh, there we go.
Okay, Justin, interlude music.
Yeah, interlude.
Oh. That's why I was here. Okay.
Go, 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 go.
All right, where am I? Let's see. No, that's not the right chord.
Need a virtual tip jar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Venmo.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Find me on Venmo.
You gotta put it on when you're on the show, though.
Let's try this again. Here.
Rick
Patches
Wakeman's
on
turned
the-
up.
Let's see.
What patch is that on the
else could I
Karma?
do?
What is it?
Yeah, that's the Karma.
I know what patch is it. Is it custom or did you?
It is called. It's a slightly altered Bank A number 71. My baby's asleep.
Wow.
Old Triton job it.
Yes. Oh, I think I mentioned this last time I was on with this. Was they have some stuff that is specific to the Karma, but then they've taken a bunch of Triton sounds and then they've added. They threw them in here and added the Karma engine to them, so they've spiced up a few of them. But yeah, this one.
Sounds like a Yanni patch.
It's exactly what it is. Because I've always liked that sound, especially when he played it on his earlier
Keys
stuff.
to the imagination. stuff
Yeah,
like that.
keys to imagination. Yeah. That stuff's hard to play.
You're the
Like,
human
a lot of-
arpeggiator. It's great.
Well, a lot of his older stuff that has a lot of that that kind of playing is
Well, it's
hard
that
to
kind
play.
of bouzouki
Yeah.
sound, right? Because he's Greek,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, it's like bouzouki, dulcimer,
Yeah.
kind of sound,
And it was super meta when he played at the Acropolis, right? So.
Yeah. That's still an incredible concert.
He's just so full of himself, right? He's a good musician, but goddamn, he's annoying.
Yeah, I would
The whole
say
Linda
now
Evans
more so.
bullshit and all that, and it's just ugh.
Yeah, I would say now, more than anything. That's why I'm more
He
partial
said
to
in
his
an
earlier
interview
stuff.
he doesn't listen to any other music, only his own. I mean, what an
except his
asshole.
own, yeah. But let's see, now, but growing up, what was he listening to? He was listening to other
Exactly.
stuff.
All the
know?
Greek stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, he was also in a rock band called Chameleon before, right around the time he got started.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And that was where he met his the drummer that's playing with him now. So they started in that band.
What if you ever came across Vangelis?
I don't know.
I know they're different ages, but
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, knowing him and his character, probably not.
yeah.
Yeah. But...
Yeah. Now this is the list that I had to send to a very nice lady called Catherine who works at Sotheby's. I'm acting as middleman, right?
I see.
And this is the list. Well, the first list. There's 2 other lists yet to come through, but these are the items. Keith Emerson's Dunstall motorcycle. Paul Dunstall said he had only made 2 special bikes, one for Steve McQueen and the other one for Keith Emerson. So that's up for grabs. Steve Miller's Oberheim 8 voice.
Wow.
Vangelis's Yamaha GS1.
It's getting better. Go on.
1974 Hammond organ B3 UK spec, one of only 50, played by Jimmy Smith, Brooker T. Jones and John Lord. Max Middleton's keyboard rig, used by Jeff Beck, Kate Bush, Rolling Stones, Chris Rea, John Martin. This also includes a memory Moog with MIDI, a Mini Moog and an Oberheim SEM, a Clav D6 and a Fender Rhodes Stereo 73 with a Roland 501 and Echoplex. Manfred Mann's 4 oscillator Mini Moog D. Only 5 made, only 2 known to exist, the other in the Moog Museum.
Wow.
A pair of 1972 that's RA Mini Moog Ds owned by Keith Emerson. Mason Rouge Studio 1 Helios type 78 mic amp EQ units, 24 of them.
Wow.
Cream's Wurlitzer EP200. Used by Billy Preston, Eric Clapton, George Harrison, ABBA, Adele, Queen, Coldplay, The Faces, etc. And this thing is like, right. I looked at this and I went, really? Okay. Bechstein piano, part of leg. Yeah. From Decca Studios, where the Beatles did their first audition. This is the only part left of the piano, sold at the Abbey Road auctions by Cream of Godley and Cream. Sorry, 10cc.
Yeah.
And then sold to me. Apparently the other bits went for something like 1.5 million.
Wow.
For bits of wood.
Yeah, right. Firewood. Wow.
Used by hundreds, probably 1,000 recordings and concerts from 1975 to date. Little Richard, Billy Preston, Pink Floyd. The full list can be supplied. Item 12. A factory white UK spec Hammond B3 1957 and matching Leslie's and Pro 40 cabinets. Played by John Paul Jones when touring with his parents. An SP12 drum machine, the first in the country.
We'll look that for our stand, shall we?
Hired to thousands of groups. There you go. Wow. And that's the one so I supplied this to the woman, and I'm not kidding you, literally 35 seconds later, an email pops back. It goes, "We need to talk." Okay. Fine. So it looks like all that lot's going up at Sotheby's. I'm looking at this stuff and I go, a bit of a leg of a piano.
Yeah, that's fanaticism for you.
And this is the thing though. I have it on good authority that it's probably going to fetch more money than all the other items on the list.
That's incredible.
A bit of a
It's obviously got
piano.
providence then.
Yeah, a bit of a piano leg. It's like,
Yeah.
what the hell? So
I wonder
anyway,
what happened to all the other parts.
well, I tell you what, I'm going to go look out in the garage again.
Yeah. Oh, is this all from the garage?
Yeah, I wish. No, this is all, some of the stuff that Tiny's getting rid of, and there's more stuff he's still got. He's still documenting it and stuff like that. But there's stuff up there. It's just like, Christ Almighty.
Aren't
Just
there like
ridiculous,
10,000
yeah.
parts in a proper piano? So they could have parted that out and made all kinds of money from it.
Yeah, but you know what? It's like everything else. When these things are in these states at the time, they're just rubbish.
Yeah.
They haven't got the benefit of time
No,
on
that's
this on their side
quite
with
right.
it, isn't it? So it's like the people who used to throw away the. Oh, Andy, you might know about this. Is an American coin.
A
They
Buffalo
call it-
nickel?
No, the Scarface.
Oh, I don't know that one.
What it is it's a silver dollar, and what was happening was as they were pressing these silver dollars, the die was breaking,
Oh, interesting.
and it puts a scar across Lady Liberty's face.
Oh.
But more progressive as
Give her
they
some street
kept
cred.
stamping them.
Yeah.
If it has the scar right across the face, it's worth about $2.5 million
Oh,
for this.
never heard of that
and,
one.
Yeah, but it weren't supposed to go into circulation because obviously the die was breaking, and it was supposed to get melted down again. But some of them got out there. And if you got one of these things, you're laughing. So it's the Scarface.
Wow.
See the shit you learn, man.
I'm not a proper numismatist, as they say. You know, the coin-
Yeah. You have to watch. What's that program? The guy who runs the pawn shop.
Oh, Pawn Stars.
David.
Pawn Stars.
I actually
Oh,
went through
Pawn
their last trip through Vegas.
No, he said David
Yeah?
Dickinson.
Yeah, the Pawn Stars show.
Yeah.
The famous people weren't there, but it was fun to walk around there and stuff.
Yeah, there's some
There's some stupid shit in there for sure. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Nothing good musically. There was not much instrument-wise, but
Yeah.
plenty of other wacky stuff.
I like it when you get the guy coming. He's got this, this fantastic photograph of, say, Babe Ruth as a rookie in a team. And it's all authenticated, and he goes, he wants $150,000 for it, and everything. And the guy comes in, and yeah, it's authenticated, but it's open and this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it. And you go, I can give you $7,000 for it, sort of thing. And the bloke's face going.
Yeah.
But he ends up taking 10. You go, okay. And you came in wanting, 150 for it. Yeah, mate, go. Be gone.
Some pretty wild stuff. But I mean, when you consider most of their business came from destitute people from over gambling, right? That's just really sad.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty. Yeah, you can see it in their eyes that, they literally take anything for it because they're desperate.
Oh, yeah. Got to
So-
get the next fix.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
the pawn shop's ideal customer. It's the guy that just.
Well, I mean,
has to sell
Vegas
it.
it's a built-in
Oh,
business,
can
right? I
imagine.
mean, you're just
Yeah,
done.
yeah. They couldn't have picked a better patch to open the shop, could they? Really, when you think about it. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Location. So,
Yeah.
but they were talking about the shiny Shahrazad Pokemon card
All right.
being worth about $15,000. Right?
true,
Okay.
yeah.
I've got one of them upstairs in a biscuit tin somewhere.
Yeah. The
But then it
boys
turns out the ones that are valuable are the ones before it became popular.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're in Japanese.
My nephew
And
had a whole
not
binder
in
full of those
English.
things. I don't know what he did with them, but one
Yeah.
day it might be
Apparently,
valuable.
my kids reckon that they had the Pokemon cards. Now the reality is that
Yeah.
we haven't got them. We've because they keep saying, "Did you find them when you moved?" No, we didn't find them. You probably
Yeah.
got rid. You probably swapped them for something when you were a kid.
Yeah.
So we don't think they're.
Well, my dad was casually into baseball cards when he was a kid, and if he had kept those and not thrown them out,
Yeah.
tons
Yeah,
of
yeah.
money.
Yeah. What about the G-Force Top Trumps? They got to be worth something, haven't they?
I had the
I've
second
got
one.
Trumps
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, I got the second
top Trumps too.
Well, the couple of little bits of object dar I have knocking. I've got a marble clock. I love my marble clock. But I've got a 1917. What do you call it? Artillery shell.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, just the arse of it. Yeah. The I think it's like a
It's
card
been
coating,
fired.
and then the shell on top. So I got the shell. I got the firing shell, and they've got the explosive tip that
Oh.
we've taken all the gunpowder out of it, which is soaking wet because it was at the bottom of the estuary in Essex. And a friend of mine used to go diving, and they found this ship, and it's absolutely full of bombs.
Oh, that's the one they're worried about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Take most of London out.
And he's going in there and going, yeah. And he said, I'll take these back with it.
There's a big
And then-
sign on the top of that.
And he's selling brass.
Clang, clang, boom, right? So,
It's solid brass, mate. And we're talking kilos per shell of just brass, beautiful, high quality brass. And he was selling up the brass. I said, no, can I just have the 2 bits? And I cleaned it all out, got rid of all the explosives out of it because it was soaking. It's not going to go off or anything. Unless I really tried and dried it out and then got a big flat hammer and a lighter. You're like, let's give this a go. Urgh, sort of thing. And just smack it on the head and see what happens. So, yeah, so I've got that and I've kept that. I use it as an ashtray. It's very appropriate.
Very appropriate. Yeah.
And so, and little bits and pieces like that. So, and my scale electrics that go back to, oh Christ,
I haven't got my scale.
late 60s, I think some of
Oh,
them
yeah.
are.
The
I
old
did one with
plunger job.
my original
Yeah.
Triangle Hornby train set.
Now, you see, that's money. The
It
big one.
was.
If you've
I've got the original
original,
1924
yeah. Oh, no,
Hornby sales brochure.
Wee.
That's got to be worth something, isn't it?
Well, I'll tell you what is worth money is the red. What was it? It wasn't the Scotsman because that's green. It was red, and it had the. Was it the George V or something? It had a sloping front to it,
All right.
like a bullet
Well,
train type of
it's not-
look.
Oh, red.
Bit like,
red
bit
one.
like the Mallard.
It was
sort of.
the
And it was
guy.
red.
Because
Mallards,
the,
yeah.
The Mallard
Yeah.
was never red. That's
No, it was
the thing. It's blue as the Mallard.
Oh, this was red. So what? I'm getting King something or other. If I remember, it was a King something, King George or whatever.
My grandfather drove the Mallard.
Oh,
He was a
right.
train driver. He drove the Scotsman. He drove the Mallard. He said the Mallard was the better train to drive. I always remember him saying that.
In the postman, there was a guy with the first edition of Mario Bros.
Oh, right.
The cost was about 2.5. 250, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, what the? Oh, that's the normal, is it?
Well, it's like in the real world, what is that Kraftwerk vocoder really worth? I mean,
Yeah.
really.
No, there's no real value in it.
not-
It's just
not much. I mean-
ridiculous, and people are able to
It,
pay.
it has a value, but we're talking about a very niche market
Yeah.
who are going to want a vocoder that's not, shall we say, the greatest vocoder that was ever designed by
yeah, in
man.
the end, isn't the Sennheiser one better, or the Boda, or something like that? I mean,
Well, they're all going to be better because this is literally sort of like we think this is how a vocoder works,
yeah.
or how we're going to get this to work, sort of thing, and then be able to use this unique sound. Because I think were they the first to do it? I don't know too much
did it
about the
first
history.
at the telecom equipment, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, I know. Yeah, that was the original idea, wasn't it? Was to be able to do voice recognition and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know Daniel paid $12.5K for it on eBay. Not working, but because it was the Kraftwerk vocoder.
okay, so it's never been working when he's had it.
It hasn't worked since it did the recording.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Wow.
It goes Autobahn, and then the thing went, and you go, all right, well, we just won't say it again then. And that's why you only hear it at the beginning of the record. Literally, it burst into
It's
flames.
on radioactivity.
Well,
that one they use there is
maybe-
amazing. It's
Maybe
probably
the
a
problem is
Sennheiser.
it should never work again.
Yeah.
I know. Do you know what I mean?
There's a certain. So he's gone. They've done the Autobahn, and then the bass sequences start. And I imagine they wanted to use it more within the track.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it started smoking from one corner, and they turned it and went, fuck that, but in German, obviously, and walk away.
If you guys haven't heard it, check out the Voice of Energy on radioactivity. It's glorious. Vocoder.
Yeah.
I hate. That's the one album I've still got on vinyl, and I actually hated it for a very long time. I don't hate it anymore. I actually think some of it's really, really good, but it used to put me to sleep.
Well, if you listen to Radioactivity, you can hear where Depeche Mode got a lot of their dark stuff from.
Yeah, I know, yeah. And actually, because now I've sorted my turntable out and put it through.
Oh, that
sounds
might be
great.
it. Actually,
does sound
Wags.
great. It does sound great. The production on it is really, really good.
Coronation Class. Yeah, because that's got a royal connection, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
and I think it's about the 1930s. The model is based on. So
Post office train, wasn't it, or something like that?
that's
was
George or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's some sort of King George vibe to this thing.
I was saying to Pete on the journey back that mini discs, pre-recorded mini discs, can be worth a fortune.
I got a whole
Oh,
stack
yeah.
of them. Let's go through.
Yeah,
You're looking very romantic there.
Hey,
Yes,
gotta
I
grow.
mood lighted. However,
He's just
not.
had to wipe his camera down.
yeah.
It is white.
Oh dear.
Yeah, next time, don't use lotion.
heavy OnlyFans session there.
Soft focus to protect the viewers.
Yeah,
Yeah, how are we all? I'm in Toledo,
Are you?
Wow.
in Spain. Yes.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, you don't be in Toledo, Ohio. It sucks.
Well, that's where Max Clear came from, wasn't it?
That's where they're eating the dogs and cats. Yeah,
Well, there's a good reason.
So anyway, it's good to see you all. Happy and
Yeah, good to
smiling.
see you too, man.
How you doing?
Look, I'm here in one piece at the moment, and I'm enjoying the warmer weather, which is helping.
Yes.
And doing nothing is helping, and touring around seeing churches and all the things that the young lady in my life likes to enjoy, like architecture and history and all the stuff we don't have in Australia.
Right. Yeah, because you're not allowed anywhere near Ayers Rock now, are you?
No, you can't. It's,
No, you can't
it's
even-
off limits. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, how big is the exclusion zone on it? It's something ridiculous, like about
There's a bit
10,000
of a
metres or
perimeter.
something.
There's a bit of a perimeter, but yeah, when I left Australia, they said, "Oh, Mr. Smith, there's an exclusion zone on Australia now, so you can't come back." They said. That was the message. I don't know
Yeah.
why, but
Did they say, "Oh, don't bring any dangerous, poisonous animals with you. We've got enough as it is, thanks."
Yeah.
that's right.
You should export some. Yeah.
Yeah. We got
Well,
our
if you look at the
quota.
statistical average, if you reach 60 years of age, you've probably defied the odds in Australia.
Or it means you've never gone in the garage.
I can't get in the garage anyway.
Leave the car on the driveway. It's much safer.
Yes, I do, and it is, and it still doesn't fix things.
Yeah,
much
true
junk.
enough.
Too much junk. So Tiny's getting rid of. I've actually got the piano that has the rest of the piano that belongs to the league. that Tiny's
Right.
got,
Wonder where
so-
it went.
Yeah.
So, I collected all the pieces in various cornflakes boxes over the years, and nearly completed the set.
You just need the leg now, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's funny what people sort of have sort of tucked away that ultimately becomes of value. I know my grandmother used to have coins, 1 and 2 cent Australian coins from the 60s that she used to play and bet with using when she was playing bridge with the ladies. And that sort of sat around for years and years and years, and is now worth much more as copper than it is as coin.
Yeah, it's funny how some things can actually just fall out of favour, or there's actually more of them around than anybody thought. Because I had, in my collection, meagre collection of coins that I have up in the attic, I have a 1 penny, which is huge, and it's dated 1601. And you go, oh, that's and when you're a small kid, that's like, that's when dinosaurs roamed the earth to a kid, and it's 1601. And at some point during my 20s, I think, got it valued, and I go, yeah, it's worth at least a £5. Oh,
Crazy, isn't it?
I'll keep it then, because it's only worth. If he was going to say like something like 30 grand or something, I go, okay,
I got a grandfather clock, 1640.
nice.
Do you want to see it? It's just there.
Oh, go on. I love. Do you know what? I got a real soft spot for clocks.
All right then.
My daughter would love that.
Oh,
Look at the way they spell. It's Old English Nailsworth spelling. It's only
Yeah.
got one hand because they didn't worry about minutes back then.
Yeah.
It's got a bird's cage. I can't take the thing off, but it's got a bird cage movement in it. And
Oh,
it
beautiful.
was taken in a debt from a miller in Nailsworth.
Yeah.
The bloke couldn't pay his bills, so he gave him the clock back in the day. And Uncle Eric's
You
fixed
can't
it
put a
up.
full screen real quick.
Yeah. Hang on, I got a better one. 2 secs. This is 1730.
I'm trying to remember how to do it. I'm so shit at this. Oh, here we go. There we go. Oh, yes, look at that one.
So that's 1730. This one I've inherited from Eric. It was left to him in a will. He was a clockmaker.
Yeah.
And the bloke left it in a will. But it's even got his little sticker in the back of it.
Does that have the 15-minute chime?
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the calendar as well, which is quite
Oh,
rare.
yeah.
Wow.
For that one. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
Your house gets really noisy, doesn't it, every
It
quarter
does.
of an hour?
Very noisy, yeah. This is
But
my
never
wife's take.
exactly the same time, is it? It's,
No.
it's spaced over about 5 minutes.
But that's what my wife likes. That's her favourite.
Ah, the cuckoo.
Yeah, that's quite a new one, but that's what she had for her 50th birthday present. But,
Nice.
she likes that. But yeah, we've got a few clocks.
Wow.
So yeah.
And he's there looking at his iPad to find out what the time is.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. And this is an American. This is another one we got, an American classic.
Oh, courage. Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
that's solid marble. That is. You can't hardly lift it.
Yeah, I know. I love the marble ones.
Yeah.
My one's a bit bigger than that, but it also has the it has a white marble front,
Yeah.
black marble sides and base, and
Yeah.
then the top is a plinth made from that white marble with the black bits in it.
Yeah.
And then down the front, so those sort of like two columns.
Yeah.
It's a blue and white sculpted
Oh, right.
marble. She's
Yeah.
she's a beauty, but
But
Christ
this
Almighty,
was,
you don't
when we
move
got it. This was black, and apparently they
okay.
painted them black to devalue them.
Oh,
So we cleaned it up. And this is another French. That's solid bronze.
that's a Frenchie all day, isn't it?
Yeah. But the spring's gone on that. If you wind it, you take the key and it fires the key right across the room. So I don't bother with that one. Takes your eye out. But yeah,
Wow,
it's
they're
all good fun.
beauty. Yeah, no, do you know what? Massive sucker for clocks, like you wouldn't believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've
I
got
gotta
to
ask, have you sampled them?
Yeah.
Okay,
they're all
good.
in the they're all in the emu actually.
Oh, this isn't good.
Nice.
Bristol.
I've only got kick from studio or banned from studio here. Hang on a minute. How do we get it? Oh, here it is. It's up here. I think it's up here. It's
It's
up
the
here.
layout buttons.
There you go.
There you
Yeah, do you know what? Because the Stream Deck doesn't work on the Sonoma, I'm sort of like, I'll have to use my trackpad and hope for the best. I can remember.
Years
when
ago
it's
as
in
well,
use.
Waggo.
That's a lovely collection of clockies.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm a big fan of the clocks.
Yeah.
Big fan. I've always loved them. My nan had a grandfather clock. That I used to play with it, much to her.
Well, the real problem was these are all Eric's clocks, but when he passed away, because he was 89, but it was still quite sudden. He was still repairing clocks for people, so he had a load in his workshop. So then I had the task of people saying, "Oh, I'd like my clock back," and you think, "Well, which is your clock? And how do I believe you that?" So we had to have photographs of their clock, so I could then.
Yeah, so you
Some
can
of
match
these
them
things
up.
were worth an
Yeah.
absolute fortune.
Yeah.
You didn't want
Yeah,
to give the
absolutely.
wrong clock to the wrong person, but.
Yeah. And it's always the clock that doesn't look like it's very expensive is the one that's very expensive. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You have to be an absolute expert, otherwise.
Oh God, yeah. And it's a
How
dying
often would he have to
industry.
repair those types of clocks, do you think?
He was serviced them every 6 months.
Wow.
He had a real good business going, and it's funny. People keep ringing him up now. Does it run in the family? I'm afraid not. I've got all the kit, but I don't know how to use it. It's a shame. It's a real dying art.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, big fan. Yeah, it's a bit like Antiques Roadshow tonight, isn't it?
God, it sounds like it. Can you hear the rain in here? Sounds like it might not be there.
See what? You're in trouble if it's raining in your studio.
It's raining outside.
Oh, do the symbol.
Oh.
What is it? Thumbs down? The rain?
Is it that? Is it that for rain?
It's a double thumbs
I
down.
must do that on mine.
Yeah, there you
There
go.
you go. That's it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's doing outside.
No, it's
It
steroiding.
started
isn't it?
raining when I dropped you off, didn't it? It hasn't stopped since. I
Started
don't
raining. It's just never stopped. It's got worse.
think. Yeah.
Welcome to England.
Yeah.
Sheffield was beautiful, though, wasn't it?
It didn't rain in Sheffield. It didn't rain up north.
Well, come on, let's face it. This year, it started raining in February.
It's true,
Yeah, yeah.
actually. Yeah.
Fecking hell, it never fecking
The trouble
stopped.
is, that, I moved down here 5 months ago and thinking, by God, it's so much wetter than it is up north. But actually, it's probably just as wet up north. It's just
Yeah, no, it has been a weird year for rain.
It has
It's
been
just
a weird year. Yeah.
all the time. It's like, God.
Hey, Justin, do you know it's raining again by Supertramp?
Oh,
Dun,
I haven't
dun,
heard
dun,
that
dun,
in
dun, dun,
years.
Hold back the rain by
dun,
Durant. Play
dun,
that.
dun,
And I
dun.
haven't.
It's raining again.
Or Red Rain by Peter Gabriel.
Oh,
Peter, yeah, or Why Does It Always Rain on Me by Travis.
Let's see.
Break into Tears for Fears, then.
Red rain is falling down. Red rain.
Hey, well done.
I'll tell you
Karma
what.
happens to be red as well.
Oh, I disturbed the cable. Shit. Hang on.
Coming out of one ear again.
Hello.
Yeah, that's better.
There we go. I was going to do a Norman Collier there. Isn't it funny how some names stick in it? Because you say to most people on the street, you'd go, "Remember Norman Collier?" And people go, "What the fuck is he talking about?"
So I'm sure Steve and Justin have got, and Andy have no idea who Norman
Yeah,
Collier
they wouldn't know.
is.
That one I haven't heard. I've heard a lot of these names, but
It's
not
a
that one.
very, very. Actually, it's a very, very northern thing, isn't it?
Didn't he do chicken impressions as well?
Okay, so
He was
Didn't
a
he-
sort of.
He could walk like a chicken.
Yeah, he did.
That rings a bell.
He was a stand-up comedian, but he
was a
did.
he was a good stand-up comedian.
Yeah, he did odd stuff. He did this thing with, which was the bust microphone.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah.
would say things like, like that, and it's just brilliant.
It was superb.
Yeah, he was very clever.
Absolutely, that was his call. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was on
so
TV.
it's funny, and that sticks, you know.
Yeah, it does.
But, oh, hello. What? You looking for an expression pedal to sit on? Oh, yeah, I bet you are, you little moo, aren't you? Hey? Hey, you good girl? Good kid. So, did you bring your friend up with you? Oh, hang on.
That would have been a distracting deploy.
We got, oh, God, my bloody...
It's got like any cable.
You think I could afford a cable, wouldn't you?
Well, certain kinds, yeah, you have a lot.
Yeah, I'm going to say you've
Oh,
got.
certain kinds that I don't use very often. Yeah, I do have loads of them. Now, what it is it's an XLR, but it's actually 3 XLRs connected together because they're too short.
Ah, right, okay.
And see, what I'd done was bought 2, but unfortunately, it turned out they'd actually only bought 1, and I haven't actually got round to buying the other one now.
Is it like
'Cause
a
I'm so
standard,
pissed off with
standard
myself.
mic cable then? XLR to male to XLR and female?
It's male to female, yeah.
At some point, that's got to have a little of impedance problem, though, right? I mean, you put too many together.
Well, it's I mean, it's 3, it's 3 short ones, but yeah, it just goes from the back of the X32 to the input on the Focusrite. The other one, which is the new single cable, of course, obviously, absolutely no problems with it. So, but the other one, you so much as look at it and it drops out. So, I got most of my libraries back.
Excellent.
Most, some. So, can't see much point in going much further. If I've got a big NAS drive coming,
Yeah.
I can get by with what I got because I hardly use anything.
Yeah,
as it is
Nazis
now.
are good though. You'll be fine with that.
Oh Christ, yeah.
Yeah, great. I mean, I've had mine for a few years now.
This would be like, you know, selling your bicycle and getting a DB4A. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Jeez, on bread. Fully restored as well. God. With hammer-ons. So, to be honest with you, as long as I got me articulated, I say I'm complete.
Yeah.
I could have just downloaded that and go, right, I'll do for now. I'm happy with that. Such a stick in the mud.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
It's like everyone coming to the stand today or yesterday.
Mm.
You got the Ferris Bueller's coughing and sneezing. What again? Trying to keep finding it.
Oh, you should have been here during COVID year. Yeah,
Exactly.
we were all doing it.
Was there an actual bank you could get, or what? Did you have to recreate it?
No, it's a bank that came with.
no
it's
way.
on there.
Oh, it's one of the factory preset discs.
It's one of the
wasn't it?
factory jobs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Bill,
funny.
They put it on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody did it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's the 2020 COVID expanded edition.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He goes dog bump.
The hacking
And the
wheezing.
17th century Spanish flu disc
Yeah,
as
oh,
well,
God,
which
yeah.
is quite popular. I don't think there's many of them left. I think most of them died.
Do you
It was
tune the
funny,
buos? Do you tune the buos, or just leave them sort of to fester at different pitches?
I just left it. Do you know what was really funny? They come out, oh, the E2, yeah, and they look round at the E1 and think, what's that? It's like, yeah.
Oh,
that's the
here we go.
original.
Spiritus Santi. Dum de
Oh,
dum de dum.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, Jesus.
Hello, amen.
Who's the guy on the sticks?
The-
That's a callback. Don't worry about that one. That's a callback.
All right. Now, if I'm put on the cross, it would be made with sins.
That's a good way to go. Come on. It's a good way to
Wooden
go.
end cheeks, yeah.
Yeah, as long as they're 88 noters.
Yeah, well, yeah.
A bit uncomfortable with a little mono synths, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm bigger than that.
Yeah, there you go. Wait,
A
careful when
little
you're putting
stent
that
that says
slider.
Henry on it.
Aye. Steve.
Is that a date, Knob, or are you excited to see me?
I was going to say, don't get the knob in the wrong place either, yeah.
Well, it's more purchase points, but anyway.
Make it be more classy and say, careful with Twix, not whole.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Something, yeah.
yeah.
You know, when I want to be made fun of, I just come here and I'm happy. It feels
Well, where
like
else you going to go?
Well, yeah, well, there you go. See,
I mean, it's here,
everywhere
ready
else,
for
people
you.
respect me.
Well, I was going
Oh,
to
that
say, here
must
it's
be
safe because you're in a
boring.
real
Hey.
in fist fights. So, you
Now,
know.
Jeff, here we respect you, but we do take the piss out of you.
In fact,
Yeah, no, I know.
the more we take the piss out of somebody, the more we respect them. It's
Well,
that
that's
kind
a-
of thing.
That's how
it's
I
a
am.
very, it's a dichotomy, really, depending on how you look at it. Yeah. So,
I know. I'm exactly like that. Yeah.
You don't get
I mean-
this sort of abuse from anybody, you know. We're
Oh, yeah,
special
don't
at
come
this.
cheap, does it? Yeah.
no. I mean, like, first thing in the morning, I get my coffee, I sit down at the coffee table, I have my iPad, and there will be a ping, and I go, oh, I have a message, and I go to Messenger, and it's from Robbie, and it's, how are you this morning, you old cunt? I go, I am perpendicular, you fat bastard. We do it. Takes all the sting out.
called
Thing is,
humour.
we couldn't have an argument now because we wouldn't be able to come up with any words.
No, you
So
wouldn't.
if we stopped swearing at each other, it'd be very serious. They'd be like, oh, don't do that.
Yeah.
Or be complimentary, and people go, oh, hey, what have I done to upset you? You're looking very attractive this morning. What the fuck have I done? Oh, mate, I'm in a doghouse here.
You like the Bizarro world.
yeah, everything's on its head. Yeah. Oh, mate.
You're getting used to the round face without the
No.
facial hair.
Absolutely
No.
not. No.
No,
No, we're not.
you sort of like
we're
look.
not happy with it, actually.
You look
That's
like a
not-
terminally ill Mel Smith.
And he was.
You won't know who Mel Smith
Wow.
is.
I know.
Exactly.
I know.
Alas,
Jeff,
Smith
you went
and Jones.
from new JD Vance to old JD Vance.
Oh, no,
Did
that
did
hurts.
anyone see the Haley Joel Osment piss take?
No. I haven't watched. No.
Of
No.
JD, it's you know the kid who did Sixth Sense,
Oh,
Yeah.
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 right? He's just done a piss take of JD Vance ordering donuts. Look it up on YouTube. It's
Right.
fucking
Oh,
Okay.
mate.
I saw that,
Look it
but
up.
I didn't see it. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
The original was
God.
kind of already a piss take, wasn't it? Like, hey, whatever works. So.
Oh no, look it up. It's just beautiful.
Bring back the Merkin. I love it, Paul. Yes.
Oh, that's a good one, Paul.
Yeah.
Back the American. Well, I could do this. How's that?
There you go.
Oh, that's better.
Looks almost Hasidic.
So that's
That's the
Jimmy
Amish,
Carr joke.
The Amish, Jeff. Because they don't have. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a Jimmy Carr joke where he goes in and they're talking about statistics, and he said, it's 50% of all women have some form of work done to their nether regions hair, which means out of your mum and your nan, one of them's rocking a Brazilian.
Wow, there's an image.
Yeah. So, but it's the ones where they go, the things that are reported that happen in the States. No offence, Andy, but they were talking about a woman in Minnesota who was caught having sex with her dog in the front garden.
Well, Linda
the front
Lovelace
garden.
made a movie called Dog Fucker. No joke.
Oh, mate.
Really?
So, oh yeah, the deep throat chick. Yep.
Oh yeah.
And Andy, I worry about you, mate, because you know all this
How
shit.
do you
It
find
was
this
in
shit?
Hustler magazine. You couldn't miss it.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
I'll show you the picture.
Yeah, funny.
like to say
I
hello
said
to
sorry,
all the
Andy.
kids
I
at home,
forgot
yeah.
about Justin. Justin's American
Yeah.
as well, for God's sake.
Look,
The apology
you don't
goes
need
to both.
apologize. There's a lot of
Nobody leaves
bullshit here
Justin
like
in the
anywhere else.
corner.
Can't. My vinyl's in the corner.
Oh no! You have to stand in front of it. That's
We
all
all
you
have
can
our
do.
embarrassing representatives, some more than others, but no.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got the same here. So, you know. Do you know what the most? What was it? During the Second World War in London, crime was about 500 times more than it had ever been. Did you know that?
No.
Because they would keep talking about, the British spirit and the way we got together and worked together as a team, and blah blah blah. And
And
crime
robbing
was
each
like
other blind,
through the
yeah.
roof. And you know how they were doing it? They would dress up as wardens, and they would talk. So even if somebody's walking by and they go, "Hey, you, give me a hand, load this car." Oh yes, of course. Our civic duty. And they're literally loading all the loot into the back of the car for them.
That's smart.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of
A lot of thieves
big
are pretty
names
smart.
come out of the Second World War. They go, "Ugh,
It
when
explains
war
the one piano league, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, mate. I mean, that day is daylight robbery. Come on, I mean, bloody hell, part of a piano leg. Jesus Christ! Almighty.
That's good, isn't it? It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to be so good at your art that one day your instruments become more valuable than you ever imagined they would be.
Yeah.
Well, it's a fetishizing thing, right?
Yeah, but it's the piano that the Beatles did an audition on.
Yeah.
And you think,
So
okay, so there must be loads of fecking keyboards that must have played at some point or other, and guitars and drums and Christ knows what else.
Well,
But
there's
not-
the thing I showed on the Eddie show on Friday, the weird kind of tubular guitar looking thing that Paul McCartney played in 1966.
Yes.
It's like, what the hell happened to those? There's only a few of those around, but I mean, if he even touched it, it's like immediately super valuable, right? So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's the piano leg that John should have beaten Yoko to death with. Yeah.
Yeah. And now we have lot 275, a tissue paper that wiped John Lennon's arse. What am I bid?
well, you laugh, but I mean, that's some of the Dadaist crap that Yoko did as art. Like, take a bite out of an apple, put it on a pedestal, you know.
Yeah, you got John Lennon's shitty tissue, right?
Really?
There you go. It's been authenticated.
Yeah.
Yoko, is that his? Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just write that down on a bit of paper. Thanks, darling.
A whole bunch of them.
collect the set.
They're numbered and authenticated.
Wow. Yeah, you never know what's going to be valuable tomorrow, do you?
Well, you don't. That's right.
I know it ain't going to be my shit. That much I do know.
Well,
you could shit on a CS80 as an art piece.
yeah.
I couldn't do that. That would be against my religion, basically. I'd have to bless it afterwards. Jesus.
Remember the famous art piece called Piss Christ that the guy got in trouble for?
No.
Picture of Jesus and a bottle of piss. And the National Endowment of the Arts were like, I don't know if we want to fund this. Well, you want to fund any art thing, right? And it was a big controversial thing.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, all right. I don't believe in God or all the rest of it, you know, and other people do. Fine, but that's just targeting, surely.
Of course
They go,
it is.
oh, this is nice and controversial. This
It's
will
more
get
than
me on the front page
controversial,
of the, of news or whatever it's fucking called. And it's sort of like, it's like that bloody
With art,
what's it,
though, you can
cheese
push the
slices
envelope.
video, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that fucking what was it?
Cheese slice.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
it's got a stick, mate. We've got to call him cheese slice from now on, haven't we? On behalf of muted Ian here.
Yeah.
Who isn't muted, which is really weird.
Sorry,
Yeah, were you doing a
I'm
Norman
talking to
Collier?
myself there. I'm doing the whole thing there. I'm talking to myself. So,
He was being
yeah,
behind.
what I was saying, I'll repeat
Cunt.
what I said because take a drink if you.
Oh yeah, I can't. I've got an empty cup. I'll have to fill it.
In the Hayward Gallery a few years ago, just before the pandemic, actually, they had an art exhibition, and it was definitely not for minors, and you weren't allowed, kids were not allowed in, and it was a massive screen with a film on it, and it was just a guy taking a crap.
There you go.
He walks on, and that was it, and that's the piece of art.
Oh.
Not as the case may be.
You sure I didn't accidentally call up the OnlyFans site or something?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Ophelia.
Yeah. Wow.
yeah, and it was like, what? Really? I'm watching this.
I've seen that Milli Vanilli clip too, you know.
No, but they had stunt shit because it was Milli Vanilli.
Well,
Right?
you remember you got the shark in formaldehyde, right?
Actually, that's quite. When you see that, I've seen that.
Yeah. Now,
It's quite an impressive piece, really.
yes, and the
really
way
is.
it's presented
Yeah,
as well.
it's exactly. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
Tracy Wassermush,
Tracy Emin's
Emin's
room, I've seen
unmade
that
bed.
too. Yeah,
Not so much, but yeah, I kind of get it.
but it's the story round it, isn't it? It's the
Yeah,
fact that she's having a
exactly.
breakdown.
Exactly.
You know
There-
what then?
There have
But
been
that would
some
make my-
pieces of art though where you just go, "Oh, fuck off."
Well, Tracy
Myra,
means
I tell you
unmade
what's
bed.
really sorry, Matt. The thing that's really impressive, and it's really quite sad, is the Myra Hindley painting of children's hands.
Oh,
It's
God's
abso-
sake!
Yeah, it's absolutely huge, but actually, and it's really quite poignant because
Well, yeah.
it's it's quite scary, really.
Well, yeah.
But
Well,
But,
yeah, I
you
mean,
know.
it's like Rose West admitting she's going to do charity work, isn't it? It's like, fucking hell, these are two things that don't belong together.
Well, there was a famous, I think it's a German guy, who just took old-timey toilets and put them in a certain pose, and that was his art piece. He didn't even make it. He just
that's
brought it
that's
in.
Duchamp.
Yeah, but art,
That's Duchamp.
art is about bringing something together and presenting it as,
That
as
was
a
that was
one.
Duchamp
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
the ready-mades. There's several ready-mades all over the place. There's one in York, there's one in Paris. There's one in.
That's like
in-
no effort, right? That's just
But-
oh, here it is.
Absolutely, but it's meant to be a joke.
Yeah, but you
I get
Duchamp
it,
meant
but
it as a joke.
well, you know, when a piece of art is presented, and you know, it's kind of a controversial thing. Like for instance, it's 8 salt and pepper shakers in a circle, done in a particular way with, I don't know, love is death written in the centre of it, and they go, right, this is my art piece, and it represents, you know, bollocks, 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 bollocks. And you go, okay, right, that's really good. Where I start to pull back from it a little is when they go, oh yes, and it's now, it's, you know, it went to auction and it fetched $20 million, and you go, well, no, wait a minute, no,
Yeah.
that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worth some money, sure, you know, but no, come
You
on.
probably don't remember it, but in the 80s there was. I mean, and this exhibition came to York Art Gallery, and I think it toured the country. And it literally, and I was working at Builders Merchants at the time, and it literally was about 40 London Brick Company, LBC bricks,
Yeah,
just laid out,
yeah,
and that was the art piece.
yeah.
You know,
I remember it. Yeah,
But you can
Bed
fool
of,
so
Bed
many
of Bricks,
people,
wasn't it?
can't
It was called Bed of
You
Bricks.
could, I mean, and it wasn't art. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
then
like
you
what
could
built for
you
Trump,
could
the little
equa-
brick
you could
thing,
equa-
they-
you could
Yeah, but
equate that with the musical instrument thing, couldn't you? People will pay for what they want to pay for it.
Oh God,
You-
yeah,
you,
yeah, yeah.
You talk
Oh,
about the
no,
prices
I
of
understand.
the cents that go up.
But
Yeah, I
honest
mean,
to
that-
God, It does. It's not. When you do like the was it called the bed of bricks, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Right?
it was called
Now
that, yeah.
it's just these faceless grey bricks done in a rectangle. I think what was it, 2 layers high?
2 layers
I think it was.
high, yeah.
2 layers
Two
high,
layers
yeah.
high. Now, technically, not art. Otherwise, every building yard in the place is fucking full of it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But once it was placed on the floor of the Tate, oh, now it's art. And then you get people coming along who pretend that they know what they're talking about, going, "Oh,
Well, what
yes, yeah, I
about
can see
time-
what the artist is trying to convey here and everything." Blah blah blah
Can you
blah blah.
remember the
No
time when
problem.
they had all that paint and they let a sheepdog in there, and then they got the experts to look at it, and they were like,
yeah.
"Oh, you can see the pain and all what is."
Yeah,
The
exactly.
dog rolling around, and
Yeah,
that's
well,
how
the dog had
ridiculous.
cramp at the time. Okay, yeah, all right. We'll let that one go on you, mate.
But
Yeah.
all these experts were so convinced that this
Yeah.
was such a
One of the
brilliant-
one of the most amazing pieces of art that I think I've ever seen, and it was in the original Saatchi Gallery in London, and it was a room, and I think it was done by a guy called Tony Craig, and it was a room full of oil,
Yeah.
and you literally, I mean, and the whole room was laid out. It was about this sort of high, so you sort of, but you walked into the middle of it, so you walked in one person at a time. And you just stood there, and it was basically it was an oil tray, really. 'Cause
Yeah.
obviously, but they'd done this to the whole room, right? Now, if you go to the new Saatchi Gallery, they've remade it, and it is not as impressive. It doesn't work in the particular room that they've put it in, but in the original room, it was one of the most amazing things I think I ever saw, because the illusion of actually this room is half full of black oil,
Yeah.
in what was the old
But so's my Mustang.
So you could do that here with earthquakes to be leaking.
but
so-
it's not in an art gallery, is it?
No, that's true. Now, if we wheeled my
Well, you put-
Mustang into an
Exactly.
art gallery,
Yeah, and if you let the old sump leak, and then happy
yeah,
days, really.
it's art. Yeah,
yeah.
It's the decay of society. There you go. That's what it's.
Yeah.
This installation is called "The Decay of Society."
I went
Well, but
to
that's what it
I went
is,
to the
right?
Pompidou Centre in Paris once, right? And as you walk in, you looked over this what looked like a car park with cars in it down below, and
Yeah.
I genuinely thought it was a car park. It wasn't a car park. It was an art piece.
Wow.
Yeah. And I mean,
So
and
you put your keys in it and started it up and drove it around for a while.
you couldn't get down to it. It was just literally,
Yeah,
it
but
was amazing.
Was there a big fat woman actually hitting loads of cars trying to get out of her space,
No.
screaming at everybody out
There's
the
all this
window?
bullshit analysis of art. I mean, the film and music analysis is also bullshit too. Most of the time, that there's all these hidden messages and stuff and things that aren't necessarily supposed to be there. Like
Paul
Yeah,
is
but now
dead. Paul
I mean,
is dead.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
not yet.
it's just a genre has continued now into YouTube, where you've got
remember
people
that.
like Cheesy
I remember that,
Slices
Robert.
doing
Yeah.
the same kind of thing. Haven't we?
For example, the movie Night of the
His
Living Dead
name's
has a
modified
black
in an
actor.
hour and a half from missing.
Burger filling, yeah.
Yeah,
Night of the Living Dead has a
Cheese
black
slice
actor
to
during the
cheese
period of
slices.
racial strife in this country, and so they thought, oh, it's very important to have the black actor there because he's the primary role. Turns out he was just the best actor they had at the time, and he was a good guy, and they gave him the lead role. It
Yeah.
wasn't supposed to be controversial, but years later, it's like, oh, that was really good to cast a black lead there because of the racial tensions in this country and the way he's telling the white guy what to do and stuff like that. That was all afterthought. He was the best actor they hired. People want to overanalyze that stuff, and it's, a lot of this other stuff can turn out the same way. It's just kind of over the top, right?
yeah, yeah. But this is it. I mean, there was that. Remember the Star Destroyer they used at the beginning of Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what that went for? Quite a few years
model.
later.
Yeah.
The model of that, but it was
was
that
the one that
Star
used,
Destroyer.
yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy amount.
2.5 million. Right? It's made from Airfix kits.
Yeah.
Right? But that shape and how it was used, blah 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 blah, and what it stands for. So I get it in terms of how art, even though to like Joe Bloggs coming off the street will go, yeah, it's an oil drum painted green. Yeah, what the fuck? You go, yeah, but it's dipping. And I can see, yeah, I get it. But sometimes you just wonder, just how much pedantic bullshit actually goes on within the industry.
I mean,
you know?
I quite like challenging art, seeing challenging art from time to time. But I mean, I have to say, some of the stuff that you see in art galleries, I mean, it doesn't do it for me in the sense of, some of it I wouldn't say is art just because it's been put in that context.
The best is like the blank canvas. And they go, look at that. That's amazing.
I mean, I think
I tell you what, I agree with you on that.
Is Rothko?
Yeah.
When he does his red painting, which is just
a wash,
all red.
Yeah.
I mean, is that great art, or is that just the fact that the man was having mental health problems, which he was?
The impressive thing about that was,
or cataracts.
The impressive thing about that was he got it into his car to drive it to the gallery.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you sort of like, to start with, I thought Gauguin's art was quite sort of like a bit out there. But once I saw it being used, with the whole alien thing, for instance, whereas it was sort of like, can we use? Did we like this? Can we use this?
Well, they had to heavily edit it because Giger's art is all sexual and kind of creepy.
Oh God, yeah. I mean,
all the vaginas and
I know.
penises
There's
stuff.
cocks and pussies all over
yeah.
the bloody thing. Yeah, I get it. But that's styling.
Yeah.
And then they bring that into the horror. I still call it sci-fi. It's not horror, but into that genre.
Greatbatch. Oh my God!
What?
Simon Greatbatch's comment.
Where?
Oh man.
Bobby Sands did some interesting murals in the H blocks.
Yeah, I bet he did. But yeah, and then I got it. I got the art because before that, when you used to, they used to do a lot of his art in, what was that bloody magazine? You'll remember it, Ian.
Was a big book he had.
Not
Omni.
Omni. Thank you.
Omni, yeah.
Yeah, Omni Mag and stuff like that.
Omni's a lot of phony sci-fi, kind of sciencey sci-fi stuff. There's a lot of like articles there about.
And H.R. Gauguin's stuff was like, I mean, it's like even his gravestone's done in it. It looks fucking brilliant.
His house is nuts. If you look at the videos of his house with his wife there, the house was insane. It's like a horror house of his own artwork. But what's really crazy is Sigourney Weaver said when she brought her parents to the set of Alien to show them around, she was embarrassed because the tunnel of the alien ship that they go into with the spacesuits looks like a vagina.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The way they shot it, you couldn't really quite tell, but when you're on the set, I know what the hell that is. I mean, come on.
Yeah. So this is it. I mean,
yeah. On that note, ladies and gentlemen and germs, it's time to do
an Ian.
I'm not going to be far behind you.
all right.
Catching up with me this weekend.
Love you and leave you guys.
Yeah.
See you later.
See you
Take
again.
care. Good to see you.
Bye.
Yeah.
If I can get out.
Justin plays him out. There you go.
Right,
So-
I'm going to say night as well.
Oh,
See you later, Pete.
I will see you in a week.
you got another piece there, Justin? Go on.
Oh gosh.
Cheery
okay.
B. Bye-bye.
I'll use an emulator patch. How about that?
Yeah. Excellent. There we go.
Thank you.
All right, moving on then.
All right. Release
I
that.
think
That'll
I
go
think we've
alone.
worn out.
Yeah,
Move
Ken,
on
you
from
should get a
that.
hold.
Not
They
much
have
about,
electronic versions online. You should get a hold of his Necronomicon book.
Oh
And
yeah.
some of the artwork in there is unbelievable, way beyond what you've seen in the movies.
Oh, okay. I might have that book somewhere actually.
Yeah, Giger was
Thinking
a
of-
nut.
Yeah, I got this big, glossy one. It's got all sorts that he's done
Yeah.
over the years.
Hans Rudy Giger.
Yeah. Certainly coined a style, didn't he?
That was great. I mean, it really, really worked for those movies.
Yeah.
And even video games and stuff. And a lot of people took that artwork and
Yes.
did stuff with it.
Even Captain Blood had some of that, didn't it?
It's kind of like he's like the visual version of H.P. Lovecraft, which has been bastardized all over the place in horror. To this day, people are still doing all kinds of Lovecraft stuff just because
Yeah.
it's so out there.
Yeah.
And he was like the
mostly
visual
Stephen
version.
King.
Yeah.
So I've got some. You know, I collect these photographs of things like costume tests for upcoming films and stuff like that. and I've got one of oh Christ, what's his name? Leslie Nielsen.
Oh yeah.
Dressed up as captain of what was the name of the flying saucer in
Forbidden Planet.
Oh, Forbidden
Forbidden
Planet.
Planet, yeah.
Oh,
It had a
Yeah, and
number
you
or
look
something,
at
right?
it, it's shorts, yeah, but he's got these boots that don't fit properly and grey socks, and it's like, why did they think that this is what a captain would wear on a spaceship? It's just so bizarre.
It's the future.
Yeah, so it's got to be really. But these boots, you could get a bread roll down each side of his leg into these boots. The top of these boots are so wide, but really, really short. They're Wellington boots, and they've just been cut off.
Oh, weird.
And he's there doing the pose with all the cobblers on the chalkboard. You know what it's for and all the rest of it, name of character and all that sort of stuff. And they go, and they went for that. Okay, whatever. Weird.
Yeah, some futuristic outfits. I mean, the Star Trek stuff has always been kind of weird. Like, who wants a skin-tight bodysuit, right?
Yeah. It's like
But-
my mum for a while had this kind of like almost beehive type hairstyle. So she had quite this tall, tight hairstyle
yeah,
on her
yeah,
head, right?
yeah.
And then as kids, me and my sister, we stayed up. We were allowed to stay up one Friday night, and we were watching on BBC Two. They would be doing sci-fi stroke horror films on a Friday night on BBC Two. And I can't remember the name of the film, and I should know the name of the film. But basically, it was about the spaceship goes back, takes the man and the woman back to another planet, but the planet's dying. It's a famous film.
trying to remember the.
Oh, mother! What?
Who's in it?
Oh, dark-haired chappie. Oh God, no. Come on, I should know this fact. This Island Earth.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the one. Now the alien. They're not aliens. They were actually classed as the insects of that planet, and they had sort of like crab-like claws, and they had these big red bulbing eyes and a huge brain sort of thing on the top of their head. And we saw this and we went, "That's Mum." And we said, Mum, look, you look like that alien, right? And that
They had that on
stuck.
Fantastic Planet too. The kind of alien with a big, weird, swelled up brain.
Yeah, and it was like, and the girl was on this. A tube had to go over them while they were in hyperspace, as it were, with this gas in it, and they were all frozen there, sort of thing. And then when they come out of hyperspace, the tube comes up, but the things hadn't released, and this damaged alien, because he's bashed his head, was coming for her, and she's screaming but can't let go, and all this sort of thing. And the bloke ends up hitting him with a fire extinguisher or something, which you have on every flying saucer, obviously, is a handy fire extinguisher. But anyway, we go, yeah. And that stuck with my mum for the next 30 years. Even after she had her hairstyle changed. And we, when we were coming from school, stuff like that, or coming from work, and they'd come in and go, "Hello, Mum," like this. And she goes, "Oh, God, let it go. Hello, Mum. Hello, Mum. Oh, Mum." So, no, but it made her laugh. But yeah, it's funny, little things like that stick. Very good.
That's funny.
And every time I see that film, I think, "Oh, mate."
I love those old terrible sci-fi movies.
Yeah,
with
I love
weird-
the terrible ones as well.
Right,
Actually, the
yes,
more
yeah.
terrible, the funnier they are.
Yeah.
And the overacting.
Do you ever
I
see
love-
there was a serial
Wonderful.
with Bela Lugosi called The Phantom Creeps, and
Go on.
he's this with this crazy heavy accent. He's like, I've invented a new element that makes things invisible. So and also makes things explode, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he has these little coins or little round material, little discs, and he has this little spider walk over to it, which is clearly pulled by a string.
Yeah, just all
And
like,
when
like this
Yeah,
sort of
when the
thing, yeah.
spider hits that, it releases a little explosion, and it makes you get knocked out for a period of time. It's like, that's your secret weapon.
Wow.
And so there's a great scene because it's like it's one of those cliffhanger shows, right? So someone has the spider go off in the plane by accident, and they're quick, and you see the plane tumbling down, and then they go, hurry, get the parachutes, and then they they quickly show it crash. It's like, did they get out? We're not sure. Watch for the next episode, and then you see them get out of the
Yeah.
thing the next time and stuff. But Bela Lugosi made a lot of real crap. It was great.
Oh God, there was
He had a giant robot in it that had this huge head. It's like,
there was one film, I can't for the life of me remember the name of it, but it started off like it was going to be a science fiction film where a spaceship lands in the woods, because that's where spaceships always land, right? They got to land in the woods, normally by a swamp if possible. But they had this alien going around. He goes to this house, and this house happens to be a house that's owned by Dracula. Yeah, and Elvira type character, and they have a like a
are you talking
Frankenstein's
about
monster.
Planet 9 from Outer Space?
It could be.
Yeah,
it was,
probably,
it's just
because
absolutely insane.
Vampira had a role in that.
Yeah, because it was literally like, look, we've got all these props. Can you write a script around it?
It's Ed Wood.
Literally.
He was classic for bad movies. Ed Wood Jr.
But then you get good ones. You know, Forbidden Planet is a good one. You know, the American version, the original American version of War of the Worlds, I still think is better
George
than.
Powell made amazing stuff.
I still think it's a better film
War of
than
the Worlds.
the modern Tom
The
Cruise
Steven
one.
Spielberg. Oh.
Way better, yeah.
Yeah.
How about the Time Machine? You ever see that one with the Morlocks and stuff? That was
Yeah,
amazing.
with the Morlocks and the Eloy, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I love that film as well.
They remade all those and they're terrible. Just
There was a parody of all these old sci-fi movies from the 50s that was done in the 80s. It was called Amazon Women
Oh,
on
yeah.
the Moon.
Oh yeah, on the moon.
Hilarious.
John Landis and a bunch of people, yeah.
Yeah, that was good. So, because it was so funny.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And that was my two bit.
They cut to the rocket ship and those like spears are coming at the rocket ship. Very funny.
But that was a very expensive film, that Waterworld. That was it 57? 1957?
Something like that. But it had that great like car ignition sound for the firing of the
Yeah.
It's like a car
Yeah.
ignition.
And it's beautiful.
iconic.
I think that they're the most attractive, Martian machines out of the lot. I know that in the book the tripods and I get it, but
they're scary when they're flying around like that.
yeah, they just look sleeker and more.
Yeah.
Because they look more roboty. They were sort of like more sinister that way.
And they weren't taking prisoners; they were just killing people.
Yeah, I mean, I feel sorry for that poor Mexican guy. He should have just got in his pickup truck and fucked it off, really. Not wave his shirt and go, hey, perhaps they'll be friends. Yay.
Also, you had the Day the Earth Stood Still as a classic with Gort, Klaatu Barada Nikto.
Oh, yes.
It's amazing.
That's one of my mum's favourites as well. She
Oh,
liked
yeah.
that one.
And again, they remade it with Keanu Reeves and
Yeah.
Wasn't as good.
No.
Michael
Most
Rennie was
remakes
good.
aren't, are they? Let's face it, most remakes aren't.
But they actually hired a doorman.
Except
to play
perhaps
Gort.
June.
There was a doorman who was
Except for
super
June.
tall, and he wore that suit for Gort.
Yeah.
So there was a recurring character in a lot of the 50s sci-fi movies, Robbie the Robot.
Yeah.
wasn't-
Yeah.
Yeah.
We see
No,
that was an
not you.
expensive robot. They had to keep using it to get their
Well,
money back
yeah.
on it.
Well,
But it
Lost
was
in
so
Space
funny
had their
'cause it's the
rip-off
same-
version of it.
It's the
Yeah.
same one that was like in 4 or 5 movies. At
Yeah, it was
least,
cut
that I've
down a
seen.
bit for Lost in Space.
Yeah.
A little.
Warning. No.
Yeah. Would 60 gallons be sufficient?
And that creepy Dr. Smith, who's like a pedophile.
Funny
Yeah.
beat
And he's
up,
always
yeah.
with the kids and going, no, that's
Yeah.
where the danger lies.
William? Yeah, it's just,
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I used to watch that religiously as a kid. Lost in
Yeah,
Space.
me too.
well, it's funny because it was filmed around the same time as Star Trek and Outer Limits and stuff.
Yeah.
So a lot of those creature costumes and pieces of them became parts of other costumes
Yeah.
and other
There's
shows.
a lot of mix
So
and
you
match.
just watch
wasn't
all
there?
the shows and you see them appear.
Hey, that's the console of the Starship Enterprise. There, look.
It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Space 1999 had a lot of the sets from 2001: A Space Odyssey. Like the moon base is just expanded a little bit. The suits
Yeah.
are just exactly same.
Well, you see, it was on the same film lot. Really handy.
Yeah.
Always helps.
Although they couldn't copy the Discovery because they had it destroyed, which
Yeah.
is why they had to recreate it for 2010.
Yeah, but the Eagle was seriously. The Eagle looked cool.
Yeah.
If you were a
It-
fan of 1999.
It actually looked believable.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the thing about it. It was a very believable kind of ship.
And practical with the pod that could detach. And
Yeah, exactly.
that was
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
I really like Silent Running, although it was depressing as fuck, but it was a great movie.
Oh, great film. Great film.
Yeah.
Really?
It was full of air.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Yeah. Ah, poor little Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
I'm going to say good night now, gents. Have a good time, and we'll catch up
All right,
soon.
buddy boy.
All right.
All right,
Take
care,
care,
Steve.
all right? Look
Ciao.
after
Nice seeing you
yourself,
again.
Cheers.
Take care, mate.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. Yeah. So,
As the worst thing about Silent Running was that end song by Joan Baez. That was pretty awful.
yeah, but it's quite a sad film, really, when you think about it.
Very
isn't it?
sad. I mean, but that's our future, technically, right? When we keep destroying things, we're going to have to send out little terrariums in space.
Yeah. Unbelievable. We really are that dumb, aren't we?
We are.
Even worse than that.
Yeah.
Definitely are.
Because in those movies, at least there was hope and technology put in the right place to get things saved. We may not even get that far to save anything.
Well,
Yeah.
take Soylent Green.
Oh, yeah.
The whole message of the movie is not the end where Soylent Green is people. It's not that. It's the speech that Soul makes when he goes, "We messed it up. We didn't do anything. We knew what was happening." And it was caught. It's 1972, so that was very environmentalist, right? So because
Yeah.
he was saying we're destroying the planet, but we did not do anything.
Yeah.
And that's the message of the movie. It's not whatever after. It's not.
yeah.
You know, that's a depressing. I saw it recently, and it's really depressing. That speech always kills me because
Also, they don't
it's
explain what
happening
Soylent
now.
Yellow is. What the hell's in Soylent Yellow? They're eating the cats and dogs.
Well, I was about
They're
to
eating
say
the pets
Asian
of the people
people,
that live there. Yeah.
silent yellow Asian people. You know.
Oh.
Yeah, but you know that sums it up. You know that's what we have today, where somebody like Trump can say that openly on national television, which is then broadcast around the planet.
Yeah.
And here we are, a few weeks later, still a credible candidate.
Oh, yeah.
It says everything you need to know about
Well,
humanity.
he's literally a convicted felon, and he's still a candidate. So, I mean, come on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Rapist, grifter, blah, 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 blah. So,
Yeah.
Selling $100,000 watches. I mean,
oh, I love that. Did you see the videos about what's really in those watches? There's some people getting them
Yeah.
and analyzing them. It's so funny.
Yeah, but you see, the true MAGA followers. I mean, they'd follow a sock as long as it's saying what they wanted to hear.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. No,
So-
he's saying exactly what half the population of the U.S. wants to say.
I
but they
wouldn't say
can't.
half. I wouldn't
Well,
say half.
he gets
Close to
50%
half,
of the
but
fucking
sadly.
votes, almost.
I wouldn't. No, I'd like to think that at least a lot of Americans will vote for Trump simply because he's not a Democrat. Because there's still this
definitely.
problem in the States where you have this huge gap between where the government sits and where other people are, and it feels so
Well,
distant for them, and they feel
lot of Republicans don't wanna vote for
underrepresented,
Trump.
and you know.
But some people say, I'll vote for Trump while throwing up in my mouth because I don't want to vote for a Democrat.
Yeah.
But then they say that openly, right?
Yeah.
They hate Trump, but they don't want a Democrat in power. And, well, okay.
I
Well,
mean,
it's so great because
the-
they'll pick a target issue like the border, right? But then Trump never finishes fucking law in 4 years. So
he
what
only
does he
did about
talk
80 miles of it, didn't he?
Yeah, and it's all
In the end-
pieces. It's not built well. It's not.
Half of it's falling down and all the rest of
Yeah,
it. It doesn't
it's a
matter.
joke.
He said he was
That
going
guy
to build a
Steve
wall.
Bannon actually he got busted. He took off with a lot of the money.
Mm.
He embezzled it. So
And then you got people in, where is it, Iowa, complaining that they don't have the people to pick the crops
yeah,
now
Oh,
because
yeah.
they're not coming over the border because that's
Well, that's
really
what it comes down to. You know, Trump hired people like that for his businesses. They're field workers. They keep produce costs down. All that stuff.
yeah.
You know, like it or not, that's what the way it is. So, do you want to pay like $5 for an apple?
Yeah.
So,
So I mean, so now the crops are sitting in the fields rotting because they can't bring it. There's so much of it, and they can't bring it in on their own, and they need cheap labour to come across the border. And, of course,
And no
they're not allowing
natural,
that.
no naturalized American will work for that kind of money.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
this is why they made that movie years ago called A Day Without a Mexican, and where magically they all disappear one day, and like there are no babysitters, there are no certain factory workers, field workers, et cetera, and everyone goes, "What the hell we do now?"
Yeah. Yeah. But they don't think about the northern border, do they? Do you know what? Do you know what? It's the most smuggled commodity across the border from Canada into America. I found this out a couple of days ago. I couldn't believe it.
Guns?
No.
I'm sure we're getting fentanyl from there too, but
No.
people.
No.
No.
Mayonnaise?
No. But you're not far off.
Kraft.
Haggis.
Oh boy.
Haggis is the most smuggled item across the border.
From the U.S. to Canada?
No, from Canada to the US
Ah, okay.
for
All right,
Burns
yeah,
Night,
okay.
and it's all because there's lights in a haggis, in a sheep's lung, and it is banned in the US. Outright.
Right.
So, when I say Scottish people, I mean people who had an ancestor 300 years ago lived near Edinburgh, kind of thing, and they celebrate Burns Night. You need a haggis.
Well,
so
if you buy from Signal Sounds, they will actually ship you a can of haggis if you want. Buy some modules.
doesn't have the
and
lights in it, probably.
Maybe.
These are for the traditional sheep stomach, not in a can type of thing, and that's what they get smuggled across the border more than any other commodity.
Wow.
Interesting.
Well,
isn't it?
there was a serious problem around September 11th. They actually did catch some terrorist activity.
Yeah.
Is it near Vancouver or something like that? Coming across, almost coming across the border. So because it was a weak border, way weaker than Mexico was.
Oh God, yeah.
They had to really keep an eye on that because some other shit almost went down.
You got to admit though. I mean, where else is America going to get its heroin from? I mean,
One thing about the border, Canadian and U.S., is, I mean, most of it is not protected, right? I mean, you could be walking into the U.S. and you don't know. You're in a field and and there's a house. There's a house in Saskatchewan that is half in the U.S. and half in Canada. And it's true, and it's always a big problem when it comes to tax time, because who they pay taxes to, because they're watching TV in Canada but they're sleeping in the U.S.
Wow,
that's so weird. And they don't move the house and they don't change the border or anything.
Yeah, but you think with a weak border like that, you think you're going to have trouble with things like, I don't know, counterfeit hockey sticks or something, or anything they can get across the border. So, and yet they are checking the cars, aren't they? They check the cars quite thoroughly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Going either way.
I don't know, last time I went to Canada, they did check finally like your ID and stuff. A lot of times you could just drive through.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they maybe check cars better now, but not when I've been there.
What would be interesting to find out is if in the States or Canada, whichever way, but say for instance, somebody's hiding in the boot of your car and you don't know, and you go to the border, and they check your car, but for some reason they don't look in the boot, and you drive into the US, right? And then at some point you realise that there's some strange noises coming from your boot, and you open it up and there's a bloke in it, and you close the boot again, call 911. You're not the person that's going to get arrested and fined, are you? Because here you are.
Yeah. For smuggling someone, yeah.
Yeah, even though you didn't know they were in the car. It's your responsibility to know whether they were in the car or not. Here.
Well, I think it would be the same here.
It just seems like...
Well,
but we didn't know they were in the car.
Well, yeah,
the borders are supposed to check these things. Come on. So they've failed. Fucking have a word with them. Not fine me $3,000 and give me a criminal record. What the fuck's that all about? All I was doing was a camping holiday in Paris. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, but it's like, yeah. See, when you travel and they ask you, did you pack your luggage yourself? It's kind of like the same thing, right?
Yeah, but normally you'd know if there was a man hiding in your suitcase.
No, but you can
Which is what they mean.
You can have
You know
a
what I mean?
bag of cocaine, you know.
True.
Do you remember there was a rash of train thefts, I think, where they had a contortionist get in a suitcase, and he
Right.
would unzip himself in the compartment, rip off all the valuables out of the suitcases, get back in the thing, and be taken out. They finally got
Wow.
busted after I don't know how many hits they did, but they got away with a lot of shit before they finally got busted.
Wow.
Wasn't that Ocean 11? No, I'm kidding.
That was a real thing. It was in Spain, I think. I forgot where
Oh.
it was. It was in the news. But
Mm.
can you imagine just being no matter how good at being contortionist you are, being trapped in a goddamn suitcase for hours and hours at a weird angle, and then still being able to get out, do your stuff, and get zipped back in.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
Best thing about being a contortionist is you can die in your own arms.
Yeah. After you've pleasured yourself, is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. Well, it's like this one night we had this electricity bill come in, and I hear Fiona taking a sharp intake of breath, and I go, "What's the matter?" She goes, "The electricity bill's come in," and this was around about the time of COVID, and I went, "What's wrong with it?" She goes, "It's 490 quid." I went, "For electricity?" She went, "Yeah." I said, "You know what we should do? Not pay it, but go and stand on the front doorstep and clap for the energy companies for 10 minutes. Because the Tories think that was good enough for the NHS. It's fucking good enough for them. Rather than pay that. Fucking, they upped the price of the electricity over the COVID lockdown. Did you know that? In such a way that we wouldn't notice. Until you get the bill come in. Isn't it amazing? You can do that. But if somebody creeps into your bloody overall thing on top of your car without you knowing about it while it's on the ferry, you're the criminal. God, I wish I wasn't agoraphobic. I'd leave this country if I could. It's a shithole now. It really is. It's a fucking shithole.
Well, I mean, here
Where would you go?
Yeah, if you
I'd go
injure
to
somebody,
a different shithole.
If you injure somebody ripping you off, you also can get in trouble because the criminals have rights.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah.
So if I'd set up a booby trap for my place and somebody got hurt, even if they didn't booby trap, just tripped over something I had in the way, they could go after me. I'm like, dude, you broke into my fucking place and tried to steal stuff.
Mm.
But the law would protect them to a certain extent because that's how screwed up things are.
Yeah, tort law in the U.S. is just fucking crazy. We don't have that here. So you don't have those kind of...
So the kid in Home Alone would have been in jail, basically.
Yeah.
Well, in real life, I think he was.
Yeah, that's true enough, yeah. He got there in the end. He had to
He
work up
straightened
to
his
it.
life up.
Yeah. Oh, man. I must admit, I'm intrigued to find out what this tune is, though. Where the hell does it come from, then?
Just put it out and see what happens.
Does anybody recognise it from anywhere?
What
Play
is
it,
that? I
and then-
missed it.
Play it
You know
again.
you know the one I always play.
We'll play it again. Come on,
Just
just
say it, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, shit. Oh, I just found. Hang on.
Oh.
Mm. That one. I couldn't have written that. I'm sorry. I couldn't have written it. It has to come from something.
I never heard it. I don't know what it is.
No idea.
No, downtown couldn't find it.
You know what? Shazam it.
Shazam is more picky. If it's not the exact recording, quite often it won't match.
Oh,
SoundHound is
okay,
more
that's-
forgiving. You can hum and whistle and get close,
Which
and
one?
at least give you a list of matches.
Do you know it from anywhere, Justin?
It sounds
Me neither.
definitely from a
No,
soundtrack.
yeah,
It has a soundtracky feel to it, definitely. But then everything I do sounds like a fucking film soundtrack. So that doesn't help either.
Love theme from Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
It's almost like a
Oh, yes,
slowed
that-
down Jan Hammer
That
thing.
tender scene at the end, yeah.
Well, that could be
Is that the
coming to
title
you.
music to Haggis Runner?
Oh, really, mate?
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I guess what?
Time to eat.
Yeah.
The end of the Haggis Runner goes, too bad she won't eat it, but then again, it does.
Yeah, it tastes like shit.
Wagyu. I think I heard that in Two Girls, One Synth.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's good too.
what's the one cent? The Timberwolf?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's pretty shit. And it will, if you get a special cup, it will fit in it.
So you could take a dump on a timber wolf. That's art.
No, that's actually a moral duty. I think that's in the instruction manual with it, isn't it? In the user manual.
It helps
Turn
the
on,
tuning
take a shit on it. Yeah, there you go. It's done.
Part of the calibration process.
Yeah, that's in the service manual.
Yeah. Oh, dear me. Yeah, the first line in the schematics is, it's very hard to tell if a Timberwolf has a fault. Maybe it's supposed to sound like that.
Exactly.
So nobody seems to know what this track is. Well,
Put
heard
it out. Put it out there.
Throw a recording of it up on YouTube.
I would say
Get a
though,
copyright strike on it.
stick a fucking CS80 melody over the top.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I would.
Okay.
It'd be great if you also got a Kid Rock match like I did.
Well, I tell you what, if it turns out that by some freak of nature I did come up with it, that's definitely going to have to go on the album.
Yeah, no shit.
I can hear crash cymbals, kettle drums, and all sorts of shit going on there with that as it builds up and builds up and builds up.
See, I hear it completely differently.
Go on, how do you hear it?
Well, like I say, I'd just put some sort of top line over it. See it, the CS80 brass. Just to, you play that bit that you just did first,
CS80, I don't see
build
CS80
it.
brass as a compliment.
right?
You know, some of in there to depict some of the movement in the middle there of those chords and stuff like that. That could work. I know
Do
that's
the tr- do the
incredibly
tra- do the
Vangelis-y,
track.
but that's how I write, isn't it?
Do the track and send me the stems, and I'll have a go.
I think it's begging to have a little choir at some point, somewhere in there.
Yeah, maybe come in as some sort of counterpoint for some middle
Yeah,
part as well. But
exactly.
yeah, I
Like
don't know if I'll
Vangelis
go
did
as
in
far as
1992,
putting pipe
yeah.
organ on it though, or anything like that. But
Yeah,
I
pipe
think
organ might
I'd-
be too much.
yeah, I'd keep it just more instrumental. I need to get
Needs to
some
be
woodwinds
warm,
in
I
there.
think,
Yeah, create some space for it, and then let some woodwinds breathe in there for a bit and stuff. Yeah, shit like that. Just mess with it.
Send the stems out and let everybody have a go with it.
Well, look, honestly, when I get 2 minutes to rub together, I'll do something with it. I will. But I've got to go. There's so many keyboards I've got to get out this week. It's ridiculous.
Virtual DX7.
Yeah.
No. Well, if you ask Ty if he's heard it,
Yeah, he probably has.
if anyone
It
would have
does-
heard it, Ty would have done.
Well, yeah,
It
Tom
does
might know
no
where that
string
comes
to
from.
Papa Don't Preach. The opening of Papa Don't Preach.
I don't.
It's those kind of strings on it.
Doop, doop,
Yeah.
doop, doop,
Yeah, Ty was here. Oh no, I wrote that.
And I go, Ty, can I borrow it?
Yeah.
And it ends up on Walking with Dogs. Yeah.
Definitely needs more cowbell.
Yeah.
Azio's got a fever.
Give it some horns. Oh, yeah.
I actually saw that episode live, the SNL episode where he goes, I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
Yeah. That was a clever little sketch, that.
Gotta love Walken. He just puts the emphasis on everything.
You know what? If it had been anybody else, it would have been forgotten.
Yeah.
Really explore the studio space now.
Yeah. There's something about the way Chris does a delivery. It just
Oh
works.
yeah. He said, fellas, I put my pants on just like each of you, one leg at a time. Except once my pants are on, I make gold records. It's such a
Do you know what?
brilliant
There's
line.
probably a record producer who talks exactly like that somewhere.
Yeah, there's got to be. Yeah.
And I don't know why, but probably worked for EMI.
Well, he's supposedly imitating the producer of that, right?
I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
That guy had a reputation, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been some characters in the music business over the years, that's for sure. Well, there's a lot of weird people out there. Apparently, the president of the Italian National Meat Appreciation Society is a vegan. Straight up.
Well, I mean, if
Where
you
do
make some
you
money off
find
of
all
it,
this shit?
I watch QI a lot.
you can ethically be against it, but still make money from it. That's how it works sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think, no, wait, he's the most least qualified person? Isn't he? Or is he? I don't know.
I mean,
You're coming out with some serious left field shit tonight, mate. That's it's just...
What do you mean, tonight?
Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, hello.
I mean,
Yeah.
for 5
See,
years when
if
I
my
worked at
eyes
the
are
zoo-
open, it's left field shit.
Well, I was working at the zoo for 5 years of that. I was a vegan, and I was chopping up all kinds of dead animals for the other animals, but they were eating it, not me. So, it's my job to cut up the animals for them. I'm not eating them, so I'm exempt.
Right, gents.
No.
I'm
Him
gonna
being
bugger
Italian and vegan, it wasn't the point of the joke. It was the point. It was the president of the Meat Association or Appreciation Society. Honestly, it went no further than that. I really hadn't thought it out.
Before you go, Matt, have you? Did you know the Randy Feldface has a radio show on BBC? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
on Radio
yes.
6.
Yeah, the moment it came out, Robbie clued me up on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw it yesterday and I started listening because
Yeah.
BBC Sounds, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, it's good.
Yeah, he released the trailer for it on YouTube where he was actually turning up at the BBC and doing all sorts of damage to it. So, yeah, kicking over recycling bins and shit like that. So,
Yeah.
yes.
I was going to listen to some of it last night because I normally run those things to fall asleep to. I can't fall asleep to silence, isn't it weird? And there was, I was finishing off, I think it was episode 2 of, what's it called? Armstrong, which is a Swedish detective thing, but it's a comedy series where they found a body that was so mutilated it wasn't there anymore. They go, my God, I've never seen a body so mutilated in my life. It's just not there anymore. So there's literally nothing there. And they go, there's been this murder. And they have to go and see, in the end, they have to go and see, interview Benny from ABBA. And when they get to his house, he's Mexican. And he said, he's been putting on a fake Swedish accent all his life, but he's actually a Mexican. It's just weird.
I think I've been living under a rock. Who's Randy Feltface?
Look him up on YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube, that's
he's
all you gotta do.
Australian. He is. He's Australian, isn't he? And think Kermit the Frog, but really, really grown up.
Yeah. And really
Oh,
sweaty.
did you guys showed a clip of that before? That's funny. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. And he does a lot of his ad-libbing stuff in front of a live audience is
Oh, he's
impeccable.
Yeah.
fucking spectacular live.
And yeah, get a piece of information from somebody in the audience, and he can just run with it. And it's
Seen him do it. Seen him do
hilarious.
it.
Yeah, he's really brilliant at it.
Yeah.
The same
Yeah.
way that when Jimmy Carr does that thing where he just asks people to shout out heckles at him,
Yeah.
and then he can run the whole show just doing that. No
And
problem.
he echoes back. Yeah.
I also love
yeah.
the dirty Postman Pat videos. Those are very funny. So.
Yeah. Right, gents, I'm off.
All right.
All right, darling.
All right.
See you, mate.
See you all soon. Take care.
Look after yourself for it back.
Good night.
No, mate. Oh, you didn't play him out, Justin.
Too late.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hang on. Oh, no.
Here we go.
I'll do it. Just need a short one, doesn't it? So what topic are we going to move on to now?
I don't know. Did anybody see the there's a video on YouTube that Centaur finally uploaded their latest episode of Synth Wizards focusing on the Prophet 5.
Oh, yeah.
And along with that, they uploaded I want to say it's like an hour and 15-minute interview with Dave Smith, like
Right.
a few weeks before he passed.
Oh, that's
Oh, wow.
interesting.
And then in the episode, they take a Prophet 10 and they mod it with the Rev -1 mod. And they put 2 of them in there.
Mm.
They're always doing cool mods for stuff.
Yeah.
That Juno 106 mod they did was really clever.
Yeah.
So come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Supermans. Come on, give us a go. Come on.
Who, me?
Yeah, say something. Go on.
Okay. I think I'm on the right channel. I found your channel on the last live by accident.
Oh, you've fallen into a den of thieves, mate.
Well, that's what I'm hoping.
Fuck me, you mate. What
Well,
what have you got yourself into?
Well, you all look as if you've got the same interest as me, for one
Good man.
thing, you know.
Yeah.
I've got probably the most boring question of the night to ask you guys. I've been out the scene for quite some time, and I've just started playing again in
Yeah.
a band. As you can see, I've got my setup that I take out is 3 keyboards. I need something to change all the program changes, you know, with one press of a button for each song. And I used to use, at one time, I don't know if you remember, the Roland MIDI file players all the
Yeah.
years ago. I used to use one of them, but obviously I need something now that I can use just to change, you know, all the 3 for each song.
Well, let me answer your question with a question. Do you want to use a laptop live or no?
Well, I've got a tablet. I bought a tablet, you know.
Okay.
And then I realised, I was looking at it tonight, I realised there's no USB on it, for one thing. So it probably would have to be a laptop, wouldn't it? I would have thought.
If you can get a MacBook Pro and you can get like a 2019 or a 2020 for pretty dirt cheap,
Yeah.
Main stage will take care of it.
Yeah, will do. Also, Behringer has pedals, programmable pedals, MIDI pedals.
Yeah, the FCB 1010, but
Yes,
it's
that's
a
the one.
nightmare to program.
Yeah.
Sure, but still.
Until you learn how to program it. I used to use one for.
Companies have those pedals with the programmable.
Yeah, I used to use one of those for running lights.
What
Like a light
about
show and
like
stuff.
you know, cakewalk or something like that? Does that work?
Reaper.
Or
Oh yeah, yeah. Cakewalk, Reaper. You just program your program changes, and you just run the song, and it'll change whatever you have to.
I'd say if your master keyboard is clever enough, Jordan Rudess, when he was Mr. Kurzweil 2600, used to use that as his master to control all of his other gear, and it would also just send program changes. So he never takes his hands off the keys.
Yeah. What are those keyboards?
He did that with a
you
foot. He
use?
did that with a foot pedal. I see a VR09.
Well, he can tell us he's there.
yeah,
I know. I just like playing the guessing game. But that's
it doesn't take much working out. The VR09 at the top, Yamaha MXOX6, and the Yamaha MX88 at the bottom.
okay.
So they're not the latest keyboards by any means of the imagination, you know. But
Yeah.
they do the stands that I want, you know.
Well, no, the MX88 is a I'd say it's their current model, so you're good there.
Hmm.
I use an MX61 really primarily for my Mellotron sounds.
Yeah, and then it should probably send out MIDI program change. If you,
Yeah, Wag's got something. You can use Cubasis on an iPad.
Yeah, which tablet do you have? Is it Android or iPad?
It's it's an Android. So
It's gonna limit
Wagyu
your
just
choices, but there are things on Android you can use.
Wagyu is saying your tablet most likely does have USB, but I don't think it does, to be honest.
How do you connect it to power?
Yeah, they all have USB. They just have conversions.
Well, just through the normal, the normal plug-in thing in the wall. That.
What's the jack on the tablet?
Oh, yeah, that's a
is that
USB-C?
Yeah, it's a Type C.
Yeah.
USB-C, yeah.
You just get a breakout cable.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right, so just
or a powered hub. A powered hub would be better, because then you can keep the tablet charged.
Yeah. Or those splitters, C to 2Cs. So you
Yeah.
can keep it charged all the time, depending on how long the show's going to be, or how good the battery is in the pad. So
Yeah.
you can keep it around 100% and also be communicating your program change information to the keyboards from whatever you want to use, whatever you're used to or whatever.
I'm not sure if they make
it's
Cubasis
available.
for Android, but there's other DAWs out there for Android you can use if they don't.
Oh, God,
That will
yeah.
give you what you need, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, you could use, as Wagyu said, Cubase, but you've got to load it up and then, you've got to keep loading your songs up, I suppose, have you? Each time you want to change the voices, I guess.
Well, there's some automation, though, you can do, so it's not that bad. Once you configure it, you
Yeah.
can automate some of it.
I think, isn't there a way you can, just switch between tracks to get all your program changes to all machines in Cubase?
I mean, Cubasis is much simpler than Cubase, but it's still pretty powerful.
Yeah. Well, that's all I need.
Yeah, because you're not worrying about, plugging effects and all that bollocks on it. So you're not really. That's not what you're using it for. So
Exactly.
you should be able to program a track, and within that track you have designated program changes for your 3 machines for that song. And then when you're going to do your next song, you hit the down arrow or whatever it is, or just touch the next track down, and that sends all the keyboard changes again for the next song and so forth. And you work your way down the track listing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You talk. Bye. You're talking about a bit of setting up, but once it's done,
Yeah, some initial work you have to do.
you're sweet. Yeah.
There's MIDI environments you can get for iPad and probably Android at this point that you can customize, like custom touch areas, buttons, all kinds of stuff, and you could configure quick buttons to jump between different sets.
Yeah.
But I don't know the Android environment that well. I'm mostly
setlist maker.
Yeah, I was gonna just say setlist maker,
Yeah.
because that can send program changes.
I better just write that down because otherwise I'll forget it. Set list maker.
There may be, you never know, there might be even an app that's just dedicated to doing just that job. Because it's like there's all sorts of bloody stuff out there.
Yeah. Well, when I first started playing keyboards, it was like it was the time when the MIDI files were just coming out, and you just used to put a floppy disk in, press play, and it used to you could just play all your sounds, and all the different channels. But of course, those days are long gone. But that sounds what you've just suggested. That's some good information there for me to look at. I didn't realise that this tablet had got the socket was a USB socket. I should have done. I don't know why I didn't think that really, but
Yeah, because they have to have some data transfer capability. So that's why
Yeah, but you normally think of a data transfer socket and a power socket as being two different things normally anyway.
Well, I do. Yeah.
So
I really
I
do,
mean, I
yeah.
was the same with my first iPad. I didn't know that.
But MIDI is also power and data as well. So
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Oh, there's also
But
setlist maker for iPad. I just found it. It's it's $20.
Oh, that's worth the.
And that's what I was
investment.
going to say is because you got that Android there and everything, you'll be able to achieve what you want without having to break the bank at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of this. Oh, I've got to go and buy this £800 fucking unit to do it for me, kind of thing. It's just a a £3 cable here and a few bits and bobs your auntie.
So I would get did you say USB 2? Sorry, or USB-C? USB-C. So I would get a USB-C cable to MIDI out. Is that right?
Yeah, just a little a Mio, like one of those little Mio things that's one in, one out. That goes to USB-C.
Yeah,
Right.
so just a MIDI interface.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I could
Like
just chain the other two keyboards.
Yep.
Yeah. You daisy chained the 3 cents.
That's
Yeah.
brilliant, guys. I think that might.
That's if they have a MIDI through on those synths. If they don't, you'll have to get a 3 in, 3 out or something like that.
Get a through box, yeah.
Yeah, through box.
Which
MIDI
is
Solutions through box or something like that. It's still under $100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's better, isn't it? To you got to be careful, haven't you? Daisy chaining keyboards. Can you get problems or something? Do you daisy chain too many?
Across 3, probably not so much.
Yeah, no.
That's why we want the through, so it doesn't move stuff from one keyboard to another. It passes general MIDI through all of them.
Yeah.
Set different channels.
If they were keyboards from the late 80s, I'd say yes, because
Yeah, 'cause
the
a lot of
lag
people do in,
is
out, in,
pretty
out, in, out.
noticeable.
Now
Yeah,
we'll
it's
slow it
noticeable.
down.
Yeah, it's really noticeable on the older keyboards because they were only running like
it's
a
about
megs.
every instrument that you chain adds a millisecond latency to that instrument as far as the older ones go. Newer ones, I don't notice it that much.
No, they run at a faster rate.
Yeah.
But just using it for just sending one single message, for program change, or that's going to be
not a
irrelevant,
problem.
really. Isn't it?
No, that's not a problem.
No issue.
Yeah, no.
It's only stuff like Aftertouch and some other stuff that sends a lot more data. That's when things get clogged up.
Yeah.
Right.
But if,
Okay.
if you have more than 2 synths or whatever, you should definitely have a through box anyway. They're just useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're not,
I have a rack. There's a rack unit, 25 throughs from one in, so you can set the whole studio. They're great.
Yeah, and if you're not sending any MIDI out, like if you're not layering any of your other instruments from your master keyboard, if you're just coming in, no latency issues at all.
Yeah.
If you're just sending program changes and that's it. That's like next to nothing as far as information.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
Kent.
for me,
Kenton boxes.
for me to say use Kenton boxes. I would say just mention my name, but the fact is that won't get you a discount. And just go, oh, you happen to know that twat as well, do you?
They'll charge you more, yeah.
Yeah. That's great, guys. I think you've answered my question there. I've been really sort of worrying about it, because I've been struggling. So I'm going to try that. I'm definitely going to try that.
Certainly straws to clutch, isn't it?
The show does
something
have
to work
excuses.
with.
It's not all bullshit. So
Yeah, well, it's 99.8% bullshit. It normally, isn't it? And sometimes it goes on for 8 hours.
This is the 0.2%
nobody
that
thought there was
isn't.
that much bullshit around, but there you go.
Yeah, and this is the other 0.2%.
Yeah.
No, I've been listening to your live. I found it really interesting, to be honest with you. It's great stuff. I didn't know lives like this existed. If I'm honest,
Yeah.
I do my own lives, just general chat and quizzes and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but do you watch the PSN show?
No.
Oh,
ProSet Network. You should.
That's the professional end of this. This is sort of like the
well,
that's people that know what they're talking about.
you know when you're trying fine wines all the time.
Yeah.
That's PSN, and then when you're throwing up in the car park, that's this show.
but as you saw, you can still come here and learn something. It's not all.
Yeah.
Have you?
I'm going to have that on the poster.
No, seriously.
Have you ever
YouTube ProSent Network? Watch it, man. Yeah.
Have you got a link for that? Can you put a link in at all, or?
Oh, Andy, that's your speciality. Can you do it?
Yeah,
Okay, hold on.
Put one in the private chat or something.
It's really easy to find ProSet Network, but I'll find it for you.
Yeah.
That's
Robbie's in
my
the chat.
That's
Come
my
on, Robbie.
diabetes
Can you
alarm
put it
going
in?
off.
There you go. Robbie's done it. Good
Thank
man.
you.
There you go.
Thank you very much. I'll,
See,
I'll
he's
take that
the host, owner, and all-round
Everything else.
Promoter.
frontman of
Yeah.
ProSense Network.
He's the pro in the ProSent Network.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm the left curtain, and Andrew's the right
All around
curtain. And we
twat,
part
yes.
at the beginning. Yeah. Let Robbie through.
So you're
All
the
round
left labia.
Do you
It's
ever meet
true.
in the middle? That's the thing.
There he is. The
There he
star
is.
himself.
It's true. Oh, fuck off.
The star of PSN. Nicely done, Justin. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm tired and irritable.
Aw.
I am at the moment.
No. Poor little
We had the
thing.
red light on.
Well, you've been working with emus all weekend. I mean, it's enough to drive
I
anybody
know.
insane, isn't it?
No, emus are great. Come on.
Oh, gee, I felt like Rod fucking Hull all weekend.
Oh, mate.
And I got a fucking picture with Phil Oakey and I had me fucking eyes closed.
I noticed
What was
that.
that about?
You were blissful. You were just.
So when's he appearing on the show?
Oh dear. He bought a
How old is he
Delia.
now?
He bought a Delia. When I
Oh,
when
did
I
he
had
now?
that when I was with him there, he just bought a Delia.
Oh.
He was very impressed with that.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to be phoning Tom Carpenter tomorrow and asking him about that bloody synth. And my first question is going to be, why did you put pink matrices on it? Do you know what a pain in the ass they are? Oh, it's such a pain in the ass. They really are. You want the little tick, 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 tick switches that make lots of noise. That's what you want.
Well, even Dina said that the pin matrix was the better solution for doing that.
Yeah, Robbie, your mate's here.
Which one? Little
Your-
Noah.
Your little mate.
Oh,
He hasn't been up here for donkeys, has he? Hang on, I'm going to get him for you.
okay, thank you.
Come on. Come and see your other dad. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, ready? Oh, yeah, big love. Here you go. Oh, one the cake.
Oh,
It's your mate, look. Look.
How's his eye? Show me his
Look at
eye.
that, that's come up quite well now, isn't it?
It has.
Show
hasn't
your
it?
eye.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's looking much better.
The hair's all growing back now.
Bless it.
Is he the one that pisses on your bed? by chance?
No, that's Lily. You,
Oh, right.
you know her, she's red and got big horns.
Yeah.
Now, Siri's
And
down there.
hooves.
Siri doesn't like letting Lily into the studio. Does she?
What breed is she?
Husky. What
No,
am I
not that
thinking?
one.
Oh, this one. This is a Norfolk Terrier.
Oh, okay.
He's from Spain. He's from
Yeah.
Barcelona.
The mountains of Barcelona. Yeah. Yeah, he was living up there wild for about 2.5 years.
Oh, you
eating
brought him back?
ibex.
Oh.
Yeah, well, there was a,
Well, they stuck him
a
in the
dog
post.
home out there. Yeah, no, they drove him over with Siri. Hey, Siri.
He's an Iberian Mountain Terrier.
Yeah, and Siri is a what? Were you a Moroccan sheepdog? Was it? No, not Moroccan.
Mongolian.
No, somewhere in Spain. I used to think she was Andalusian. Apparently, she's not. She is
Spanish.
Majorcan sheepdog.
Mallorcan.
Majorcan sheepdog. Aren't you,
Majorca.
darling? She saw a sheep, she'd shit herself. She would. She's such a delicate little soul, that one. Aren't you? Come here.
Oh, and you were describing Lily. Prometheus says, no, that's Fiona.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, do you know what Fiona said to me? What was it, Saturday? Yesterday. I said, I've got somebody interested in buying the Osmos. And she went, oh yeah, what's the sort of money? I said, yeah, no. A reasonable sum, what it's worth, you know, about the K mark, around there. And she goes, oh, okay. Well, I could lend you the other 2.5 then, so you could get your PB12 now. I went, God, why did you say that? Where? Anderton's, buy basket, come on. Just go. No, you got to sell it first. I went, yeah, okay. Do it.
That's called enabling.
I think so, yes.
She just knows it'll keep him out of her way for a while.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no means no, apparently. Who knew? But here's the thing. Can I warrant getting the PB12 if I'm chasing after getting Vangelis's CS80?
And you can make that decision.
Both.
I'm probably the worst person to qualify for that decision, to be honest. I'm not the person to make that decision. That's the thing. Damn it.
What to say?
No, I don't know what to say or think.
How much is the CS80?
We, at the moment, we're negotiating things that are not really around a price.
Oh.
I may have to sell myself sexually for this. No, basically, like for instance,
Get the PB12. Fuck's sake.
yeah, like do restoration work for Tiny, but not charge him
Okay.
for the rest of my life or whatever. And do you know what? I would do it.
Well, yeah.
All right. Yes, it's a source of revenue, but there are other sources of revenues coming in with the other keyboards. So, fine. I wouldn't care. I'd have Vangelis's CS80 from Spiral, Blade Runner,
Chariots,
Albedo 0.39. Yeah, China and Spiral. Just China and Spiral. Jesus Christ.
So what happens if you tried to sell it to you, but the deal was no more Blade Runner, no more China playing on it?
Yeah, that's kind of like buying a gun and turning it on yourself in many ways, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those are the rules.
Yeah, if you buy the gun, you got to shoot yourself with it. Oh, yeah, but I really want that gun.
Do the bullets actually have to be in it?
Yeah, yeah.
Can I shoot someone else first?
Is there a chance I could miss if I'm pressing it up against my head? Certainly miss the brain, anyway. Can I live with a hole in my head? Yeah, probably. Yeah, and you think it just feels so. It feels too extravagant. Of getting a PB12 and Vangelis' CS8.
Yeah,
literally
just
at
go
the
for
same
the
time.
CS.
Because it sounds too good to be true. You go, there's got to be something wrong here. Something I've overlooked. You know, something.
But here's an alternative, Kent. Get the 80, write an album, it will sell, and you can afford the PB12. Ta-da! Yeah.
Acehead makes a good suggestion. He said if I had Vangelis' CS80, I wouldn't really be thinking about the PB12 very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would.
It is
Yeah, I
priorities,
would.
priorities.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would.
But then just delay gratification.
Yeah, yeah. See, I don't know how long this is going to take before I actually get to even see the girl, you know. But at the same time,
Is it fully working?
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You can fix
No, that
anything.
doesn't matter. I am
Well,
I am
anyone can fix it.
the CS80 guru. Everybody brings their CS80s to me.
Oh,
But
okay.
like you said,
Sorry, I
chicken
didn't know.
strips, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, just Google my name.
Just Google me.
I hate saying that. I really, honestly, I hate fucking saying that. That's what twats say, isn't it? Yeah, Google my name.
Well, yeah.
No, seriously, you put my name into Google and the stuff, the lawsuits, the sexual harassment case, none of it's true, by the way. Well, some of it's true, And that thing with the horse, that was an accident. I just happened to be facing that.
fell on
way.
it.
Just slipped.
Yeah, and the horse was, distressed. I mean, I was trying to help it. No, so no, if people have a problem with the CS80, they bring it to me.
Right, okay. I got you.
Include, look, should we show it off? Come on, hang on a second. Picture of Vangelis playing my CS80 in his studio in Paris.
Oh, okay.
No, it wasn't. No, he did it here in the end, didn't he? That's for, it was at Metropolis. For the Mathosia album, I think it was.
Cool.
Which when I played Mathosia CD, I'm going, I can't hear a lot of 80 on this, I'll be honest with you. So, yeah, so there's that.
So soon you could have a matching photo of you playing Vangelis' CS80.
Yeah. It's just weird, isn't it? It's just, but this is, because this was the track that I heard on the radio when I was 15. And I'm going, I don't care what that sound is, I have to have that. I want to work with that sound forever. And I have done, but that's the source. That's actually the instrument that I heard playing when I was 15. The actual girl. And is it important to me? couldn't believe how much it's important to me. But
Well, honestly, Kent, you're the one person in the world who deserves to have that 80, that particular one, and that's my opinion, and I'm happy to share it.
that's right, Matt. I think a vet had been doing an exploratory on the horse
Oh, I bet.
before I even got there. Hence the Vaseline all around his vag. Honestly. That's,
His vag. Wow.
hey,
Yeah, his
hey, you
pronouns,
got something
man.
against the gay community or something?
Their,
What?
yeah, their vag.
There, all right. There, sorry, I do. Yeah. Oh dear, there's a few toes I've walked on. What a surprise! So, yeah, what's say his vag? That doesn't even make sense, does it?
You know the keyboard that blew my mind when it came out.
Go on.
It was the Arc Quadra. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
Do you know what? There are very few keyboards that I hate more than the
Really?
Arc Quadra. Oh
I love
God, yeah.
Do you want to see
Like
my
in-
impression of an Arc Quadra?
Go on then.
Now,
I can think of one keyboard, the Rev 2 Prophet 5.
yeah, well, that's the only one that is above Quadra. No, what it is it's not the keyboards. Don't take offence from it. See, when people say the name of a keyboard, they think of the sound, the look, or some of them, the experience they had playing it. When somebody says the name of a keyboard to me,
You're thinking of the repair.
I'm up to my ears in parts I can't get hold of. There's rust. Things are not working and refuse to work no matter how much work you do to them. And the Quadra is king. The power supply setup in an Arc Quadra was designed by an evil Nazi scientist. Honest to God, who managed to escape at the end of the war after maiming millions of people, and went to America to become a power supply designer. Honestly, because this power supply will try to kill you no matter how careful you are with it. And it's so unstable, and the slightest push will make it pop.
It's like playing a game of Operation, right? Getting shocked. And
Yeah,
In
yeah,
real life.
absolutely. Yeah, and the whole synth is full of tantalum caps, which when they pop, like a normal cap pops, the circuit is broken. When a
They
tout
short, don't they?
pops, they short and they cut the entire power line. So
Yeah.
you have a synth that doesn't turn on, but you don't know which tout's gone. So every single tantalum in the entire machine has to be replaced. So every single board has to come out. The aftertouch pressure strip on it. Oh my God! Is it fitting the keys? Everything about the machine is a nightmare. Honest to God, I love the sound of it. There's a video on YouTube of me playing one right here on the floor. In fact,
Oh, okay.
that I'd restored, and it sounds glorious. It's a lovely machine, but I couldn't own one because I know what they're like to work on, and I'd fear that if it failed and I was going to have to repair it, I would literally just hang myself in the toilet rather than open it. So
throw it out your second story window.
yeah, like somebody offered me a Prophet 5, and I've got cool, okay, because I didn't want much money for it, and he said it's a Rev 2. I said no, sorry, no, sorry, can't hear you. I've suddenly gone blind. I don't know, no, I can't hear. Sorry, just won't go near them, because once they go, oi, it's the end of the world as we know it.
So what was the? So it was obviously, by the sounds of it, it's quite a lot different from the first one, was it? Did they change all the boards or something, or
What, the
what
Rev
makes
2?
it? Yeah, what makes it a bad synth compared to the first one?
No, the first one, what, Prophet 5?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Prophet 5.
No, the Mark 1 is just as bad.
Oh,
It's
okay.
the same shit in a slightly different case.
Right.
But what it is, it's mostly because the on the CPU board they were using RAM that you cannot get anywhere, and if you do find one, the guy's got a big smile on his face and go, "Well, how much you willing to pay for it, eh? Eh?" It's that kind of gun to the head type of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But the VCOs, the VCFs, and for some bizarre reason the VCAs as well, they made out of SSM chips, which they stopped making them I don't know how long ago, and you just can't get them. So if it's got a voice out, that voice stays out. And the reason I hate them is I have a policy that I've maintained since I started doing this, is if there's no fix, there's no fee, right? I won't charge somebody, regardless of how much time and work I put into it, I won't charge any customer money if I'm handing them back as a machine that's not working.
Yeah.
Or not working, pretty much not working as much as when they bought it to me. And Prophet 5s have bit me in the arse so many times, and that's why I hate them. The Rev 3s, on the other hand, yeah, all day long, no problem. But the trade-off is the Rev 3 doesn't sound anywhere near as nice as the Rev 2.
Right.
And now this is probably a bit niche, but do you remember the Fry's Turkish Delight advert in the 80s?
I can't say that I do, to be honest.
I'm sure we can probably find it on YouTube. We can probably find it on YouTube. You up for it, Rob?
Which one are we talking about?
Fry's Turkish Delight, 80s. It was the one set in, it's like a, what you call it, Valentino type film.
Yeah, got it.
In the desert.
Oh,
Yeah.
Got it. Whack that up. That's a Prophet 5 Rev 2. And I tell you what, no Prophet 5 Rev 3 can do these sounds.
Here we go.
Fry's Turkish Delight, full of Eastern promise.
Now, if you did that with a Rev 3, it would sound like a very ill Casio with low batteries in comparison. So that's it. The trade-off was, if you wanted the brilliant sounds, you're going to have sort of like the synth equivalent of Lily. Essentially. It's going to shit on your landing and eat your shoes, no matter how well you treat it. And that, they've been the bane of my life. They really have. Them and Quadras, and there's another one. Always used to see them turning up. The Moog MG1 and what's the other little Moog?
The what?
The Rogue.
The Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue.
Where they had this brilliant idea. Let's put some sponge under the front panel to stop dust from getting into the sliders and stuff like that. What they didn't think of was that in 20 years' time, it would actually return back to its crude oil state.
Yeah.
And then every bit of dust, cat hair on the planet goes, oh, look, let's go and stick to that.
Luckily, my Rogue didn't get that problem, but...
Yeah, well, some people actually removed that sponge simply because, some of them just forgot to put it back in. When they clean sliders out, they just forgot to do it. So, and I've spent many a moon with various chemicals and cotton buds into the early hours of the night, cleaning sliders and contact switches.
It was the red glue before red glue, right? So.
Yeah, exactly so. Yeah, and I mean, the red glue used to be a bit of an issue until, Fiona goes, no, I know a concoction that will help you with that. Knocked it up and went, what, you just throw them in the bucket and leave them come back in the morning? Yep. Good girl.
Did you use the drain cleaner stuff for that? Because I did.
For doing the red glue?
Yeah.
No, she used I can't remember some powdery stuff, and there was a couple of other bits. And you could do it in cold water. You didn't have to use hot water either. And you just threw the
Yeah.
keys in, and in the
Sodium
morning,
bicarbonate, right? There's some-
something. Yeah, there was lots of that in it. And when you pulled the keys out, at the bottom of the bucket, if you drained the water out, was just all this white, almost clear, like jelly, which was essentially what used to be the red glue. You didn't have, you just dry the keys and put them back in the sieve.
Yeah,
So there.
yeah.
So when people go, oh look, I got this JD800 and it's got the red glue issue. Yeah, get them in, no problem. Not scared of that. Yes, all the weights fall out of the keys, every single one. But that's the point. That's where the glue was. And then you just Evo stick the. I don't super glue them because sometimes you need to take these weights out. And you Evo stick the weights back into the keys, reassemble the keyboard, and bombs your auntie. Happy customer.
Yeah.
So it's just the ones where there isn't a formula that makes it an easy job. It's like when the DACs go in a what do you call it? What's the Jupiter 8 in Iraq? The MKS 80.
MKS 80.
Yeah, when the DACs go, forget it, throw it away. It's going nowhere. Same, weirdly enough, same one on Jupiter 6. If DAC goes in the Jupiter 6, it's the end of it. Nothing you can do. about it.
Do you find that the older stuff's easier to repair than the new stuff? You know, with the boards and stuff like that.
There's
You know,
certainly, the older boards are certainly more serviceable. The onset of surface mount technology has made things quite difficult because not only now, for instance, like you're gonna get a resistor for I don't know, something modern. Let's say a key step.
Yeah, key step.
And you go and you look at the schematics and it goes, yeah, it's a 10k resistor. Of course, back in the day, you needed a 10k resistor. You reached over, you got the 10k resistor and put it in, soldered it up, and cut the legs. Now you have to know what size 10k resistor it is because there is about, I think, 9 different sizes of resistor, getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So you look at it and you go, it's hard to measure because now it's got the solder up the end, so it's hard to know really what sort of size you're working with. So you can order your resistors and they turn up, and some of them are like 5 times bigger than the one you've got to replace. It's like, feckin' hell. And then you've got to get that thing, getting them off, easy, with a heat gun, and get rid of it, and then put your new one on, put your paste on, just heat up the solder, and it moves into position. It literally moves the component. The component finds its own centre. So yeah, I mean, from some points of view, it's easy. It depends on access to spares. Spares for the old stuff, I'm going to have in a shed or a stacker box somewhere. But trying to, with some newer, companies trying to get parts can be quite difficult. But if you're in that transition period, if your keyboard falls into anywhere between, say, 1990 and 2010, but definitely towards the late 90s and entering into the early 2000s, there's a whole swathe of machines where the digital technology within them was progressing, and because it was progressing, some of the older stuff go, right, nobody wants this anymore because it's older or not as efficient, and they stopped making it. So there's loads of ICs in this area you can't get.
Waldorf Wave.
Waldorf Wave. Yeah, absolutely. But sometimes you get lucky and you find some, you find some guy somewhere. Like, for instance, with that GS1. Yeah, that GS1, right? The card reader had gone on it, so you can't load the sounds. Of course, it's lost its sounds because the battery's given in. So you got this keyboard that you think you've got working, but you don't know because you can't get any bloody sound out of it. Yes, if you had the editor, to create the sounds and load them on, which was about the size of the Titanic, and they only built about fucking 2 of them. Yeah. And if you could find one, it won't work. So I'm going, and I'm googling for 2 weeks, seeing if I can find somebody who maybe has another card reader there was a rumour that the CS70's card reader might work, but there's a little bit of adjustments that are going to have to be done, because Yamaha were renowned for like make a technology and then make it fit in anything they can for the next 5 years or so, and then stop making it and move on. And I found a guy who was literally a farmer in the Midwest who, for some reason, had designed a RAM system where it didn't need a battery backup, that had the entire library of the GS1 on it, and you just plug it into the memory slots in the main CPU board in the GS1, and then you run two knobs to the front panel. One does the banks and the other one does the, well, no, they both do banks, wasn't it, for upper and lower, and then you had 16 sounds for each bank. And suddenly the GS1's back with Mark Knopfler, and he's going, oh, it's the best it's ever sounded, you know, and all this sort of business. And you think, yeah, cool, result. It did take a few months to get to that point, though.
Was that your best Mark Knopfler accent?
No, do you want my best Mark Knopfler accent?
Go on then.
Yeah. Hey up, lads. Aye. Fucking greatly. I don't know what it sounds
Just
like.
offended the whole Geordie nation.
Yeah, I know. Or was he Scottish? I can't remember. He's like, okay,
Not
that's
Geordie.
Is he? Oh,
Or
he's a Geordie.
Or is he a Teessider? But he's northeast.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's say, for argument's sake, he's French.
Why are you lad?
Oh, it is the best it is ever sounded. So,
Does Knopfler have that programmer for it? That
Pardon?
big programmer? Does Knopfler has a big programmer like they have at
no,
Karma?
no fucker does.
Wow.
I don't think they work. None of them
Karma's
work
got
anymore.
one. Karma's got one.
Cheese Slice has got one.
No, somebody else. Manny's in the chat, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's got another one, Manny?
Oh, Manny will know, will he?
I know said Karma have got one. Isn't there what?
And you should see how they have it wired into the one.
I just see what Steve Elbows put. Rowley bought a load of Turkish delights to use on the Seaboard production line. Do you know what? You're not far off, mate.
The Karma one has this crazy ribbon cable just kind of wedged into the GS1 at the Karma. It's so funny. Just like very low tech looking.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Isn't it called the Chameleon? Karma.
Oh, dear.
I was talking to him yesterday, old Steve Levine. We were having a nice little chat because he's Culture Club about to go out on the road and do the first two albums like live.
Oh, nice.
And he's busy trying to get through his archives, trying to find all the original stuff. Because he was using emulators on that and stuff. You know, always have a nice little chat with him. He's a lovely. I'll try and get him on the show. But he's very busy.
Talking of getting on the show, I was having a video call.
There we go.
Wait.
Hard to see because of the glare, but.
Yeah, talking the show.
Yeah. I was having a video call with the chappies that we're trying to get on for week after next.
Yes, and have you confirmed the already confirmed thing?
I'm still confirming. However, he was there, but Fiona didn't know. And I
and she didn't walk past with it.
And and I said his name.
Yeah.
And Fiona at the top of her voice goes,
She never.
"Oh, I fucking love him."
Oh, I thought she was going to do that thing that everybody does.
What?
But I can't do because then people will know
then
what we're
people will
talking
know
about.
who we're talking about. Yeah, so
I thought that'd be great.
I went with I said, "I think Fiona likes you." She goes, "Oh yeah, he was much better than."
Shh.
Yeah, I know. And he was dead. Oh bless. But there you go. But anyway,
sort it.
Well, hopefully, all will become revealed. But next week we have Cherry Audio.
We have Dan and Mitchell.
Dan and Mitchell on again. I like them.
I'm going to jump off, guys. Anyway,
All right.
thank you very much for everybody You all right, mate?
All right,
Thank you
me
for everybody in the chat as well. Who's,
So I can
advised
legitimately
me.
do that because my mother's side of the family are all from Tamworth and Willenhall. So
Oh, blimey.
yeah.
I'm about 1 mile away from Willenhall.
Oh, I love it. I love the accent. I love it.
I don't, mate.
No, it's
It's,
right. It reminds me of many years ago with me. Me grandma. she was great. Anyway, yeah, no, sorry.
But yeah, thanks for all the advice and everything. I'll see you on the next one. But,
See you, man.
Come in again, mate.
Yes, I will. I'll catch you
Good
soon.
man. Good man.
I've got you on my subscriptions now, so you'll
Oh,
find it.
okay.
I'm just going to go and Google you and see what you're all about.
I'm sure I'll feel it from here.
And that was the last we saw of him.
Yeah. He goes, oh, him.
Oh gosh, Ben.
Yeah.
And watch ProSyn Network on Fridays.
Oh yeah, no, the ProSense Network, mate.
Yeah, if you've got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys. Anyway, bye.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
buds. Look after yourself.
Oh, so I found that mod for the Rev 3 Prophet 5.
Oh yeah, the
It's
minus
over
one.
on- yeah, it's the Analog Renaissance Rev -1.
Mm.
But basically, I believe it replaces the Curtis chips with SSM. I think modern SSM chips, according to the video that I watched.
Wow.
And then it adds 2 switches over by where the pitch and mod wheels are that are purely optional.
Yeah.
One of them adds a 2-pole/4-pole switch,
Yeah.
and then the other one is a 3-position, what they call the Q compensation, where normally when you crank the resonance up on a Prophet 5, you lose a lot of the low end.
Yeah.
This mod makes up for that, and it gives you 2 different settings to bring back in.
Yeah, because
that
that
low
was
end.
one of the key things about the SSM filters.
Yeah.
Is it didn't get quieter when you turned the resonance full up.
Right.
It
So I
just
always
got
thought
louder
the
and
Q-
louder.
I always thought the Q compensation was what they did when they filtered out certain episodes of Star Trek Next Generation.
Mm.
No, it's the Bond films where he didn't appear.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
And I wish they'd done that with the one with the invisible car. I think that was the jump in the shark moment for me.
There was a bit on that.
Jumping, invisible bloody car. Oh, fucking hell. No. He was driving it in snow. What's the point of it being invisible?
Jeff, are you smoking your vape through a cat's purr?
Cat's purr.
Just take a draw on your vape. Go on, just take a draw on it. Does that sound
Yeah.
like a cat? Not just me.
Oh, when Andy smokes, it's the same thing.
Do you do this as you're
interference.
sucking on it?
Yeah,
Do you make cookies?
Yeah, making cookie dough.
yeah, yeah. That's okay. So
No,
that-
honestly, I sat here listening. I was, who's got a cat? Somebody's got a cat, and then I looked. It was you.
Well, you got cats, haven't you?
Yeah,
We
but
don't
not
see them
here.
very often.
No, they don't.
They're not studio dwellers, are they?
Well,
Well, they would be if you turn the keyboards on. They'd be in there like a
Mixie
bleeding
likes
shot,
to-
mate.
Mixie likes to come and just.
Yeah,
like,
if they're on
sit
and
judge me.
warm. Hello, cats.
Yes. Oh, by the way, bloody Emulator 1. God, dear me.
Oh,
of course.
now what did it? Did it try to kill anybody?
No. Well, the thing was, I felt so stupid.
What?
But I'm going to admit to it. So, obviously,
Nothing I haven't already done.
So I got it there, and thinking that these things, particularly those things, don't like being moved a lot.
Yeah.
I turned it on, expecting it to not do anything, just because I'm a pessimist.
Yeah.
My glass is always half empty, and all the lights came on, but nobody was at home. What I forgot for like 2/3 of the day, all these people are coming around going, "Oh, I've never seen an original emulator before. This is amazing." And I kept saying, "I'm really sorry, but she's not working." And then we had a little quiet. There was a little dip. Actually, there was quite a big dip at around 3:30 when Ollie Freck was doing his drum machine seminar, which I was so pissed off that I didn't get to go to, but I'll watch the video.
I think I know what it is you've done.
Yeah. So I thought, there's something I'm not doing right here. And I'd been going through all the disc images, and I'd been flicking backwards and forwards. This little go through it thing. I was going,
Go Tech, yeah.
backwards and forwards. But I didn't go backwards and forwards enough to find the boot image that was called bootdisk.hfe.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, so I put that in. And I pressed in the load buttons, and it wasn't working. So I go, oh fuck it, I turned it off. And then somebody else came along, and they were talking about it, and I just said to them, oh, by the way, it's not working. Oh, what's it doing? I turned it on, and it starts fucking booting.
Yeah. It has to be
I've
turned off before it will read the boot disk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that was
Because
the one
it's
bit
a
I
drive
forgot.
emulator. Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Because that was the only emulator stroke Emacs that didn't have the operating system on every disk.
Yeah.
It had its own independent boot disk.
Yeah.
And once I got that, it was going, but the keyboard's still a bit iffy.
It was
Well,
the
on
same.
S50's like that too. You have to have a boot disk and then the program disk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, technically it was the same on the Mirage. You had your boot disk, but if you bought the factory discs, it came with the OS.
Yeah.
But if you saved 6 sounds to a disc, the 3 sets of upper lower, it would never put the operating system on. So if you boot from an operating system, it just goes ND on the display. It goes, yeah, mate.
Yeah.
And that Mark 1's the same. Yeah.
So yeah, we got it going, and Robert.
Can I just point out, I had restored it.
Keyboard's a little bit.
Oh, come on, it's cat whisker. It's been sitting here for 3 years. Is that the most you can come up with?
No,
Fuck off.
seriously, that's about the only thing that we. But
Yeah, but you know what cat whisker keyboards are like,
yeah,
for Christ's sake.
So
you leave them
Robert-
for 10 minutes, they stop bloody working.
Native VS, Robert came along,
Yeah.
and he was determined to go through all of those disk images.
Yeah.
By the way, they're all called empty disk.
Yeah.
Every single image is like empty disk 1, empty disk 2, empty disk 3, empty disk 4. But guess what? None of them are empty. They've all got
Yeah.
stuff on there. And he was determined to go through and find that jar sound. I forget what it is now. Which one it is?
The Zuluk one?
Yeah, the Zuluk one.
Yeah.
And he found it, bless him. But of course, some of the keys weren't working. And so it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't great. I did find a cello sound on there that was very much running up that hill, but
You
again,
do know-
the keys weren't working.
You know there's 2 thumb screws on the corners?
Yeah, I'm not going to do that mid-show.
No, you blah, 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 and you open it up, and there's the cat whiskers.
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
just pull them closer to the contact bar, put it down again, screw it back up, boom, and all the keys will work.
If I've got time on, because at the moment it's stashed.
Yeah.
But if I've got time, because I've got to leave here at like silly o'clock on Saturday morning to get to Bristol in time. I think luckily the show doesn't open till like 11 or something stupid.
Oh, there's something.
So I get a little bit of.
Wait, when you say cat whiskers, Jeff has to do the vape sound.
Yeah,
So,
or
yeah.
that.
There you go. But,
Yes.
I need to speak. Well, I don't know if you're going to speak to Richard at all in the coming days before
Yeah.
Saturday.
Yeah.
But so the organisers of Bristronica apparently have put our stand next to Dave Rossum's stand
Oh, okay.
because he's got his Rossum Electronics thing.
Yeah.
And Dave's already said, he was quite excited when he heard that we were going to be there with all of his babies.
Yeah.
So I am taking a silver Sharpie, and I'm getting him to sign my Emacs too.
Oh, okay.
Do you think that it might help Richard if we got the E1 signed as well?
It falls into a difficult. See,
this is what I was thinking. I was just like,
because technically Richard doesn't own it, does he?
no,
And that would mean contacting the actual owner,
yeah,
who would probably turn around and say, "What the fuck is it doing at a show?"
yeah, no, that's true.
So, yeah.
I'll open it up.
Yeah.
He can sign it on the inside.
Well, yeah, then nobody'd know because most of the people who buy them never open them.
True.
So, but at least get yours done
I'm getting my Emacs
because that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
Peter's going to get his.
I mean, if
He's
Dave
a
Rossum
drum
wants to
emulator.
really do us a good one, buy the fucker.
Well, I was selling it.
Yeah,
at the
but
show.
you know what? To be honest with you, I think the customer's asking too much.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
But there's a reason.
Yes, it's restored and it's compared to what it looked like when it was rusty when it came in. And it was not in a happy place at all. But yeah, no, it's asking too much.
But it was getting a lot of attention, just
Yeah.
purely because, I mean, it's the first one I ever saw. It's the only one.
Rumours
I've ever
are
seen.
still 4 functioning programmers around.
Yeah, I said it's 4. Yeah, Calm, Yamaha. Yeah.
Only 2%.
Didn't
they're not doing anything with them, are they?
Oh no, something in my head says that Earcom in Paris might have had one, but maybe I'm talking bollocks, which is quite possible.
In the DX1 where you've got about 4 of those 40-leg, gold-legged, white ceramic ICs with Yamaha written on the centre.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, they're Yamaha proprietary custom ICs, yeah? The CS80 has 2.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The DX1 has, I think, about 4 on each card. I think there's 4 on the back card and there's 4 on the front card as well. That GS has 68 of those fucking ICs, and they're all different code numbers.
Mm-hmm.
They've all got different functions. Can you imagine if one of those bastards went down?
Because only one people.
Because they only put it in that machine.
And only one company manufactured them.
Yeah. And they're not interested in remanufacturing them, are they?
No, it's right what you said earlier about that. Pretty much anything in the 90s, once they discovered custom ICs.
Oh, mate.
Particularly Yamaha. I mean, you can reel off a whole range of keyboards that had custom ICs. FS1R, VP1, VL1.
Oh, they're all subject to it, mate. All of them.
Yeah. But there's so
But
many
it's
more.
because the digital technology was streaming ahead so quickly. Then they're just going, well, we don't need to make them anymore because we have these. And at that moment in time, it made perfect sense.
Yeah.
But because you got that thing where you can get parts for the Mark II, but you can't get it for the Mark I kind of scenario.
Oh dear.
And this is where, and I don't know, it'll happen more and more as time goes by. But if you have some mid-90s machine that's not really considered particularly important or interesting or carries too much value, or more to the point, doesn't carry any real value at all because it doesn't work anymore, hang on to it. Because there's going to be boards in there that are going to be worth proper money in the years to come.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've just, from a career point of view, just shot myself in the foot. But hey. But it's very hard to find techs who will even go near or open, late 90s keyboards. If it's a broken pot, a key won't work properly. Yeah, all day long. If there's a serious digital problem in it, it's like, I'm not so sure about this, sunshine, because they know what pain awaits them.
Right, Half God's back. Apparently, we've got to stop talking about him. So.
Oh, okay. It was interesting, though. I must admit. Especially that thing with the feathers. That was intriguing.
Yeah, and the marigolds.
Yeah, but who knew you could eat peas like that anyway?
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre.
Hey, Kent, other than the Soma stuff, what's the latest stuff you've worked on, really?
Latest.
Because you said you don't want to touch a lot of digital stuff. Just curious what kind of recent stuff have you...
No, my problem is I do. And what happens is it comes in, the left audio socket isn't working. Oh, okay. And then you find that there's nothing wrong with the socket at all, and you trace it all the way back to the CPU chip, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, yeah.
And then after spending 4 hours on it, you've got to give it back and not charge anything, for 4 hours of work, essentially. So, there isn't much knocking around that's particularly modern at the moment. There was what was it I looked at briefly this week? Oh, Novation key station, is it?
Okay.
And it had a broken slider. And oh my god, I'm there with the micrometer measuring this slider so I can buy the right one because there's so many different sizes.
Oh yeah.
And you can't tell from the pictures because what they do is they use the same slider picture for every slider. Yeah. And he goes, oh, but he got the part number. Great. It's not written on the bloody part though, is it?
Oh man.
It was written on the bag it was in. So, you'll have to phone up Novation. Hey, what's the code number for those sliders? Anyway, I found it anyway. And fitted it. And then when I put it back together, babe.
Sorry.
The display's jumping around all over the place. It keeps... The pitch keeps jumping around. And all I've done is replace the slider.
Wow.
Modern digital. Shit, mate.
Imagine in the future they're putting little stupid QR codes on all the parts.
Yeah, mate.
Andrew, I've got a present for you. I will need your address. I will need your address.
What is... Oh yeah, that'll work.
Andrew Legohurst.
And
Legohurst. Aww.
And you have Pseudo Reboot, aka Mark, to thank for that one.
Pseudo Reboot, aka Mark. Thank you so much.
Lovely, isn't it?
Lovely, still in the
Yeah.
chat. We all got one.
Yeah.
We all got one. And Ian got one as well.
Did he?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good.
Excellent.
Mine and Kent's were just Proteins Network, but also goodies.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Kent. I won't eat those because I hate them.
I mean,
That's
the
the only reason I like them.
I think the only reason we got them is because we're not French Canadian.
Yes, that's the only reason.
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, hi Jeff.
Can you believe? Could you imagine being Canadian and allergic to maple?
I'm sure. I'm sure it happened.
I'm sure it happens.
Are you allergic to Mabel?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, that's
Yeah, but she doesn't wash, mate. But no.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
I was speaking to a friend of mine who's seriously considering emigrating to Vancouver.
Really?
Yeah, he must be rich.
It's a nice city.
She must be rich.
Yeah, no, she wants to get into the whole that sort of the film and TV. She's a massive Hallmark movies fan, and she said, "Don't judge me." She's like, but I'm a massive Hallmark.
I've already
movies
judged her.
fan,
Sorry.
And they make all the Hallmark movies in Vancouver, apparently.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
they have done. Now's probably not the time to make that leap.
And then they make the good movies in Toronto.
And check with her to make sure that she hasn't confused herself, and actually she's trying to buy a van that can clean carpets.
Yeah. Justin was going to move out there, but then he came to his senses.
I came to my senses and bought a Karma. No, I didn't.
Oh, for fuck's sake, she's got a Karma.
He bought a
Nobody
chameleon.
calm buys a Karma. It's one of those purchases where you have to be quite manic. I remember being quite manic when I bought my Oasis.
Vancouver's cool though. Stanley Park is beautiful. There's a nice zoo there and everything.
Yeah, but it's also maple.
And Canadians.
No, not in Vancouver. They don't have maple syrup there.
Okay.
No, Vancouver feels like the U.S.
Well,
It doesn't feel like Canada.
I must admit, maples do move very slowly. I'll take a maple
They
to
do.
get there, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But it doesn't get cold enough. That's why.
Mabel doesn't move that slowly.
Yeah, it's very viscous. Yes.
Mabel's viscous.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
come out
She has
with a
a
knife.
discharge. Yeah.
Haven't you ever seen her shave?
Yeah, well, she's got this knife and everything. She is
Yeah.
quite vicious. She is quite vicious. Mabel vicious. Yeah. Yeah, I know her well. Vancouver reminds me of Seattle and Monterey. The most expensive real estate on the west coast of the US, contiguous US.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except Monterey's a lot warmer.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's going to
In
be
Vancouver.
a desert soon.
And it rains a lot in Vancouver.
Like you said, I said bloody in front of Fat Dust Kids. To be honest, he used to
Can you
work
speak
for
Canadian?
Soma, so they probably heard a lot of swear
Is
words.
bloody really that big of a deal anymore, or is it?
No.
I didn't think so.
Of course,
But Fanny is.
Robert's kids live with Robert. Do you think they're bothered about swearing?
Canadian. Oh, it was Ian. Yes, Ian did, yeah.
I can just imagine the christening ceremony.
Well, three pubs in a row. Ian said "fuck," so that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
I know.
did.
I think Matt has clipped them as well.
And he went and played the Polybrute 12 yesterday and came away and said, I really didn't want to like it, but I did.
Yeah, everyone says that.
I've never even touched one, and I'm trying to buy
Honestly,
one. That's everything you need to know.
If you came to the show yesterday, you would have struggled, because every time I went down into the room, they had a back wall with a Polybrute, an Astrobrute, Astrolab,
Here to save the day.
Yeah, so Polybrute, Mini Freak, Astrolab, Polybrute, and something else, and there was just like a wall of people.
Oh, that wouldn't
all
matter.
day long.
Not bothered. I just put on my cheese slice persona and just go, stand back, people. I know what I'm doing.
So, Robbie, did
No.
you just say you went down on the entire room?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they were fucking grateful.
I tell you what, anything to get people to his bloody stand. I tell you.
Yeah, with those cheeks, I'm not surprised.
That's it. I was storing it like a squirrel at winter.
Yeah, the PSN Flannelette edition came into its own yesterday. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, Andrew, have you learned how to show a video on during a show properly yet?
No.
Oh.
I learnt how to do nothing yesterday. In fact, I went back.
Clearly.
It was such a shit show.
Oh, here she comes, Devil Dog.
Here she comes, Devil Dog herself. Right, can you try and sit quietly for 10 seconds? Right, look at the camera. Look at the camera.
Did you come and run a show instead of me?
Are you going to sit quiet? Can you sit quiet? Ooh, still here. Hello. You're right,
She is so much calmer, isn't she?
No, I think that's Justin's keyboard.
You should see her playing with Noah though. My God. A racket.
At least she's playing with him and not trying to.
No, she absolutely adores him with every fibre of her being. But they play really rough with each other. They play. All right, thank you.
Apparently.
That's Nelly telling Lily off.
Have you got any expression pedals left now?
Yeah, I've actually installed another couple and 2 switches. Excuse me. No, take it out there. Excuse me, take it out there. Go on.
Yeah, we had a golden retriever and a terrier for a while, and the golden retriever used to body slam the terrier with some paws, right?
Well, what Lily does, she stands over Noah and grabs him by the neck, and then shakes him, and he's trying to reach up and sort of like bite her legs and stuff like that. And they play like this for hours, and they're just rolling about all over the place. But they sleep. Oh, mate, they sleep together in a little ball, and they snuggle up and rest each other's heads on each other.
No.
It sounds like Mabel.
They really do love each other, but my God, the racket. Driving insane. But she's learnt how to howl when the doorbell goes now. I don't know who taught her. I think it's Charlie.
No.
Yeah. Record that sometime.
Yeah, she's now, and she's quite the howler. And I'm going, oh no. But at least she's not, you know, when they can do that howl. Yeah, well, you know they can do that howl, which is kind of okay and doable. It's when they go into that sort of like open mouth scream that they do. Now, as long as she's not doing that, they go like that.
Yeah.
No, if they're not doing that, I'm fine with the howling. So, but they only do it when the doorbell goes.
Does she do the howl to the yip 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 kind of thing?
No.
Okay.
I get sort of this little micro howl in the mornings when it's time for sausages, They're little
Oh.
pigs in blanket treats.
Hang on, in the morning, your dogs get pigs and blanket and sausage. treats
No,
in the morning.
they're not real pigs in blankets. It's a dog treat that looks like and smells like a pig in blanket. So it's got a bacony smell and a pork sausagey smell to it, but it's actually it's like a tofu thing. I don't know, some sort
I
of.
love to put all that work for humans to see it as a pig and blanket. Dog couldn't give a shit, right?
No, they honestly, they look forward to this thing in the morning. And there's this big kerfuffle when I come down the stairs in the morning, and I go, oh, it's pigs in blankets time, and they're hopping about, and Charlie's going, wandering around in big circles all over the place.
Sounds like Ty when he was looking at that TC5000.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, did he spend some time there?
Mate, I took him over. He didn't realise it was there, and he came to see us. I said, have you seen Tom? He said, oh, is Tom here? I said, you haven't. Come with me. Come and see Tom. Within 5 seconds of him seeing the TC5000, he literally, I'm not making this up, he is bouncing on his toes.
I can guarantee you, without any
kid.
shred of evidence to go with this, Ty has bought one.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
I can tell you categorically he hasn't.
If he hasn't, he's still thinking about it.
So how does he have room for that after all his other shit?
He, to be honest, he may be swapping it.
No. You're all way off.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
He bought
No.
2.
Yeah. No. I'm not at liberty to say what was discussed. Let's just say that Ty will, at some point, undoubtedly own one.
Right, okay.
But not at the moment.
Oh, okay.
This thing, right, so this is how new it is. I got to the venue about 9 o'clock yesterday morning, hour and a half before it opens. I'm looking for Tom, because I know Tom, I just wanted to see what he brought. And, I come around the corner, I see it, I'm like, oh, what the fuck have you done? And he's like, yeah, I know. It probably won't sell, which is what he always says. And then it does sell bucket loads.
But how does he come up with them?
I know. And I said, look.
It's not a mono sense in the traditional sense of the word, is it? I mean,
no,
fuck me.
So I said to him, look, okay, look, I'm gonna take some pictures. I'm gonna send them off to my colleagues at Gear News. They're covering, they're sort of ready for me to send stuff over to them. And he said, I said, is it up on the website yet? And he goes, oh, no.
Yeah, I saw the web page, which isn't ready yet.
He said, I've done the page. Hang on a minute. And he gets his mobile phone out, and he's there in front of me, logging into his web page. And he says, there you go, mate, it's there, it's done. And he just made his web page live there.
Yeah.
Thanks
for bringing it up.
Yeah. But this is the fucking thing, right? I hope nobody that matters is watching. I send all this
On the
information
show, come
over.
on.
Right. So I'm probably the first journo that's in front of this thing, looking at it, talking, getting the information. Tom's telling me what's behind it.
Yeah.
He's telling me what his future plans are for it, blah 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 blah, and all this stuff. And I'm storing it in my head, and I'm on to the guys at Gear News. Here you go. This is probably the only thing that's going to be new at this show, and it's fucking amazing.
Mm.
Here you go. Here's all the information, because I can't write this up. I'm in, nobody fucking wrote it up. I get back to the hotel at night and I go onto Gear News and like, there's nothing. So I had to write it up this morning. All this.
I saw it.
I was just like,
I saw it. I've got to say, I really, really like his concept with it. I've got no idea what it's going to sound like, but I love the concept of him taking the idea of that workflow, but doing his own thing with it. And I just think it sounds.
Well, that was the one
like
thing he said, because.
Well, do you know what? I don't want to take anything from Tom. Never would. He's a good friend and I love him to bits. But all of this stuff, the Colossus, the Maximus, this TC5000, all the rest of it, has all happened since I showed him all the plans for the anaglyph. So I think I should get one for free. There you go. What can I say?
So, if anybody hasn't seen it, somebody did ask to So, this was the first picture I took before I shot my load.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Now, so the thing is, after I posted this picture, it got picked up. I think Synthtopia picked it up.
Right.
And I forget what time it was. It was sort of like just after lunch. My phone goes, and it's Dina.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay. So I go into a little quiet space. And hi, Dina. She goes, what is that? And I said, oh yeah, it's the TC5000. And I said, look, it's not what you think it is. It's not a clone. I said, but what? Before I said anything else, I said, what are your initial thoughts, Dina? And she's like, I don't know. And then I told her, what Tom had told me, that like the Colossus is of the Synthy 100, it's an homage.
Yes.
It's
yeah.
nothing behind that thing is a Synthy 100 clone or copy or anything like that.
Can you put that picture up again?
Yeah.
Second. Right, you see the pin matrix at both the top and the bottom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, they actually have more vertical options than the controller rate on a 25. It's a lot bigger. Yeah. And in all honesty, because it's pin matrix, if it's capable of using more than 2 pins on the same line, which I don't see why it can't.
He did have some.
Yeah, but
set up like that.
In that case, it's 20. It's a homage definitely to the 2500. I mean, the modules say that, but you see those multiples on the ends.
Mm-hmm.
That screams up 2500.
Yeah. So what Tom said was, I didn't want to copy the modules, and none of them are copies. Everything is his own design.
Everything is not the same.
But what he wanted to do, what he wanted to sort of pay homage to or reference, was the workflow. And I wish I'd recorded it. I wish I'd actually got my thing out. He spoke so eloquently about the way that people use synthesizers. Is not just about the filters that you have. It's not just about the fancy oscillators that you have.
No, it's not.
Absolutely,
It's about how a human can interact with these stuff. And he said, this is all about the interface. And what I've done is I've taken Alan's superb interface design and I've just tried to give it my spin. And that, I'm paraphrasing here, but this is, and that's what it is. And this is, by the way, here's some of the modules close up. Let me start on the left hand side. Here we go. So these are the modules close up. None of these are set in stone.
No.
Some will change, maybe some won't.
The graphics are massively 2500 homage.
Exactly.
The colour of the knobs, although they're not
Yep.
the same, but they are very, especially the big ones, they are very similar.
He did say something about the LEDs. He tried to get the LEDs to look the same, but he couldn't. And he said, it was pointless wasting my time doing it. So he
Absolutely.
So you've got the sort of the MIDI in out stuff on the left there. Then you've got the 3 oscillator modulars. Then you've got the filter.
How does he get this stuff manufactured so quickly?
I don't know.
My God. Look at man.
Sequencer.
Look at the sequential controller.
Yeah.
Looks like a noise sampling hole.
Fucker.
Dual EG, ADSR.
And the sound
What type of filter is it? Is it the 1040? Is it a 1047?
I didn't get a
filter?
chance to. I didn't get a chance.
Dual
But
noise random voltage generator. Yeah.
I was having a little chat with Tom this evening.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and get a whole bunch of more details from. But the thing is, it's still very much in sort of flux.
Yeah.
Oops, we've seen that one. Not that one. There we go. That's the last one.
Yeah.
But
are the different colored pins different resistance?
Again, I honestly don't know.
Theoretically,
it should be, right? If it's based on the old systems.
Yeah. You see, on an old system, it was just a copper connection. There was no resistances involved.
Oh, but on the VCS, it was different.
On the VCS, yeah, but it didn't make a great deal of difference.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. It was just like having a different initial start point by using a lower or higher. No, sorry, a lower resistance pin. So the certain colours produced a different initial start point, but it still was exactly the same function. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, here we go for
there's your-
comparison. Then
Sample and hold.
there you go.
Is it? Do you know if he's going to be building a keyboard for it like he did with the Colossus?
We didn't speak about that.
Did that go in, darling?
Love to get him on the. Love to do a special with him.
Well, that's what I've been sort of having a chat with him. But Tom, as Kent will tell you, Tom is a quiet, humble man, and he's not one to
Yeah.
blow his own trumpet.
Yeah,
which is
I know.
why I try and. No, that sounds wrong. I was
You
going
blow
to
it
say I try
for
and blow
him.
it for him.
Yeah,
but,
no, me too.
But yeah, I mean, here he is. He's
Yeah.
he's a fucking magnificent human being. Brilliant. But here's the one. Here's the money shot.
Yeah.
So how much do you want?
No, you go.
When can I have it delivered?
Tomorrow night
That's,
at the bull
that
ring.
looks like quite
Ty
a small
versus
cabinet.
Carpenter. A
That
fight
looks
to the
like
death.
quite a small cabinet, Robbie.
Oh, it's quite big. It is quite big.
Probably small compared to like the other two, the Maximus and the Colossus.
It's about
No, no.
as big as the Colossus extension. You know the bit that sits
Yeah.
on top. It's about as big as that.
But it looks smaller than the original 2500 cabinet.
Yeah,
That I
Rob, let
couldn't
me
tell
put
you.
this pick up. Where is it?
Well, there's basically like 5U module height.
They look like it.
Right, that's the original girl, right? And the similarity is
Oh, absolutely.
very close. But if you look at those where they have their matrix at the top, there's far fewer options
Yeah, there are.
open
yeah,
to
yeah,
you.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and
Because well, here's that's the
Bloody hell, that's a
16, 16 by 7.
Yeah, 16 by
yeah.
7.
So you got the 7 ins. Well, it's the ins and out, you always have an out channel. Ideally, you actually put a different colour for the out channels, but it doesn't really matter.
Oh, he has the light up cables too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I mean, all right, that's up in Hans' studio, but it looks a hell of a lot. This is before I restored it, and I stupidly didn't take a photograph of it after I'd done it. What a dick.
So it's funny. I'm glad you mentioned Hans because his name came up in the conversation I was having with
Yeah.
Tom yesterday morning. Because he was talking about Hans buying. Hans bought all of those Colossus quartz boxes. You know, like the cut down, things, and he bought all of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I said, "Oh yeah, of course, wings." And Tom says, "Yeah, I'm thinking about doing wings for this thing." So
Yeah.
there will be wings for this at some point. But yeah, it's just a cool £22,000,
Well, to put it into perspective for you,
not including tax or shipping.
the one I just showed you, $250,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just to give you a rough idea.
Yeah. Now this,
And
this is
that is, I mean, that's just 3 wings and a 2500 cab.
yeah. But
Wow.
anybody that buys the TC5000 expecting it to be a 2500 sound
Yeah.
may
No.
be disappointed.
Yeah.
But not in a bad way. But it's Tom was just like really very very keen to sort of like say, this is like interaction, user interface.
Yeah.
Do you know what? This interests me more to a large extent. This interests me more than the 2500 because he's taken the idea of it and moved it on. And I know he's going to be using his modules and his sounds and his oscillators, his electronics. So it is going to be a different beastie, but the workflow is the same as the 2500.
Well, very
I
similar.
like this. If I had 22 grand, I'd probably throw the deposit down now. I did because it just looks like an astonishing beastie, an evolution of where it was.
Oh my God, fathers.
What?
No, sorry, I just, I don't know. I found this folder. I just downloaded it from my iCloud thing. because I've figured out how to do that now. And I've just found some other photographs of some of the other cabs from the anaglyph that I haven't seen since I
really?
built them. Yeah.
Show.
Well, okay. Well, we've got let's get this. Yeah, let's call this up. Right. This is, although this is virtual, but this is a representation of one of the cabs that sits on top of the keyboard when it was, if it got built. There we go. I'll call this up. So that's the Darkwood cab that sits on top of the immediately on top of the keyboard. And I think if I got this correct, put that one in there. That was the cab. I think then that's the cab that. Oh, I've got some, it didn't show it up at all. Okay, well done. The cab that sits on top, but I didn't finish it. Where are we? Share screen. So that one, yeah. And then that's the cab. Once finished, and this cab was special because if you look behind, see all those circuit boards and wiring.
Yeah.
That is an entire CS80. So that was going to be the CS80 cab, and then you'd have jump points from the CS80's synth engines, but it was also integrated to the keyboards underneath and all the rest of it, with all the other synths together. So although it was a stack of many cabs, it was all one synth, but it was technically many different synths within the boxes. God, I haven't seen that since I built it. Shows you how long ago it looks. It's the old wooden workshop.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if we've got any other. Oh, fucking hell. That's going back some. My front panel. Where is it? I don't know. Such a dick, Kent. Where is it? Here we go. This is the. Let's bring Andy back in. This is the graphic for the printers for my KSR80. That was the graphic that went in. So that's literally what's on the front on the front panel of it.
Right. It's very tiny. Can't really see.
Oh, look at that! It's Babylon 5. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if can I make this bigger somehow?
You'd have to zoom in some way. No.
It doesn't seem to want to do any of that. No, bollocks. We'll work on that one.
A question for you, Ken.
Yes, Dan.
I know we've talked before about what if someone wanted to get one built and it would be a custom build, so it would be a gazillion. Let's just say you got an order for 20 of the anaglyphs.
Yeah.
So therefore you've got economies of scale and all that kind of stuff. What would they then cost to build? Or no, what would they then cost to buy? If I put in an order for 20 with you, what would it cost me for each
Well, it
one?
wouldn't. You see, the way I'd priced it, I hadn't even figured in being paid for building it.
Well, you've got to figure that in.
Yeah, which put out. So if I built 20, it'd still be the same price. I'd just be building more of them. You see what I mean?
What if you got them built elsewhere? So you did all the other work and then you got them manufactured and built somewhere else.
I'm just imagining the cost of tooling up and getting other people to build it when they don't really understand what the fuck it is they're building.
Yeah.
No, I think one of the key aspects of it was, well, so I've been told with the people who were interested at the time, it was the fact that it was being built by me.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Do you know what I mean? So it was, if it's built by me, I know it's working the way it should, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. But you don't make every single capacitor and transistor for everything you build. So
no,
it's a
but
case of how
everything
far
is
down that road.
handpicked. Yeah, but everything has to be handpicked. Everything has to be.
That's
Not
about
necessarily
QC.
Rolls Royce, but it has to be good enough
Yeah.
so that it doesn't have a knock-on effect with anything else.
So the question then is that 50 grand, 100 grand, 10 grand, 150, 200, what?
I don't know. My original idea, my original pricing for the machine is meaningless now because the price of parts has just gone mad.
Take a guess.
Made.
Take a guess.
I reckon it's based on how much electronic components have gone up in the last 18 months. You're gonna, I mean, the original build price of about 85k, you're looking at well over 100,000 now per unit.
Yeah.
Easily. It's
That's
really niche.
with your costs involved, then you're looking at 150.
Well, considering the amount of work involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was making for labour, it's time and labour really, isn't it? Say 10k on each one I built. Say, yeah, another 10k on it.
Why would you only make 10k? The time it would take to build it. That's not.
This is the weird thing about me, right? This is why I'm not rich. I wouldn't be building it to make money and be comfortable off. I'd be building them because I love building. And I love watching people enjoy the things I've built.
Do you have an idea of how long it would take to build one?
I think once the first one was built, the second one would be quicker, and so forth and so forth.
Right.
Because you're perfecting the tooling as you go along. And you go, well, that could have been a lot quicker if I'd done this, that, and the other. You know.
How long?
If all the equipment is there to build it right there and then, I'm one of those people that's sort of like, I can get by on 4 hours sleep. I'll just work like a fucker until it's built. So each one take about 2 months.
Right.
And you want to make 10 grand for working night and day for 2
Well, that's
months.
£5 a month. Mate, it pays the bills and puts food on the table. That's enough.
Yeah, 50 is more like it.
I know. All right. Admittedly, when you start talking about a synthesizer costing like 110, 115,000, making it 150,000 wouldn't actually hurt if you're already talking those sort of money. But that wouldn't be the reason.
Come on, Ken. You have to charge scam prices. This is the way it's supposed to be.
No, but it's also, the people buy the synth, but they also buy the synth by Kent Spong.
Yes, but that doesn't really mean anything till later. If that branding holds up, if they're catching fire on stage, my name's Mud by then anyway. So
I think you're wrong. I think it matters from the very beginning. They're buying a synth by Kent Spong that has cachet. So the other question for you is, because I know it had lots of different modules and different keyboard modes and different synth things, could you have done them as wings or as separate modules which built together and connected? So could you have done it so you did the Kent Spong CS80, then all the other bits, and in which case would that have been cheaper?
if it was done in a more modular way, it would be cheaper. It would be cheaper because building things in a modular way is cheaper. Hence, one of the reasons Eurorack does so well is much cheaper to build. The manufacturing costs for
and you can buy just the parts you want.
Yeah, it's much easier to deal with because you're dealing with each thing individually. So, and it's easier for the customer because they can buy it in bits by bit, bit at a time. Now, like for instance, if I was to do the anaglyph, and this is what I was thinking of doing, was doing the anaglyph, but key parts of the anaglyph and doing them as Eurorack modules, right? And get it out that way. Because the actual whole, folly of the super synth, that's done in mahogany and all the rest of it, you see a face in it kind of thing. That boat's sailed. It really has sailed.
So the other thing you could do then, and I'm
but
just
do you know what I would do? As a small footnote, I would make a special concession for people like Robbie because he doesn't like Eurorack modules. right? And a lot of people don't like working with modulars, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it would be very, very simple because that's the beauty of it. If you take a lot of Eurorack modules and put them behind one single panel,
you have a normal synthesizer.
That's a synth. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So you could do it that way as well.
So if you were to build, just to start with, the KSR CS80 module, the rack, the big box with the CS80, but no keyboard and nothing else, but with connections ready for anything else, what would just that cost? Just the rack. So you can MIDI into it, you can do the CV gate or whatever else you need to, but it doesn't have the keyboard, it's just the rack. What would a Kent Spong CS80 cost?
The costing of that would come out at probably somewhere near what that TC5000 costs.
20, 25.
22.
Yeah.
22,
But it would
25.
be probably need 2 of those cases.
Yeah, so here's the thing, Ken. Tom's doing this. If you were to put out a KSR CS80 in a case, similar kind of format, at that price, you'd have customers.
Oh yeah. No, you see, the thing is, the reason that Tom is doing that, and I'm not, is I'm still caught up in another job.
Yeah.
No, and seriously, that is the only reason.
No, I know.
Right? We constantly keep trying to wind down the amount of work that comes in. And you literally, every time I mention to people, like, I'm thinking about, giving this a rest now and everything like that. I get people screaming and
fix it.
Yeah, I get people screaming and crying at me. You go, well, what are we going to do? Like this kind of thing. So, winding it down has been difficult, to say the least. The transition period between stopping doing this and actually being able to be in a position where there is a unit ready to sell, how the fuck do I survive that period?
Do a Kickstarter of some kind.
I get that.
I hate Kickstarters.
I know, but I mean that's where you get your money, right?
Yeah, but I understand it. But what I hate about Kickstarter is not it's not that it's a Kickstarter. I've got nothing against Kickstarters at all. It's allowed people to be able to do great things that they couldn't otherwise have done. What I hate about Kickstarters is as soon as people start throwing money at me, the pressure of being committed to produce the product starts wearing the fuck out of me. Do you know what I mean? So,
well, it's like I'm ready to be screwed by Audio now, and unfortunately, because I like that company, but they're probably going to default on that, the Anima Omega. Because
yeah. Now, the idea of me defaulting 20 people just does my fucking head in.
Oh, I know.
What if
a lot of successful Kickstarters that I liked. So it's just
I'm the kind of guy when there's a blue bottle in the window, I will go and open the window to let the blue bottle out.
What if one person said, "I'll pay you almost 30 grand to build the CS80 module, your one, with your tricks and different things to make it modern and give it appeal. And by the way, I'll pay you another, let's say, 5 grand or 8 grand for the keyboard to give it all the polyphonic aftertouch and all this stuff." So they were paying you something like 35, 40 grand. Would you then be able to build a single one? And if they paid you up front to do it, would you do it?
It's the same problem. They're paying me all this money, but this money is assigned to building this unit. So I still have to work to pay bills and eat. Don't I?
You need a benefactor like
I'm not financially
who
better
buy
off.
what you make, but also give you the money to make it.
I have a bank account with 50k sitting in it, but it's to build that unit.
Yeah.
I need to be able to have a lump of money that allows me to go from the point of stop working on synthesizers to start selling the new synthesizers.
Yeah, you need someone to invest
So
100K.
now I need somebody to come along and give me 60k for nothing.
With the promise of a nice instrument, though. I bet Hans Zimmer would do it. He buys everything.
Well, he's just bought Maid of Vale, mate. I don't think he's got too many pounds knocking about.
Oh, I bet he's loaded. Come on. You've seen that pimped out studio. It looks like a problem.
But this is the thing, Wags. It's getting the time to get to that point where you've got something built on a website. I literally have to work every single day. I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on shitty old gear. And that's the problem. Right there. I can't do both jobs. If they change, an international law gets passed and we can have a 48-hour day, yeah, I might be able to do something about it. Yeah, I would train Liddy. She'd probably eat them. Or sell them on the black market in a car park, like they used to do at EMS.
So if you were to make $5,000 clear cash a month building one of these thingies, and that would give you 4 months to build it, would you be making as much as you are from restoring synths, and you wouldn't have to do any restoration of synths, you'd just be building this for 4 months to do one? So someone paid you up front and you ended up with 20 grand over 4 months. Could you do it?
Don't know, because actually, as things stand at the moment, if I was to say, decide to take tomorrow off, right, and just sit on the settee, which I did, by the way, I did this back 3 weeks ago. I woke up, I still felt tired, and I went, do you know what? Fuck 'em. I am going to sit on the settee all day and mess with the iPad or whatever, right? It was the following Sunday before I got up again. Off that settee. I even fucking slept there. Honest to God, I couldn't move. And the thought of getting up and doing anything just went, do you know what? It was just the fact that my bladder was hurting and I needed to shit is the only reason I got out of that chair. Because Fiona was bringing the coffee into me and any meals and snacks during the course of the day. And I didn't get up, and I didn't feel guilty about it. Although, after a while I did. And then the thought of the work that had now backed up put me into a depression that you couldn't even start to imagine, right? And there's still bits of it left, because I'm still trying to catch up. And I know I needed to sit down and do nothing. So as soon as I decide, like, all right, I'm not working on any more synthesizers, and I get the last of them out the door, I'm probably going to just sit and stare at a carpet for about a fortnight before I even think about getting any design software up on the lappy.
That's why I said 4 months when you said 2. And if it
yeah,
turns
but see,
into
after
6
that,
months,
no.
Sorry, just need to break it up there.
Yeah, absolute. No, it is, honestly. No, if it becomes viable to do, I'll do it, honestly, because it's something I really, really want to do. It's not like I don't want to do it. It's just worn out.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has a comfort zone, so you just got to do what you can handle. So.
Yeah, I mean, mate, I go down into the workshop in the morning. It's like, okay, another day. And I know it's getting to me now, because like you'll get something go wrong where I don't know. I just lost train of thought for a moment. I put in a capacitor back to front, and it's like, it's just this major trauma now. Oh, put the I've got to desolder it and clean out the bottom, turn it around and solder it back in. Oh my God.
The prototype you showed in the garage the other day, was that a functional prototype? Did it actually make sense?
Yeah, that was a functioner. Yeah,
oh,
it
shit.
worked. Yeah. I had a CPU controller all over that, mate.
Did you record it at any point? I don't think I ever heard it. We ever heard it.
No, I've got some videos somewhere of one of the digital oscillators that I finally got to work for it, because there was the digital oscillators, the analog oscillators, and then there was, I think, was it 4 different types of filter and all this sort of thing that you can patch it in any way you wanted. And the digital filters had, I think it was somewhere in the region about, I think it was 14 different waveforms, FM. Oh mate, you name it. They were.
It's like that Behringer multi. I mean the Denver multi-filter that I have.
They were, but they were disgustingly digital. They
That's
were.
okay.
They were. what's the word?
Waldorf digital filters are amazing.
No, these were Oscar digital. They were very. You could make them so raspy it was like painful. And then if you put them through the diode ladder filters, holy shit, you could rattle windows with this thing. It was fantastic. It really was fantastic.
So how long did it take you to make that big thing, that single piece?
About a week.
What?
Yeah, and wire it up. Yeah, because I knew what I had to do.
So you can whip it out if you really have to. Then.
Yeah, you just bang, 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 and I get it done. You know, once I know what it is I'm doing, once I'm happy with the design, and I'm at it, mate. You know, there was aluminium shards going in all fucking directions making that, I'll tell you.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Mike,
No,
you
you're not.
to
You're not sorry.
to fuck off. I'm sorry.
You're Canadian. You're not sorry.
I'm Canadian. I'm
Nomine
sorry.
Patri Spiritu Santi.
Canadians famously not sorry for anything.
Jeff, give us a really good moose call.
I don't do moose.
Oh, go on.
I've given you a moose call.
It's close enough.
I went out with
Go
one
on.
once.
That's Sasquatch.
Okay.
No, it's more like it's almost like a cow.
There you go. You see,
There we
you
go.
gave us-
They have a lot of high frequencies.
Oh, doesn't it sort of like go bring, bring? Oh, it's a moose call. Hello. Okay. Hello. It's me, Moosey.
Is that a booty call?
No, he wants a moose knuckle call.
Moose knuckle. There we go. Anyway, nice to see you again.
Au revoir.
See you next time.
Yeah.
Jeff, cheerio, mate. God bless.
See you later, darling.
Bye.
Welcome to the Moose Chat line.
That's Mark, pseudo reboot.
Yay.
Oh, hurrah.
And that's the
So
guy
why-
behind him photobombing is from a little modular company. I can't remember what his name was.
Oh.
So why did Mark get those mugs printed up?
Because he can.
That's just brilliant, isn't
And
it?
I'm glad
Apparently,
he did.
I think his brother has a company that does that, so he
That's really cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Really,
and I got
really
Carl Bedford. He came over, as Carl invariably does, and he brought me a present. He brought me a record and signed it and everything.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And lots of little gifts and things. It was very nice.
It looked like it was a really good weekend for you.
It was very tiring, but
I'm sure.
no, it's always a good weekend because I think it's because it's spread over 3 days. It doesn't feel so intense.
When did you get back?
About 2:00 this afternoon.
Oh well.
We got up.
That was Icing's birthday.
Was it?
Oh, apparently so.
Happy birthday, Icing.
Oh, it's midnight as well, yeah. So it must be today. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
No,
Is he in the chat then?
Yeah. He was.
Oh, he is. Happy birthday, mate.
Pete and I went down for breakfast about 9:30, and then we got a Uber back to the garage to get the cars, and then he went to pick Ian up, and they went off home. And I got in about 10 to 2 o'clock.
I had a car like that once. In fact, I still got it.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Birthday boy.
That's it.
7 today. Bless.
Dog years.
In dog years.
Yeah.
What's that? It's
1.
58 in it, or something.
Oh God, don't ask me too much.
I don't know. Maths isn't my strong point.
How old is he today?
7 in dog years, apparently.
I don't
7
know,
in dog years is
No, we're just
1.
making. We're just making that up.
It's 1 if it's in
Now, if
dog
you're 7
years.
years old as a dog, then
No,
you're-
the other way round.
Yes.
No. If you're 7
Yeah,
in dog
I know.
years,
In
you're
dog
1 year
years,
old.
1 year is 7 years. Yeah, I know.
So if it's 7
We're
sevens,
we're
it's
doing it from the
49.
dog's point of view. We like to represent, you know.
He's 49 then.
He's not 49.
I don't know how old he is.
Oh,
He's old as the hills.
yeah.
What, the new ones they put up 49 years ago?
The new hills, yeah.
Yeah.
Walked up enough of those on bloody Friday night.
Oh yeah.
Well, Brooksy says, "Oh, we'll go to this Indian." There's me, Brooksy, Ian, and Peter, and the Indian is right down the bottom of this hill. So we've had our fill of whatever we've had, and then we have to walk all the way back up these hills after a bloody Indian meal, which was, I suppose, it was good for us, but
it was an aid to digestion.
Yeah, no, it was very nice. It was. If anybody's going for an Indian in Sheffield, I could highly recommend Butler's Balti House, who have an extensive photographic collection of previous guests, including Jimmy White, Dennis Taylor, Carl Bradshaw, the footballer, a whole bunch of boxers, because Sheffield is a massive boxing place. Lots of boxing going on. Yeah, but it was very tasty, really tasty, properly tasty. So, yeah, and incredibly affordable, which is always good. And if you're going for a Turkish, then you have to go to FS, which is where we went last night.
That's brilliant.
I love it.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I remember when I started going out with. Oh, I got this. Talk about a candid photograph of Fiona. I got
nipples.
Well, under the clothes, probably, yes. I did this. She saw this photograph on my Facebook, and she goes, "Oh, you like a bit of a laugh, do you?" I said, "Yeah." I said, because basically what the post was, people were talking about whether they like tea or coffee. You know, people love tea, and people love. And I went, there's nothing more than I love more than having a coffee in the morning. I have to have a coffee, otherwise I can't function. And I put that out. The fucking cup and saucer. Fucking ridiculous. And she went, "Oh, you're a bit of an idiot." Cool, I like that. I was like, okay.
You're like Augustus Gloop, right?
Oh, that's a bit. Yeah, exactly. Where's where'd he go? Oh, I can't show that photo. Well, that one.
Why not? Yes. Why not? This is just a pub.
No, this is too much. No.
What? 3 CS80s?
There's a photograph of Fiona kissing a shark.
Okay. Is the shark recoiling?
No. I think it's into it.
Okay.
I've got a photograph of the very barbecue that nearly poisoned Richard Hilton. What else have we got a photograph of? Weirdly. What else have we got?
Should have sent me a sample that I could put under the microscope.
Yeah. No, all it was is I like to do the burgers rare. I think it's a little too rare. That's all. It's sort of like this burger's still mooing, kind
still
of rare.
Pulsating.
Yeah.
It's blue. It's blue. It's more like tartar.
This burger just crawled across my plate and ate my lettuce. Kind of rare.
Like an old joker. You can see the jockey marks where he was hitting it.
Oh, just finished a restoration on a PPG wave. Oh, that looks good. So is that chroma. Okay, let's see. I'm sure I've got some somewhere, but I don't know. I have too many useless photographs, essentially. No. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm not finding.
Just out of
anything.
curiosity, that prototype you were showing for that worked on Anaglyph, how much did that cost you?
I think that came out in the end at somewhere in the region of about 1,000, 1,200 quid.
Yeah.
Because that's all the.
And that's
pots.
not sourcing special deals. That's just
No. That's just because there's so many pots, so many jack sockets.
Yeah.
And the wiring, the cabling, the plugs for the cables, and all it just adds up like nobody's business. And it was that kind of thing where the more you buy, the cheaper you get them for, and you end up with a lot that you don't use. Yes, if you're going into manufacturing, yes, you're off. But I think we got a photograph of that panel when it was working somewhere. Ooh, what the fuck did I do there?
Because I remember seeing renders of your stuff. I didn't know you had a finished board. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got. I think I've got some of the control boards still knocking about. Let's have a look. That is a very naked 2600.
You know what's worse than looking at someone's holiday photos is hearing someone talk about their photos without showing them to you.
Do you reckon? All right, look. I'm going to give you a photograph to look at. Then.
Yeah, do that.
It's the theater of the mind. You know, you can imagine how great they look.
All right, have a look at the extent of what is involved in a CS80 restoration. There.
Yo.
Wow.
Ooh.
Ouch.
That's how far you have to take them back.
Well, you couldn't get them on the lawn then.
Well, if you get them on the lawn, you can't get them off. That's the problem.
Ah, right.
I'm going to find this fucking thing in a minute. I really am. Oh, there's the old. That's the. I think what they did. You know that photograph.
That's so true.
Yeah, not having a video up and just watching you watching a video. It's a reaction video. Yay!
That was just brilliant.
Man.
Fuck. How badly did I fuck that up?
Here you go.
Yeah.
This is the panel. Here we go. Pop that in. God, you have to turn off one and then fucking hell.
If you use a picture browser, you can just drop them on top, and it'll just keep populating.
Oh, will it? Oh,
if you share the app, yeah.
Right, there's the panel powered up.
Oh wow, that looks rather gorgeous, Ken.
That's the main cab. So that is essentially the CS80 control front end.
Fuck, that looks really lovely.
I mean, with all the extra mods and fiddly boops and boots, but it's also got the patch points, so you can connect it to other modulars and whatever.
Wow.
It's all that sort of cobblers.
And that works.
That worked, yeah. That was a worker, yeah. At that point.
What's stopping you from putting that in the case and selling it?
You should see it now.
That's when you had the garage, right?
Yeah, it's been out in the garage.
Yeah.
When it came to, I don't know if is that the photograph? Yeah. I put together all the components that I'd bought to build initially the prototype of the anaglyph, right? And I had to categorize everything and list everything. I had to be very sort of very not me. I'm just not like that. And I took a photograph of it. Or no, Fiona did. Fiona took a photograph of it. And that's it. All ready to be built.
Wow.
And it's just, see, Anaglyph 1 is the base cab. Anaglyph 2 was the keyboard. And then you had all those other ones, which were all sorts of, all the components that were going to be required to build the various boards and wiring and stuff like that.
That was a while before you had the whole yard astroturfed.
Yeah.
Look, it's the old shed.
Oh, the old workshop, yeah. It's fucking freezing in the winter, I tell you. It was so cold. I saw synthesizers have faults from the cold that weren't faults. You just had to wait for the machine to warm up. And memory moogs will do incredible things. You don't think
people wouldn't believe.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know that a memory moog, if you make it cold enough, it can do a ring modulator that is out of this world. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, what the fuck is that? I don't know what that is. Hang on. I'm going to have to put it in here so I can see what it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, God. Where is... because this board exists for real. Because this is a not a mock-up. It's a photograph of the Eagle software.
Show us.
To send off. Hang on. To send off to the board printers.
What year was that finished panel from with the lights and everything?
2014, 13, 14.
Oh, wow. Quite a while ago.
There you go. And that's one of 2 boards. And that is the CS80 voicing boards. Or one of 2 CS80 voicing boards that was going to go into it goes into that main unit at the bottom.
And you had that built?
No, I've had the boards built. They're knocking around. They're probably out in the garage somewhere.
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Probably. There's a lot of stuff out there. It's hard to tell.
Do you know how much I adore you, Ken?
I tell you what. Now here's it's the story behind it. This will make you laugh, right? I had to work on hang on a minute. Let me think. It was yes, this is the Moog Sonic 5.
Sonic 5?
I've not heard of the 6. I didn't know there was a Sonic 5.
No, there was a Sonic 5. I've got a photograph of it and we'll dig it out. But the Sonic 5 and
do you not watch Mark Doty's videos? Jesus.
Yeah, but not that one.
Not that one. And now this one belonged to the guys with the crash helmets.
Dave Brubeck.
Daft Punk, thank you. Daft Punk.
Guys with the crash helmets.
They bought it from Tone Tweakers, but they bought it
Hang
unknowingly.
on. Ken, just one sec. Robbie, what do you mean, guys with the crash? That's more information than people got on the show when we were struggling to find names of keyboard. You know, the red keyboard. You know, that red keyboard. The one we were both having such senior moments.
Yeah, for a minute I was Robbie.
It was a 2-hour senior moment,
Yeah,
let's be honest.
yeah.
But the whole
Really
show was a
was.
senior moment.
Yeah. Hey, Robbie. No, it's Ken. Where's Robbie?
No, do you know what? I think I'm going to have to stick this one in instead. There you go.
I think next year, seeing as we've got a decent signal there, yeah. I might have to do the show live from Synthfest next year.
Yeah, it'd be safer.
Yeah.
You've got less chance of losing your franchise, put it that way. Fucking hell.
Well, actually, our subscriber numbers went up over the weekend. So.
Anyway, Sonic 5. And they bought it from Tone Tweakers, and Tone Tweakers had knowingly sold them a broken Sonic 5. I don't mind saying that in public, because they fucking did. And Muggins here is the cunt that had to put it all straight. Now, it needed two transistors, very, very particular transistors in the output section.
Right.
And I went a-hunting. And I tried using equivalents, or near equivalents, and it was the results were horrible. So I got, right, I've got to find these fuckers. And I hunted and hunted and hunted and hunted. And I think what it was when the Sonic 5 was being built, these were already discontinued transistors.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, okay. Now I found some. Now I needed 2, and the bloke said he had, I think it was 5. He said he has 5, but he won't split them up. I have to buy the 5. I go, yeah, okay then. He wanted $500 per transistor.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So, and it was sell or no sell. So, I'm going, well, Daft Punk are going to be paying for these. Eventually, as long as I can get the thing working. Okay, and that was the only time I've ever spent $2,500 on 5 transistors.
Are these the little metal can transistors?
No.
Yeah.
They're not even that, right?
Wow.
This is them when they arrived. It's 4, so it's $2,000 worth of transistors.
Wow.
and then I had to pay the import duty on them. Can you imagine? Fucking hell. The import duty is bigger than the transistors, you know what I mean? But it got the bastard going. But Tone Tweakers knowingly sold that thing not working.
Wow.
And I think they sold it for like 11 grand.
Well, they're honest. It was tweaked, so.
Yeah, but it was also, they should be called Tone Fucked Them. Essentially. Here you go, mate, but we fucked it for you. Do you want to see something really sexy? Oh, so sexy.
I'm about to show you.
Where's the burlesque music?
No, this real sexy.
Justin burlesque music.
I'll put this on while Robbie isn't here because he'll go fruity. Ready? Look at that mini Moog up there.
I'm not looking at the mini Moog.
No, now that's Michelle in my bedroom, studio. And look, there's my old polymath there to the side. So what's that mini? What is that? What's under that?
Yeah, so what's the one at the bottom with the ribbon? That looks like a Yamaha thingy, right?
That's a motif.
Motif, okay, yeah.
No, at the very, very, very bottom is a Yamaha CS30L, the non-sequencer one. Above that is a Motif ES7. Above that is the
ESQ1.
ESQ1. Then a Triton. Do you know what? If somebody said to me, "Have you ever owned a Triton?" I'd say no. I forgot I owned one.
Oh yeah, the
Above
VFX.
that, the VFX. I love the VFX, and of course my Mini called Michelle.
But that rack.
Oh boy.
To the right. Tell us more about. Yeah, the rack on the right, the module.
Right, that is a polymath built by Fiona. She built that.
Oh, really?
Above it?
From scratch.
One above it?
That is the other Russian one that he made.
Polyvox?
Fucking hell. No, fuck me. What was it called? Because he did the little white one that's kind of based on the SEM. That's the Vostok? Or is that the Vostok?
Vostok, okay.
Yeah.
So that might, whatever that one, I can't remember what that was. So somebody in the chat may recognise it.
And do you still have a polymath, or was that just one that was being built?
Yeah, Ben's got them. I lent them to Ben. Yeah, Ben's got all three of the my Tom Carpenter synths. I wasn't really using them.
Right.
So, but I was going to actually hang on to the polymath simply because Fiona had built that. I mean, we're talking from scratch. No assembled board. She built the entire machine. Well, she built 50 of them for Tom.
So that would work with your Moog modular system-y thing.
Yeah,
not your Moog modular, but the
the Behringer thing. It plugs straight into
the 55.
it.
The 55.
I think it's a Leipzig S. Says Wags. Yes, you're probably almost definitely right. Yeah. So that's when Michelle come over. The thing was, it was kind of bittersweet because it was really great to meet her in person properly instead of just doing video calls at 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
And it was really sad because Mum had just died. So it was kind of a bittersweet kind of moment, you know.
Yeah.
So the house felt weirdly empty for a while. Actually, it felt empty for quite a long time. Actually, to be honest with you.
Was your mum living with you?
I was the one looking after her. I know how to change a nappy on an old woman.
Yeah.
Because there was in terms of home help support, fucking nothing, mate.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing.
I know that one.
So I'm feeding her and working, but I'm feeding her, changing her nappy, carrying her up the stairs to bathe her because she was in a hospital bed in the front room at that point. And in the end, I used to have to do strip wash her in the bed and stuff like that. Fiona kept saying, "Look, let me do it." I go, "No, it's not your mum. I'm not subjecting you to this. This is my mum. I will deal with this sort of thing." And I mean, because in the end, it was just it was a shell. The woman I knew, long gone. There was just this vacant stare. She'd just stare at some point on the wall.
Can I ask you
24/7.
a deeply odd question, as it were?
Go for it.
Or a sort of question you may not want to answer. How? Because I did this with my mum,
Right.
who was just round the corner. We moved into this house to look after my mum, who we moved up from London, and Liz helped me enormously.
Mhm.
How close did you come, or did you, at any point during that break?
Hmm.
Because let me tell you why I'm asking that. Because I got to a point with my mum where I was trying to run a business. I was trying to look after my wife, who was having some issues at the time, and looking after my mum,
Yeah.
and looking after the house, doing all the organising of stuff. Getting up at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning for all the calls and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and in the end, it broke me. Fortunately, my family were there, and they just sort of got behind me for a weekend away and spoilt me and just took care of me, and I was able to get it back together again. So I just wondered if that happened for you.
Yeah, there were several points during the whole process because I mean the process went on for about 3 years.
Yeah.
Just getting worse and worse and worse and worse as time went by. Yeah, there were points where you go, oh, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
But you do. But you do.
You do. And I remember talking to someone about this not so long ago, because it went on for a similar period of time for me as well, about 3 years. And I remember meeting a mate of mine who was also a client and just breaking down and crying, just in pieces with him because I was just finding it so tough. And I was fine up until he said, "How's your mum? How are you dealing with your mum?" And that was it. I just went. And then there were a few times like that where things just triggered it. And afterwards, someone said, how you must really, really sort of wonder why you did it." And I've said to everyone that's asked, I've said, actually, that whole process, although it was difficult, I wouldn't have changed it for a second, and it was a blessing in the end. What I learned from that was a blessing. And it's an odd thing because
Yeah.
it was. I would not like to repeat it, but fuck me, it was a blessing. It
Well,
really was.
the one thing that got me through all this in the end was just an arcane sense of humour.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, I'd be talking to her, whether she was able to hear me or even understand what I was saying by this point. It's so hard to tell. The doctor said, "Oh no, she's now a vegetable. She's not really aware of anything or anything." You go, "Yeah, okay, fine. That's your medical assessment. At the end of the day, this is still my mum." So I'd do things like for instance, in the mornings, because she couldn't really chew anymore. She used to have for breakfast. I would make her porridge. You know, the little ones in the little plastic paper bags.
Yeah, I know the ones.
Individual thing.
Yeah.
A little bit of sugar on it, a little bit of milk and stuff like that. Mix it all up. She certainly liked it, and I would have to feed her like that. And and I'd say to her, swings and roundabouts, mate. See, now I've got to do it for you. It's your turn, right? You've done it for me. Now I'm doing it for you, kind of thing. And I'll be talking to her about something or other, and I say, "What's your opinion on it?" And I go, "No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't want to know," kind of thing. Because and she's still staring at the ceiling, and you just have a laugh with it as much as you humanly can. Because if you don't, honest to God, you will just go upstairs and shoot yourself in the head.
It's tough, yeah.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I had a better ride than you in that my mum didn't have dementia. She just became physically very, very unable to look after herself.
Yeah.
But there are those moments. My mum, there was a point at which the doctors, she was getting constipated, right? And then she would have these terrible accidents, and it's because she was taking handfuls of Senecot, right? She's taking handfuls of
Yeah,
these tablets,
yeah.
and then wondering why. And so she bled because it was so much roughage, and all that stuff. So
Well,
she went in. Well, hang on, I've got to tell
yeah,
you this.
go on.
She went in for a colonoscopy, and I took her there, and we got her onto the bed and everything. And the doctor came out and said, "Look, we're going to be giving her a colonoscopy. You can't come into the room, but this is what's going to happen. We're going to have to fill her up with some air, and we can give her a light sedative if you like." And I said to Mum, "Do you want a light sedative?" She said, "Oh yes, please," because she liked getting off her tits. And so we said, "Fine, fine, fine." And we have to fill her up with that. Right, fine. So they took her in, did the colonoscopy, and came back out.
Yeah.
And they said, the thing is, she may pass wind rather violently.
Yeah.
And my mother was terribly proper. So that's the kind of thing in my entire life, I never heard my mother fart, right? So she's in this bed, and they've wheeled her out, and they've put her up against the wall, and we're waiting for her. She's starting to come round, and there were 3 nurses in this sort of ward, and one of them was clearly the youngest, who was given the task of coming over to ask how things are. And as he walked over to us, my mum let one rip that was so loud. It was so loud. And I was trying desperately not to laugh because it was so loud and so funny, my mother farting, and it was one I would have been proud of. And he came over and he said, is everything all right? And I said, "Thank God for the brick wall, because otherwise she'd have shut off down the corridor. She'd be halfway down the fucking M5 by now." So I laughed, he laughed, my mother laughed, and every time she laughed, she farted again. So we were absolutely paralysed for about 5 minutes, when my mother farting, this poor embarrassed young medic, and me almost wetting myself. It was the most brilliant thing.
Well, we used to have that every night, because
porridge.
One of the first things to go, one of the first things that my mum started to lose was motor control, and then she went from walking to this sort of like hunched shuffle.
Yeah.
And then she was a bit unsteady, so I would take her arm. So when she wanted to go up to bed, I would take her arm, and it's so fucking slow, and she's putting along. She's still a little bit compos mentis, and shuffling along, and the stairs. And what would happen is, every step she took, she farted on every step, right? And it used to make her laugh, because I'd go, "What did you call me?" And that was Greek. That was Greek. I didn't know you could speak Greek. And stuff like that, whatever it was, on each step, and I had to keep thinking of something for the very next step, because every step was... And I said to her, I said, "Do you know what? If you could run up these steps and I could record it, I could probably sell that. It'd go number 1, because it's like a trance beat, and and she'd be laughing, and he like this, and would take her up the stairs, and I'd get her into bed and tuck her into bed. I'm not kidding you. It was one night, I get her into the bed, I get her around and shift her over and get her straight, pillows plumped, and get her down and go, "Right, are you comfortable? Do you want to sleep facing the window, away from the window, on your back or whatever?" And she'd go, "Facing window." Okay, right. So, and I rolled her like that so that she's facing the window, and it was just this like that, right? And I've gone, that burnt my hand like this, right? I said, I'll give that a couple of minutes before I put the quilt on, because I don't want you dying of, being gassed in the night, you poor little cow, like that. I said, "Right, no more farting, because I'm not coming up to pick this duvet off the floor," and all this sort of thing. And just made a laugh of it, because it was, otherwise she would have been so embarrassed. about
Yeah,
it. You know,
you've got to give people their dignity back by turning it into humour, haven't you?
exactly, because if you take all of the angst out of something,
Yeah.
it's just
And it's
part of
shared.
life now. Yeah.
And it's shared. Yeah, it's
Yeah, and
shared. Yeah, I know.
and as she got worse and worse, and the thing was that what was supposed to happen? My sister was going to go part time because she literally lives at the bottom of the road here. I think if I walked there, it would take me 4.5 minutes to get to her flat. And the idea was she was going to go park. She's orthodontist. Or is she a dental hygienist? It was something to do with teeth, but not a dentist, because she would have had a better car if she was a dentist. And she was going to. There was this job coming up, and it was only it was part time, but it was kind of the same kind of money. So she's going up a step, sort of thing. And so she was going to go part time, so she could help me. So what would happen is I would be able to look after her in the mornings, and then Kim could come in after finishing work and look after her in the afternoons, and I could go to work. Because there was times when I was feeding her porridge with one hand, and, little cloth to wipe anything she spilt, and trying to repair a Pro 1 with the other hand over here, right? It got to that stage at some point. So anyway, and she goes, April, and I'm part-time. Right, cool. And the weekend of the weekend of just before the week she started being part-time, the phone goes, and I pick up the phone. I think it was probably a Sunday evening. Let's cut it fine. You know what I mean? And she goes, I can't do it. I go, what can't you do? I said, you are what? You can't do the job. You can't do this part-time job. No. I've got the part-time hours, but I can't look after Mum. Why? Oh, I can't. It upsets me too much. I'm going, well, what do you think it's doing for me? I said, you get used to it. She couldn't do it. The next time I saw her was at the wake, and that was the last time I've seen her.
Yeah, I know.
That's family for fuck you, basically. She left me to deal with everything because she couldn't take it. Now I can understand, don't get me wrong, but don't build me up for 10 months to think I'm going to get some fucking help and then go, nah, actually, surprise, bit of a joke. No, you're not
really
getting anything.
sucks.
Yeah, that's the bit that done it. If she'd never said anything, I just would have carried on. But no.
Yeah, I know. When I brought my mum up here, there's 5 of us, 5 children, and my 4 brothers and sisters lived in London near to her or just outside of London. They were all within, half an hour or 10 minutes or 5 minutes away from her and my dad. And when my dad died, they said they'd look after her, and I was living up in Stroud. I ended up having to travel down there 3-4 times a week to look after her from Stroud. So I'm making a 200-mile round journey to do that. And the same thing when we moved her up here, and they just essentially abandoned her. And that was tough. That was tough. And you know what? I've had to kind of make my peace with it because for whatever reason, they did what they did. And it was poisoning me, the amount I fucking hated the bastards for what they didn't do. And in the end, I just had to say, well, you know what? They didn't for whatever reason. I don't know what their lives are, and maybe they're scared, maybe they're not. And you just kind of letting go has been one of the best things that I ever did. Just going, you know what, it happened. It's done. It's done, and it's tough. It's tough doing that, but I understand exactly where you are. Ken.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing.
Oh, come on, let's move on to a lighter subject. It's getting...
My cog.
How light
That's
is
a lot
it?
lighter. That's very light.
3 grams?
Now that's just depressing.
Grams. Micrograms, nanograms. Think quantum.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people might not think this is a very sexy picture. But for me, this is... No, this one I'm putting up.
Oh,
right. This is a sexy picture for me. More than anything else. Look at this. That is Fiona fitting a Kenton MIDI kit to a Jupiter 8.
Yeah, I can see the attraction.
Now, in 2012, she wouldn't have known an IC if you'd bounced one off her head. Look at that.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
Yeah. Oh, bless her.
Yeah. So.
I adore Fifi.
I've got so many stupid photos. Look at it. Look at this. Had many of them, Rob? You need one of those, don't you?
More than enough.
Yeah. Smells like it could have been an email.
That's almost all of them.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, mate. Stupid photos in here as well. There's a lot of them linked to Portal. I don't know why.
I was going to ask, how much of your hard drive has been de-doofed now?
Oh, I gave up.
What?
It stopped scanning after a while.
After 5%?
No, after 9, it just stopped. The drive wasn't even spinning. So I went, do you know what? I'd already decided well before that. It's going to be quicker to just download the fucking software again. So I did. Well, most of the principal stuff. And put it onto a little 6 one here. But I haven't got all of it. There's not enough room. So I've chosen my... Oh, I think I might use that kind of software.
Well, my 900 megs should be in, I hope, this week.
Oh,
if it is, then I can download it, put it onto a drive, and then when I bring back, I'll bring that with me.
See, I can do that. I'm happy. No, literally.
Good.
Yeah, that's all right. That'll do me for now. I can
Good.
live. Yep. As opposed to what it did before, which is Cubase wouldn't even fire up the project. Because it goes, oh, where's this? Oh, where's that? Oh, where's the other?
Yeah.
And I'm beginning to... Well, every time I have a problem with the computer, I learn more about the Mac operating system, which is always good. But I did have the thing where it kept coming up with, there was a folder, it needed more permissions to work properly. And it turned out to be the Steam folder for Contact. And it needed full disk access. So it says, find the location of this folder, blah, blah, blah. I found the location of this folder, and all the rest of it. Cool, not a problem. And then it goes, oh yeah, go to System Preferences. And even though this is Contact 14, is it? The help file, what?
Contact's latest version is 8.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, complete 14. So no, sorry, I do beg your pardon. Yeah, it's Contact 7. The help file, how to give full disk access on a Mac, and I'm not entirely sure, but the operating system it looks like it's using is something like Catalina, and bears no fucking resemblance to. Yeah, it says, "Oh, click on this." I can't. It's not there, kind of thing, right? And you go, "Yeah, click on this." Well, I can't click on that. It's not there. But anyway, I found the full disk access tab, as it were, and had a look down, and everything has full disk access for contact. But this
Good.
Steam folder, it has an issue. And because it has an issue, there's about 12 libraries that when you go to download them, goes, no, can't do it. No, sorry, got nowhere to put that. Just change the destination of your download folder or your... No, actually, it's not specific. It just says change the destination of the folder. So go, what, the installation folder, the folder where the contact software is supposed to go, or the interim folder, which is basically where it will download to
before it gets
installing it.
Yeah.
So I got these three things set up, and I actually, in the end, I just set them up to be on the external drive, and it comes up, no, you need to change the destination of the folder. I tried pointing it at the internal, although I wasn't too keen on doing that, because I didn't want to put anything more on the internal
that's
drive.
No different. That's no different from Windows or any of the other OS. Any of the other Mac OS.
But the point was, it didn't matter where I pointed it. It kept saying, "No, that's not the right folder." Well, why don't you fucking tell me what the right folder is, and I'll point it at it.
But you're
learning. Difficult?
You're learning. The Mac tends to be easier to do these things with, by all accounts.
Oh, but no, don't get me wrong. I imagine if you'd have exactly the same problem on the Windows. I'm going, well, why can't they get this software to be slightly more intelligent than it proclaims to be?
Because it's trying to adapt to lots of different user case scenarios. That's why.
Well, if it has this particular structure that it needs to work on, where certain folders have to be in certain places, tell me that. Don't just say, oh, there's something wrong with it, and not give me any bloody details on it. What the hell is the point of that? Why can't it be more informative? Even if they say, well, try this. Is your Steam folder here, or your Steam folder needs to be here, and your content folder needs to be here, and your library folder needs to be here? Well, it must be because all the others have gone in, and it's not a problem. But these...
Were you using the help file from the latest online help file, or were you using...
I was using the one that was in Contact 7. Because it gave me the little hyperlink to click on when it comes up with the message.
But that will be out of date.
On Contact 7. It only
This
came
is
out
what I
last
say.
year.
You have to pay attention when you install stuff and see where it goes. Because a lot of people blindly click, go, next, and assume it's all handled. But some programs...
Yeah,
totally
no, honestly,
places.
it wasn't. No, this is to actually get the software to download from the server.
Oh, that's different. Okay.
Right, and as soon as you do it, go, oh, no, I can't do that because the folder isn't in the right place. Then
Like
just
a
tell
lot
me.
of VSTs have the default Steinberg VST plugins folder, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
that kind of thing,
PC.
yeah.
But some don't. Some still go to some other stupid folder or a custom folder.
True, but if it has a problem with it, it tells you where they want you to put it.
Under Catalina...
Cubase does it. Cubase tells you where...
Under Catalina, but not necessarily under a Sonoma, where the latest file locations or file handling has changed.
But here's the thing. The folders are in exactly the same place as they were before the drive died, when it had loaded on and wasn't a fucking problem. I haven't moved anything else anywhere. And the folders are on the drives where the software installed them.
That might be a caching issue then. You might be expecting to see
Mate, I don't know. Because it kept asking me to give certain things full disk access, and you go and have a look in the settings, and they've all got fucking full disk access.
Well, the programs... Well, you're not on a Mac, but I've got a PC. You'd have these INI files that will tell you where you can tweak things.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're forever
Mac,
clicking on the INI files, mate. And go,
wax,
yeah, you can go there instead. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. But, it decides where it wants to put the folders when it installs the...
Unless you override it.
Well, yeah, but I hadn't.
Granular on a lot of programs, but
the thing is, I hadn't, and all the folders have gone to where it wanted to install them, and then as it gets to these remaining libraries, it has a problem with them being in the places it's put it.
Yeah. Also, it's annoying too on Windows if you use OneDrive. It often defaults to a OneDrive version of the path. And if you say, I put it in the other path. Well, that's not the OneDrive path. It gets all confused.
Yeah.
That's the caching. That's the caching. If before your drive failed, if you'd installed, then it would have had a file structure and a location. If that location, because that drive's gone, has changed in any way because of that, then it still may be caching it to that old address, even though the drive's dead, doesn't exist anymore. So
But this is a whole new, fresh install of content, because the whole native instruments thing is gone. That's on the other drive. It's no more, right? So it's installing, as far as it's concerned, onto a fresh new computer. So it put the folders where it wanted the folders to go.
But on that fresh computer, did you install previously the old drive with everything on it?
No, can't get the shit off the old drive. This is
So
fresh. No,
you've
this is
never
fresh again.
installed.
No, I've never put it on this drive. And it still has a problem with where the directories are that it put on.
No, sorry. The question I was asking was, have you ever had this hard drive on that Mac system?
No, it's the one from the PlayStation downstairs. Never seen a fucking Mac in its life.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was a fresh, clean drive. I just never got around to using it, so I brought it up here, formatted it, and started putting all the shit on it.
Let me just ask the question again. So the old drive that you had the stuff on, the drive that died, that had never been tied to this or seen this computer system you have, the Mac system you have.
The old one?
Yeah, the old drive.
No, the old one was connected to it when it died.
That's kind of what I'm saying. If it's seen a drive with all these libraries on and the library structure, it may still be trying to cache to that location. So you need to change that drive location completely as you install, because it may still be caching that. You may need to empty the cache. That might be the issue.
Well, it could be, except for the weird problem is that the other 470 libraries went on. It just has a problem with these 11.
Are they from different developers?
No, it's part of the fucking Contact 14 install.
Because some of the contacts are for third parties. So
oh yeah. Sometimes you get a little bit of. I mean, I know that you get that problem sometimes with Omnisphere.
Yeah,
you can get a problem, which again is another Steam folder thing, but it doesn't seem to have a problem with that. So I don't know. I really don't know. If I was to get, to be honest, this is me being pedantic, because really most of those 11 libraries, they deal with things like trip hop and stuff that I'm never going to. I'm not going to use them, right? But you know how you like to get things to be clean when you open up your your thing, and you like everything that's listed at least to be installed and not have a little red checkbox next to them. It's sort of like. And I've always been a bit sort of like anal like that with things, which is weird because I'm not with anything else. I'm an absolute fucking animal with everything else in my life. But it's not tidy. It's weird, but there you go. And I just I can't figure out why.
You never know it. So
well, you never know, do you? I might suddenly get a penchant for leather trousers. Anything can happen. You know what I mean? So I don't know, mate. It's not a problem.
Work on your sneaker pimp stuff.
Yeah, go and learn how to rap, man, innit? So, yeah, it's just one of those things, I suppose. It doesn't really matter. There's more bigger problems to deal with, But it just seemed weird that everything else went on. Just these 11 go, nope, not having it. Oh, okay, but won't tell me why. It's smart enough to tell me there's a problem, but not smart enough to tell me what the fucking problem is. That's a lot of use. That's what we call a whiny bitch, I think. So it's whiny bitch.
No, that would be a
software.
Timberwolf.
Yeah, that is a whiny bitch, most of it, So
yeah, it's tricky. I mean, like Wagyu said in the chat, it's the symbolic links are tricky. Like on Windows, it's percent, system percent, and all that bullshit. You have to. It's always a bit of a voodoo thingy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I mean,
actually, that's a point, Ken. When you bought these libraries, did you buy them when you were on a Windows system and then transfer them across?
No. This is Contact 14 that's bought and then loaded onto a Mac.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. No. There's no callbacks. Although, to be honest with you, as far as sample libraries are concerned, they don't give a shit what computer. They'll sit on the Mac. They'll sit on the Mac. They'll sit on a Windows. I think the only thing that matters is there's some sort of like standalone player. You have to get the Mac.
I think what Andy was saying, which is a truism for Mac and PC, is Windows will allow characters that Mac won't allow, and also allow more subfolders than Mac will. So it was just, if it had ever been bought when it was a Windows thing, it might have had those folder structures and or some characters from the Windows set. But if you bought it after you had the Mac and only installed it on that, then that's not going to be an issue.
Well, it's. I mean, I haven't used a Windows machine in anger now for about what? Year and a half.
The other problem is, did you try to install it on a Wednesday?
Oh no, I never install anything on a Wednesday.
Try it on a Tuesday.
But like I say, year 18 months since I've used a Windows machine in anger in any capacity, and yet when I'm doing my email address, I nearly always have to pause and go, no, the @ is not over there; it's over there, over the 2.
Yeah.
Not down here where it used to be down here next to the return button. And I still go to that key now. Go the Windows way. So, but it's weird. I fired up a Windows 10 machine. When was it? Friday. I was trying to load patches into a Jupiter 6. God, that's a finicky bastard. It's the only time when you're putting factory preset WAV files on, right? You have to put it into a DAW, ideally Cubase. You have to set the volume just so it's clipping, and then you have to call up a EQ and take the bass off at least, and have it nearly all treble. Otherwise, those presets will not fecking go on.
I had that with my SX240. You get the volume just right, and everything has to be.
Everything has to be absolutely on the nose. Otherwise, it does that thing because what it does is you press tape and then the load button, and then you wait. It does the tone, and then when the data comes in, it lights up the bank buttons. And to about, I don't know, where is it? 4, isn't it? It's about 4 or 5. But I think it does the upper and lower buttons as well, and it goes across, right? And then when they're all lit up, they all go out. If it's successful, all the lights go out, and then the tune light comes on, goes off. You're ready to rock and roll. And it would do one where it would miss number 2 and go 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it just hold there, and you can see that the file's finished. And it's like, all right, bring it down a little bit and do it again. Fucking 14.
And on the MIDI side, the D50, if you don't get the baud rate just right, it won't load the patches on there.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get these people go, oh yeah, well I found that the 44.1 hertz wavefile, I really had trouble with that, so I made a 22 hertz one, and that seems to work faultlessly. And you go, oh okay, where is it then? Oh, I haven't put it up. Okay, so go googling for. Now you're looking for a Jupiter 6 factory preset WAV file, 22 kilohertz. You find it, you download it, you unpack it, you put it into Cubase, you set everything up again, you go jump, and it's fucking worse. You go, okay, get rid of it. Where's the 44.1? Put that back in again. Jesus.
I just normalise them, take off the ultra top, put a high pass, a low pass, and put some tape saturation on it and just drive it up so it's going click, click, click. Everything's the same then, and it works every time pretty much.
Yep, but not on a Jupiter 6. It'll go, fuck off.
Never tried.
No, you won't get 5 and 6. If you normalise it, you won't get 5 and 6. You literally have to boost all of the treble up into the stupid range, but not all of them, not all the mids, better half of the mids, and absolutely no bass end on it at all. It is. Jupiter 6s are not a fan of reggae. Clearly, do it that way, and it goes straight in first time. But it tends to take 40 minutes to get everything right before it bloody does it. So, like, it's an hour. So, of course, guy comes to collect his Jupiter 6. I've now put the new battery in it and the factory presets. And you can't charge him for 40 minutes of fucking about.
No, you can. You can. That's the point. You can.
You're charging for your expertise. You got to charge them something.
You had to do that to get it.
I have a secret weapon now. Which is Fiona goes to the door and gives them the Jupiter 6. And she goes, it's £85 minimum fee. And I go, what, for just putting the factory presets on? We should have done them yourself. Thank you. Close the door.
That's great.
Yeah, because Fiona doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And so I get Fiona, you deal with the customers then.
She's the perfect front of house.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. The way she does emails to people, she's very, very to the point and direct and everything like that. But if they get snippy, look out. And she'll go, well, we didn't need their money, did we? Oh, what have you done now? What have you said? Who were you talking to? Now, bless her. She knows what she's doing, that girl.
I'm going now.
It is knocking on, isn't it, for a Sunday?
Yeah, it is. It is. And I only came in late. We'll catch up in the week.
Yeah. Well, I'm up at... oh, God, hang on a minute. Oh, fuck it. I just remembered what I've got to do first thing tomorrow. Oh, and I've got to carry it down there as well. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I've got a Synthex to do.
Good for you.
Oh, they're so heavy. But they're awkward as fuck. They're too deep, you can't carry them that way. So you can't carry them that way because they're too long. And carrying them like that, you'll be dead after about 5
You need those
steps.
moving straps. You know, the thing you put over your shoulders and you lash around them and stuff.
Yeah.
You carry with your back.
So I have to carry it from the end cheek, like this, and hold it up quite high because it's quite a long keyboard.
Be careful not to have sex with it because you'll get laser herpes.
No, I don't, because it's a horrible wood. It's not. It's a very weird wood that they use on Synthex. It's really weird.
Righty ho.
I forget what it's called, but it's got those little black spots in it. It's weird wood. Is it sequoia or something weird? Something weird.
Right.
Right.
Sorry for breaking the show, Robbie.
What can I say?
Well, a lot of people say it's the funniest one they've seen.
Which is exactly what you want about the person.
Well, it's a great compliment if you had intended it to be. That's the thing. It's only if you'd intended it to be.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to go and tender my resignation. I'll see you all later.
All right, darling.
Cheerio. I'm going to go. I'm visiting HR in the morning.
Oh,
see you later.
See you later, bud.
Bye.
Ta-ra, mate.
Cheers, Robbie. Cheers, Justin. Cheers, Andy.
See ya.
Bye. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we covered a lot of subjects in the show. Just wish you'd been more informative about them. But I didn't think there was much news this week. There seemed to be quite a few things in the list.
I managed to find stuff for you.
Do you know what? I'm sorry, but that little box thing, it's fucking stupid.
Oh, no, I watched that bit.
The fader thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I watched that bit and I thought,
It's cool.
You've not got it. This isn't for you.
No.
This
isn't
for
for
you.
me. That's what I meant. Yeah.
It's not for you.
No.
It's for people that don't use keyboards and pedals.
Who have no feet and play with one hand. Ideal. Ideal. Because, no, do you know what it was that buggered it for me? It's because it's TRS and it uses the sustain socket and the expression socket.
Mm.
And you go, well, why didn't you just tap pedals?
Yeah.
But the toggle switch is clever because you're doing some extra features.
Yeah, because it gives you that little drone thing as well.
Yeah.
But if you ever watch, like, some of the old the
No,
old
no,
Christian
sorry,
Horner.
no. If you hold down the sustain pedal, it holds.
Yeah, but it doesn't do this drone thing. That this is slightly different.
Still going.
Yeah, I know, but this is different because you can then swap out the notes without having to re-pedal.
Oh,
It's more like a hold.
Yeah.
Like a
Well,
keyboard
surely
hold.
It's like hold first in, first out, right?
Your voice count does that as well, you know.
Well, the M8X has that too.
If you ever watched some of the old Christian Henson videos,
Yeah.
when he's demoing some of the, and he has one of those like you had them, didn't you? Those little block things with the
Yeah.
faders and the buttons and stuff, and he's using those for certain expression things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Polybrute 12 has got a sustain and expression 2. So I would put something like this on expression 2, and use that fader or the button for as well as an expression pedal and a sustain pedal.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I think this is more. It's for people that don't use pedals. It just brings it over here, and it's obviously not suited for some people and suited for more.
And you have the cute little popcorn icon on it. So.
And it's $75. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, but it's about 12 quid's worth of parts. It seemed
everyone's
a
got to
little.
make a living, mate.
Yeah, I know that much. God's sake. No, no. The thing is, as you know, we've had this conversation before, Rob, about you asked me an opinion on a piece of gear, and I would rather
always hate on it.
I will hate on it and find a way of saying something funny about it, because let's face it, there's enough fucking shows on YouTube. Because you know what it is, we review something. You know that Rans is going to review it on Saturday, sorry. We know that Sonic State has either reviewed it or are going to review it.
Actually, not always.
depending on
Ramsey
when it
often skips certain things that were already covered to death. So.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, I understand. But, it's going to be well documented. 9 times out of 10, the people watching can watch the video and can see it for themselves. They can decide whether they like it or not. And I've always considered that if somebody says, "Oh, what do you think of this?" I go, whatever. Yeah, it's quite good. I wouldn't have one or whatever. Or I like this. I want to know more about this, and I want to get it. But never consider my opinion on it to be gospel in any way. Do you know what I mean? Because sometimes you watch some of these shows and you think that the way the person is, describing the gear is like you must take them at every word. Yeah, every word must be taken and written down, and praise Allah and whatever.
Although, like for the guitar pedals, people use guitar pedals on the desktop for synths, and that's a similar thing. You're not using your feet at all. You're pushing it, you're turning knobs, and it's all with your hands.
Yeah.
So, similar kind of use, right?
Yeah, yeah. But it's not necessarily using up the functions that were already there that you could have used with pedals that cost
But
less
if you don't
than
want to use
75.
pedals, then
But why wouldn't you? It's cheaper. It's cheaper than the unit, and it does it does the jobs.
maybe the foot dexterity is not very good.
The best thing is we have the choice.
Oh God, yeah.
That's So those people that want to use a little thing, they can have it. If it's pedals, they can have
Admittedly, what I said about it, quite a few people in the chat were saying pretty much similar thing as well. But to be honest, but it's not like You see, when you're doing the show, you are very informative. You know what you're talking about, and you have that air of being able to communicate. Bullshit. No, you communicate, Robbie. You know what I'm talking about. You see it when you're doing the seminars. You know how to present and communicate. And I'm just the comic relief in the corner. Don't take what I say as fucking useful at all. That's not what I'm there for.
It's like Genesis, you're the man in the corner.
Yeah, I'm the man in the corner going ooh, with bells on things. Hey, hello. Ooh, what a gay day. But I mean, we're doing all right. I mean, our subscription rate's going up. Our live view figures are getting very incredible.
Yeah, very
we average what, about 150 now, don't we? We were talking about this the other day, weren't we?
Yeah,
Because it used to be about 30.
I've seen us go. I've seen on certain shows us peak over 200.
Yeah,
for a live
yeah.
show.
Yeah.
But we sort of average 150, 170.
Yeah.
At the moment.
But considering how long the show's been running, because like Sonic State sees about what 265 or so, but it's been running years and it's had its longevity has built up a fan base, shall we say, for want of a better expression. Whereas we haven't been going that long.
It can't, just for reference, that thing you bought that you couldn't use anymore, they didn't support the blocks that you put together. How
Can
much
you
was
be
each
more
one of those
specific? I've got loads of things like that.
Now, there's that one company you hate because they changed the design, they changed the driver.
They changed the controller, and it wouldn't work with the software anymore. Yeah.
So each module, how much was one of those for each part?
Oh God,
probably close to that same slider thing, right?
Oh no, it's much more than that.
More than that, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but the thing about that was it didn't use up any of the facilities from the keyboard. This was simply to control the its real main design was, that's why it had that high resolution. It was a CC controller for running your like orchestra software, and you could immediately go from
Expression's
bit
also
staccato
CC,
to staccato.
right? So Expression's also a CC, so you could use it that way also.
Yeah, but I was using a pedal because that is the definitive way to do expression. It really is. It really is. It's with a good expression pedal, the nuance that you can get from the expression pedal.
You're right. No, I like expression pedals too.
Yeah, it's just, and because you're doing expression, that means you're playing. Otherwise, you're not doing anything. So your hands are being used. Now, if you start moving sliders and stuff while you're trying to be doing expression, concentrating on those two things at once,
That's why the Osmos is so cool. You shouldn't sell it.
I need to, because I want a PB12.
I know.
I've never. I don't get on with the Osmos.
I get it
because of that lateral thing, and I don't really like that keyboard action. It's clever.
Oh, I love it. It's great, but
yeah, no. Don't get me wrong. I really do like it, but I'm just going. No. Too many rollies in my life, mate. I can't.
Yeah, you ever got a rollie, so I guess that's good.
So, and I can actually just about play it sort of almost competently. At least I don't sound like a 4-year-old's recorder practice on it. Put it that way.
The Grand. I thought you were going to sell the Grand, right?
Yeah, because that, I shouldn't say this in public, but the Grand is
yeah.
You know when you get a virtuoso playing a violin.
Yeah.
That they hit that note, no matter where it is and how quick they're going, and they hit that string at
it's like almost dead on.
Nanomillimeter on, just on. If I could play the Grand like that, yeah. But I don't think that anybody apart from a
Jordan Root is
violinist
originally. He
Yeah,
played
Jordan
it really
Root
well.
Yes, he did. And I did look at turning down sensitivity to that keyboard, and it can be done. But even then, you've got to have a pretty good eye, or at least a muscle memory.
Your accuracy has got to be up there.
Yeah, it's really got to be up there. And because accuracy of how you're hitting the key was never really a massive problem for me, I found myself come up against this wall of inadequacy. But that said, playing the Grand is the ultimate training for going to a rise, because when you go to a rise,
it's easier. Yeah.
Oh mate, it's like they put
And
training
the block
wheels
is
on.
easier.
You got elbow pads, crash helmet, goggles. It's just so straightforward after that. When after dealing with that, and you can fly around the rise, because with much more confidence, because it's that much easier to play. And the Rise 2 is even easier to play than the original Rise.
And with the sliders and the Rise, it's very easy to dumb down the sensitivity real quickly for a certain passage and turn it back up again.
And you can, as you get better, you can bring up the sensitivity.
Yeah.
It starts to notice when you're doing gliding, because obviously if the sensitivity is turned down, that glide resolution drops to the point where you can get it. There's a point on that sensitivity where if you just get it right, you can get more of a glissando instead of a portamento. You know, like you get on the 80. Ish. It's portamento, but there's still gliding going on, if you know what I mean.
And that slide feature is still special because you can't do that on the Osmos. So
yeah.
Slide is very cool.
Yeah, but even then, you know, there are certain patches that sliding doesn't really work very well. And there's something about playing the back of a keyboard that's odd. Even today, it still feels weird when you're actually playing on the back.
Yeah.
Back of the keys, because that's where this particular sound has.
Sure. And the dual ribbons are so cool. Just it's the whole thing.
No, I love it. And then you got that touchpad for introducing different levels of effects or whatever's programmed onto it, whether a modern mount, left and right, and all that sort of thing, and you can move around on it. So it is the ultimate expression machine. It really is.
Yeah.
You know, along with the Harcon and the Osmos.
Actually, did Parisi ever play the Osmos? Did you ever see Parisi play the Osmos? Because he's so good at the Rolly.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. But that's the thing, because the Osmos was keys, my muscle memory, whatever you want to call it, was going, these are keys, mate. You know, it's not a Rolly. And I can't seem to grasp the control you're supposed to be getting from it because they're keys.
Yeah, you're used to that.
You know, it really. My head goes, no, I can't. It can't be both at the same time. Sorry, like this kind of thing. I'm just too old in the bloody tooth for it. I think that's what it is. It's a young man's keyboard. That's what it is. So, but like I said, there's a chap who's interested in it. So, if he wants it, he can have it. Quite welcome to it, because literally, like I said,
well, you still have two, right? You have the original plus the version 2.
No. This is the Osmos.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're not selling your Rolly. I'm sorry.
No.
You're also selling your Rolly.
I don't sell Rollies. No, I'm sorry. No. Yeah. No.
Except the Grand. You're going to sell the Grand.
Yeah, because that's just, oh, God. That's Lily in keyboard form. But no, like I said to the guy, I said, no, the Osmos, I've played it for about, all told, an hour, if you put it all together. It's in brilliant condition because all it does is sit on a shelf. That's its main, just sit there and look pretty. Has been its job. And so it's, I need somewhere to put the PB12 if I get the PB12, it has to sit somewhere. And it's a big lump, isn't it? Rob? And it's quite deep, isn't it? So, I said, I can have the PB12 and something going, and you're putting it where? There is nowhere for this fucker to go. So, get rid of the stuff that I'm not getting value from and place stuff that I will get value out. So there's nothing against the Osmos. It's not really for me. Didn't gel with it. So
not quite for you.
And I'm not particularly enthused with the sounds. I'll be honest.
You only really gel with the Osmos. Get it? You gel with the Osmos.
Yeah.
I mean, Rolly, sorry. Fucking up.
Well, yeah. Oh, dear. Yeah, but osmosis is a sort of transference, isn't it, in a way, I suppose. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, if Matey Boy wants it, it's in beautiful condition, and if he gets fun out of it, all the power to him,
Did you try that so-called Osmos expansion pack with the Rolly? It worked pretty well, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But funny enough, Pigments was one of the reasons I was going to get Pigments. It's either way I can get the Osmos to come out of the closet, as it were. And then I thought, but what if I played Pigments with the Rolly? Oh, hello. It's a different kettle of fish altogether. So, I mean, penultimately means I'm getting Pigments, doesn't it, I suppose? No, I think if I had the choice to go, which do you want? Regardless of price, which do you want? A Osmos or a PB12? PB12 all day long. Because for me, that is a beautifully big nod at the CS80. It really is. And some.
Yeah.
It's the CS80 with huge knockers, essentially. Innit?
I guess.
Right, girl. Yeah.
Anyway.
Beautiful keyboard. And I will get used out of that. Like a
Yeah,
duck to
you will.
water, I will take to the PB12. Because of its 80ness.
And on that
Oh,
note,
God, at least I hope so. Can you imagine
Chasing
you go,
the
I
dragon.
hate
Yeah,
it.
You're always
I hate
chasing
it."
the dragon.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm getting sort of like moist and engorged just watching Robbie playing his, sitting here at nights and he's coming out with these sounds, and he's like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, oh man,
easy time.
oh, I do like it," and I like the sound. This is the thing, I like the sounds. I know, I know. Ty says, he doesn't like the VCOs, does he? He finds the Artorias to be a bit harsh, doesn't he?
It's okay. He doesn't have to like them.
I mean, you can always stack.
But
various
I see them as being
hydrosynth and get layers in that way.
Yeah, but I find the Osmo sounds jarring. It's like when you do
Some are
like
very realistic though, like the Middle Eastern stuff is excellent.
Yeah, but I mean, when you pick things like I think there was this oboe sound. Now there's an oboe on the Rise, which is just drop dead gorgeous, and then, you can play it. You can really start to play it with proper feel. Do you know what I mean? The oboe sound.
You're talking
on
about the what's that French company, or the Aircam stuff, right? Those are amazing on the roll.
Oh, they are amazing. But this was the oboe that's in Equator 2.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I've been using the Aircam stuff a lot.
Well, yeah. But true. That is gorgeous. But this is just just in Equator 2, right? The oboe on the Osmos was like, oh no, it wasn't woody.
More of a simulator.
It was sharp.
Yeah.
It was a very sharp edges to it, for want of a better expression. And it was not jarring. It was cutting.
I think they went through two clinically to make those. If you watch the Ben Jordan video where he's doing the little editing with the Matrix, there's a lot of power in there. You just got to take the time to do it. No one has the patience.
Yeah, I mean, the Harkin engine. I mean,
yeah, they have a regular video every couple of weeks on YouTube.
Yeah,
the Matrix channel. It's very, very good.
It was like watching Manny's video on FM.
Yeah,
and he's creating that sawtooth wave, and he's creating the square wave. No, it was the square. It was creating the square wave from the two sine waves or something, wasn't it? Toward, the beginning of the video.
It was.
Something like that. And the manipulation of these waves produces this other wave.
He's doing offsets and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm looking at this thing going, this is too complicated. I'm looking at it going, I can see why there was people going, oh, do you know what? I think I'll just buy another sound pack.
Well, the thing that made it hard is you're going through multiple pages to get the effect. And so you're losing your train of thought, jumping around pages a lot.
Yeah.
And so he did a good job describing it. But if you're not familiar with the interface, you see he's keying in pages to go directly from page to page because there's so many pages.
Yes, yeah. No, he's very. He looks very comfortable when he's working.
Yeah, you lose your train of thought when he's jumping around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's just, whoa, where'd that go? Oh, that's over there. So,
I
but
think
he did describe it very well. It's a great sounding demo. So
yeah. Well, this is it. But I mean, I think this is where FM got a lot of its bad press when it came to editing sounds and how, at surface level, it seemed very, very complicated and too much work. And you can see why, because up until then, if you wanted square wave, you went click, square wave.
Yeah.
You want sine, click. You can't get much.
No, you
much
need the
easier.
partials. You know, there's harmonic partials and stuff.
Yeah, I get it, because you used to get these beautiful. I mean, I remember some of the orchestral sounds that they were demonstrating on, FM in general, and they were doing these oboes and flutes and stuff like that, and they'd left analog in the dust in terms of getting these sounds, and you used to listen with, excited ears at something. What's the magazine used to come with a demo tape, Rob, on the front? Used to come with a cassette.
Really?
Yeah, it had
Cassette?
a cassette. Yeah, cassette sellotape to the front. Was it Electronics Music Maker?
Yeah, I think so.
Or something like that. And there would be a cassette which had demonstrations of the shit that was in the magazine. And it was like a show in itself.
I remember flexi discs, but never cassettes.
And they would demonstrate in the 816. And they were showing the sounds it could do. I mean, this is literally, it was barely out. And you're listening to these demos and you're going, oh my God, this thing. Yeah, admittedly, it was the price of a small car back then, but you were listening to these sounds and you go, oh Christ. And then somebody would do, like some band has used one and they're using it in this song they've written and they put it at the end of the cassette. And you're listening to this thing and you're going, I can sound like the people in the charts in my bedroom. It was enormous. But the whole, how you got to those sounds. I mean, this is why FM became boring very quickly for a lot of musicians, is because they kept hearing the same sounds.
Preset jockeys, yeah.
Yeah, because the programming was sort of like, oh, this looks like too much like hard work, and not do it and go, let's use the piano patch again, blunk, 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 and off they go. It was the same with the M1. And even though the M1 wasn't particularly difficult to program at all, I created some really interesting sounds on the M1 after getting into the weeds with it. But
that's why things like the Op 6
piano
are cool,
sound was on
because
everything.
On the Op 6 you can quickly just move sliders and do it by ear, and you don't even have to know what the hell you're doing half the time, and go, oh, that sounds really good right there.
Yeah, but you could physically see what it was you were moving.
Yeah.
You see, so you had like
But instead
memory
of like
recall.
click with buttons or something like that, you're actually constantly moving different sliders at the same time, and just organically getting to a conclusion instead of this more clinical single slider button press nonsense.
Yeah. The thing about the M1 was because it had that actually a decent sized display on it, showing a lot of information in one go, and you could really get around it and mess around with the sounds. And yet, I used to be able to do so much programming on the Mirage. I mean, I could programming sounds in hex. I mean, and I literally knew what all the key hex numbers were assigned to. Even today, I know that 33 is your sample rate. 41 was it 40 to 45 was your
you had to
envelope
memorize
generator.
This is such a archaic interface.
You just knew them. Yeah, just fucking knew them, right? And I'd go tap 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 like this, and I'm doing all this stuff, and then you got a completely different sound. You made the release longer. You put an attack on it. You brought the filter in, brought the resonance up. You did this, that, and the other, and you just tap 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 tap, and you go right now for the bottom half. Tap 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 tap. Because you couldn't do it globally across the keyboard unless it was assigned from key 1 to key 61, 0 to 61. No, sorry, 1 to 61. So, but you had to load them in two halves, didn't you? You load the bottom half of the keyboard, top half of the keyboard, separate presets as it were. So,
but just think how cool it would be to have a DX7 with a Yelling House or DT7 controller. I mean, it's all right there.
Yeah.
Move sliders, tweak. It's not like, even if you don't know what you're doing, you could eventually arrive at something pretty cool, I would imagine.
Yeah, but I think the point is, right, it's if today suddenly the Mirage came out, suddenly it was available, right, for whatever reason, and sampling hadn't really, sampling had taken off to the level that it had when the Mirage came out, which is about, 86, wasn't it? So, EMU and CMI are eating up the market, up the high end, and then this cheeky little sub £2,000 sampler turns up. And if that came out today, and I bought one, and was still taken by it the same way I was back in '86 when it came out, I wouldn't bother learning all that hex stuff. I'd just be buying discs
Yeah, sound packs.
and loading them because I'm older. And it's just like, I can't be arsed with all that now.
Well, you want to make the music, not sit there forever just trying to
Yeah,
keep the right
exactly.
sound.
And that's why looking at the Harken engine for the Osmos, I'm going, no.
No, I get it.
And if I was buying a DX7, I'd go, how many patches you getting with it?
I found enough Osmo sounds that I like, but I can see why some people don't like them. But
Yeah. Should we say that a lot of the sounds I didn't find immediately useful for my music? Put it
yeah,
that way.
sure. Yeah.
It's a simple, it's not you, it's me kind of scenario. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So whereas that girl up there behind Robbie, I want her. I want her badly. End of.
Now he's coveting.
Yeah. Yes, all right. It's 3.5 times more expensive and all the rest of it, but yeah, whatever.
I'm off to bed, guys. I'm struggling to stay awake.
Yeah,
that's not an indication of the company. It's just that it's been a long weekend.
Oh, it is.
Understood.
It has been a glorious weekend, my friend, for you.
Indeed.
So, and you got through it, mate. You got through it, and it was a success.
Just,
yeah. Well, rest on thy laurels now.
We'll do it again next weekend down in Bristol.
Yeah, but it'll be easier because you know how to do it. Hey, I'm just trying to pick the bones here.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Hey, I mean, it's tiring no matter what. All that walking around the AM gets tiring as well, so I understand.
That's all that carrying shit out from the car and back into the car and fucking blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Anyway, good to see you all.
See ya.
Take it easy. See you
Alrighty.
soon.
All right, everyone. Look after
Take care.
yourselves. Stay well and have a good week.
Bye-bye.